A thin female voice came from the night bar, slowly listing a small list of alcohol contained in the bar. A young girl who worked as a waitress at that bar tried to explain to Mr. Schur that it was all the expensive alcohol they had. Mr. Schur unceremoniously put his feet on the small table in front of him, on which stood a dozen different bottles, and once again glanced at the menu that the girl had brought him earlier. Without thinking for a long time, he briefly and coldly ordered the girl to bring everything that was in the bar. The waitress did not expect such a turn of events, so his request surprised her very much, and the girl did not understand whether the guest really wanted a bottle of each drink. Mr. Schur was upset, irritated by every extra minute he wasted on pointless things, so he abruptly ordered the waitress to bring all the alcohol that was in the bar. The girl shuddered at his menacing voice and only had time to turn to stone and stare at the eccentric. Schur, noticing this, added that the waitress should give all the alcohol he ordered to everyone who was in the bar that night. The poor girl couldn't believe her ears, she couldn't take his order seriously and asked him not to joke like that. This angered the guest even more. He grabbed the waitress by the hand and painfully pulled her towards him, causing the poor thing to gasp. As if possessed, Schur handed the black card to the girl and blurted out that he had no time for jokes. Letting go of the worker and stepping confidently, the guy found himself on the table in front of his sofa, getting ready to say something important. Schur spread both his arms, making him look like a statue of Christ the Savior, and only shouted loudly that he was paying for everything that night. Everyone around him stared at him in surprise, not understanding what was happening in that bar. The guy, in turn, added that guests should adhere to only one rule, which stated that they were forbidden to leave the bar until they had drunk everything that was there. Crowds of girls immediately rushed to Mr. Schur with cries of delight and joy, which were due to such generosity and kindness. Many of them immediately felt an indescribable desire to become friends with the eccentric. The girls were surprised at his wealth and even squealed with delight. Instantly, the young man acquired a crowd of pretty young women who settled on all sides of his sofa just waiting for his next strange order. Such sudden fame seriously attracted the attention of other guys who were also relaxing in the bar, because the young people did not understand where this rich man came from and how he was so lucky. While Schur sat dejectedly among the pile of girls, the guys only thought that such wealth would be their greatest dream. Schur was not actually a rich man. He sat and tirelessly thought about how an ordinary third-year student could get such an opportunity. Pouring an incomprehensible drink into his glass, the guy was haunted by the thought that he was just a mindless money-spending machine chosen by the Grim Reaper. 6 hours ago, at 23:50, Schur was walking peacefully along a dark street in the middle of the park, which was barely illuminated by street lamps. Suddenly, a yellow Porsche began to approach the guy faster and faster, which, it seemed, had no intention of slowing down. Schur did not immediately pay attention to the sound of the engine, which was getting closer in a matter of seconds, and when the guy finally returned, he only saw the bright light of the headlights, which completely blinded him. The young man managed to jump away, but not land, so the guy simply flew onto the cold asphalt, trying to jump away from the out-of-control car. Schur rode on his belly and stopped about a few meters away. The guy's clothes were all scratched and dirty, which was not much different from the young man himself. Already boiling with anger, the hero raised his head to see what caused such a traffic accident on his way. The bumper and the entire front part of the bright Porsche disappeared behind the branches of the bushes, but this did not stop the guy from realizing that that part of the car was completely smashed. Without waiting for long, the guy indignantly blurted out everything he thought about the driver of the car, and only added that if not for his quick reaction, fatal consequences would have been inevitable. A young girl, just as scratched and bruised as Schur, was trying to get out of the mangled car, and the short blue dress most likely meant that the young lady was coming from some nightclub or bar. The guy was surprised by this picture and only sighed and asked if everything was okay with her. Already dialing the emergency number of the ambulance, he offered to call an ambulance for the girl. Unexpectedly, the girl rushed to Schur and shouted for him to immediately take off his pants, causing the guy's phone to fly out of his hands. The young lady leaned on the poor young man with all her weight, blocking any of his movements, and said that she would pay him 1 million for this. Confused, Schur dumbfoundedly asked her what she was doing, because the guy didn't understand what was happening at all. Suddenly the girl jumped up and began to say to herself that she could not tell the guy the price, after which she headed to the car. Looking after the eccentric girl, the hero tried to find the reason for her behavior. He did not understand whether it was from a head blow, or from a mental disorder, or whether the young lady simply had too much at the bar. In the blink of an eye, the girl began to approach the guy again, and he noticed something shiny in her hand, something that was very reminiscent of a knife, which gave the guy goosebumps, and he began to squeal so that the stranger would calm down. The young lady again flew towards Shirley, shouting for him to sell her his hand and name the price, because money did not matter to her. The poor guy was so scared that he simply pressed himself to the ground and did nothing but beg the girl to let him go, senselessly fighting with his arms and legs. Swinging a knife at the young man, the girl said that nothing depended on him and apologized with tears in her eyes. Shirley just had time to cover his face with his hands and close his eyes when suddenly something incredibly strange happened. The stranger hung in the air above the guy along with the knife, but her hands instantly disappeared and turned into some kind of red glow, similar to a bloody fog. Out of surprise, the girl dropped a small knife on the ground, and with a clang, it bounced off the asphalt several more times and ended up at the guy's feet. The poor girl didn't understand at all what was happening. Her hands disappeared, and behind her, the silhouette of another eccentric appeared at lightning speed. Breaking into a malicious smile, the stranger sarcastically asked if she had really chosen the hand. Hovering in the air and taking a position that was convenient for him, the stranger also asked with a mean smile how much the young man's life was worth then. Seeing him, the girl was dumbfounded with fear, and notes of horror were clearly visible in her eyes. Having barely gathered all her will into a fist, stuttering a little, the poor thing could only pronounce his name, Scepter. The Scepter recalled that he warned the girl that such expenses were unacceptable, and due to thoughtlessness she would not survive as a slave of the black card, while the unfortunate woman tried to assure him that she was capable of completing the task. The Scepter did not pay attention to her words, smiling just as maliciously. He only added that she had several more ways, but she did not have enough time. He only had to snap 2 fingers to doom the young lady to certain death as a consequence of her failure. In the blink of an eye, the bloody fog began to completely envelop the girl. It became more and more, and the fear in the stranger's soul became more and more terrible. She gradually began to disappear, mixing with the red glow, which was watched by a stunned Shirley and an emotionless Scepter. The unfortunate woman screamed in a voice that was not her own, her eyes turned into 2 empty black holes, and her body burned amid the bloody spell. There had never been so much fear in the guy's eyes as at this moment. The terrible Shirley could not even move. Her image slowly disappeared before his eyes, leaving behind a terrible, eerie aftertaste. When the red haze finally cleared, Scepter turned his attention to the frightened guy, letting him know that after what he had seen, he was unlikely to survive. Looking thoughtfully at the stars, and then turning his persistent gaze downward, Scepter asked the young man what his last words would be. Li Shay still didn't realize what he had just witnessed, who this guy was, and why he had to say his last words. Without waiting long for the guy's answer, the Scepter brought his staff to him and said goodbye to the guy, when at the same second the guy knelt down and began to beg him to wait. Shirley, with a trembling voice, invited the Scepter to carry out his strange task. Not understanding what this unfortunate man said, Scepter only looked at him in surprise, opening his mouth to say something. Shirley began to slowly get up, listing in his voice all the events that happened with that girl, and then only asked Scepter if he had made a mistake anywhere. The guy was already standing in front of him and saying that the girl's time had expired, as he understood. Scepter looked at the young man in surprise, because he seemed interesting to him due to the fact that his brain was still working, while the young man asked him for one last chance and assured him that he would complete the mysterious task. The hero smiled ominously and added that he did not understand why he should give the guy one last chance. Replaying the stranger's terrible death in his head, Shirley concluded that since she was already dead, the black card no longer had a free slave. The smile on Scepter's face suddenly disappeared and he flew closer to the young man. Leaning towards the guy trembling with fear, Scepter looked him carefully in the eyes and asked horribly how he knew about the black card. The stranger's grimace seemed incredibly funny, because the man's smile seemed crazy to the guy, and his eyes were so cold and like glass. Despite this terrible picture, which, it would seem, should have cooled the blood, Shirley was only gaining some kind of confidence and determination. Instantly, The guy gathered all his will into a fist and decided that it was time to take the course of events into his own hands. Shirley confidently blurted out that since he doesn't know about the black card, Scepter could tell him about it after he completed the Audania, and if not, then it's not too late to kill him. This self-confident man seriously interested Scepter, and he just laughed and was ready to agree to the boy's conditions. He moved his finger and immediately after it a white flicker appeared, which sparkled and swirled around him. A black bank card suddenly appeared in his hands, with white sparkles all around it, and the Scepter himself whispered that he was giving the guy one last chance. The black card slowly flew into Shirley's hands, leaving behind a trail of blue mist, while Scepter added that there were 5 million on the card. The guy asked the man the amount in surprise, since the numbers seemed gigantic to him, and took the gift in his hands. The Scepter told the guy that he had exactly 6 hours to spend 5 million in the place indicated on the map, and only then the young man's life would be saved, which extremely confused the guy, because he did not expect that he would only have to spend money. Noticing this surprise and doubt, Scepter angrily reproached the guy for his lack of confidence, to which the young man only began to assure the man that he would succeed. Scepter's figure began to quickly disappear when he added that there are several rules for using the card, but Shirley is smart enough to handle it on his own. Almost disappearing, Dark Scepter looked into the young man's eyes and quietly whispered his name, adding that if Shirley failed, he would return to kill him. Shirley was left alone with the dark, late night and the black card on which was minted Bar of Happiness. The clock in the bar struck 5 in the morning on the same day when the guy's future fate was to be decided. The dancing and fun at the Happiness Bar was almost over, but there were still a bunch of people on the dance floor who couldn't get ready to go home. Mr. Schur sat gloomily on the same black sofa, surrounded by a flock of young women who did not attract his attention at all. He sat and persistently thought about how he could save his own life, since time was running out, and the 5 million did not end. The waitress at that time had already taken out all the alcohol that was in the bar, and laying it out on the table in front of Mr. Schur, she said with satisfaction that she had done everything as he asked. The guy thought there would be more alcohol, but looking around the table, he nervously asked if that was all and how much he needed to pay. The girl sat down in a friendly manner next to Shirley and handed him a check with the amount of 260,000 on it, which outraged the guy. The guy pushed the waitress so that she flew to the ground, at the same time shouting that there should have been more and ordering the poor fellow to continue and carry all the most expensive things. The waitress guiltily crawled to the guy's knees and said that all the alcohol had already run out, there wasn't even any tea in the bar, to which he only replied that the girl should bring food and everything they could sell him. Already a little frightened, the girl tried to explain to the gentleman, smiling, that the amount of alcohol and food in such a small bar is usually limited. The waitress told the guy that even if he ordered all the dishes from their menu, he would not be able to spend that amount of money, while Shirley looked dejectedly at the screen of his own mobile phone. The large, clear numbers on it clearly marked the time that had elapsed relentlessly, as it was already 5 minutes past 5. The poor worker was already starting to get nervous. She carefully tried to tell the gentleman that their bar was really not able to satisfy his desire and that he might have to find another establishment. After such words, Shirley seemed to go wild. He asked the girl how she dared to drive him away, while the waitress only continually denied it. The guy really looked like he was possessed. With a glassy cruel gaze, he looked at the poor guy, and beads of sweat slowly flowed down his face while he tried to calm himself down. Suddenly he jumped up and put his hands on his head, realizing that there was no point in talking with the waitress, and his time was constantly running out. Shirley looked at the girls around him and thought that he could buy their clothes. But very quickly he rejected this idea, because by doing the same, the mysterious girl from the Porsche died, and the guy did not want such a fate for himself, so he began to think about how to spend the money in the right way. The young man shouted to the waitress to write him a check for everything he had purchased, and she, in turn, sweetly agreed. Shirley was torn by the thought of finding someone to fill out the check for him, and then wondering where he could spend another 2 million. Having heard about such a sum, the waitress's eyes became 5 kopecks, and the guy only added that in fact he needed to spend another 2,400,000. Suddenly they heard strange disturbances about the lack of alcohol coming from the entrance to the bar, which made the heroes return to the sounds. 3 strangers walked into the bar, and the patrons looked at them a little high, which they obviously didn't like. The one walking in the middle waved his hand because he was on the left and ordered him to show what was in their power. The waitress hurriedly began to approach them, her shoes clicking on the glazed tiles. She furiously turned to the guys, threateningly asking if they really knew where they had come. The one in the middle, probably their leader, came close to the girl, laughing at her attempt to scare them. The young lady was not at a loss, remembering which guest was in the bar at that time, so she did not retreat and began to clearly let the pagans know that she had someone to hide behind. The one to the left of the leader of the pack most likely realized this, so he quietly whispered in the boss's ear that it was time to go. Instantly, there was a loud bang, causing those around him to turn their attention to Shirley, who smashed a chair into pieces on the bar counter. The guy seemed to go crazy. He started destroying everything around him and encouraging others to do the same. Shirley shouted and asked the bar guests to help him destroy everything there, justifying this by saying that the bar was so useless that even 5 million could not be spent in it. The young man jumped up and down the bar and shouted that he had to destroy everything there worth 2,400,000 million, and only then would he compensate for all the losses. The confused waitress looked at him and wondered how this guy could want to spend that amount of money so stupidly. Shirley raged and destroyed everything around him, telling him how terrible that bar was, but reminding him if only the waitress would write him a check for it. Wudong began to be enveloped by the warm morning rays of the sun, which was gradually beginning to appear on the horizon. Shirley lay helplessly on the cold floor somewhere in the middle of the city streets, waiting for his own fate to be decided. The clock struck 6 in the morning, but the guy no longer had any strength left to complete the mysterious task of the scepter. Hearing a strange rustling somewhere around him, the young man exhaustedly asked who it was. Laughing at the guy's beaten appearance, Scepter asked him if he had managed to spend 5 million. Shirley showed him his hand, which contained the black card and the check he had obtained from the waitress. Looking at the crooked check, on which the numbers were barely visible, Scepter asked the guy in surprise what he wanted it for. The young man desperately shouted that even if he spent all the money, he would still be killed if the expenses did not comply with the rules. Shirley didn't know the rules, so the check was the only evidence he thought would confirm his expenses, but even if not, the guy didn't care whether he survived or not. Breaking into a mocking smile, Scepter appeased the guy's methods. However, in order not to let him go so easily, he decided to scare the poor guy. As soon as he moved his hand, his staff immediately flew into the air, pointing its sharp end directly at the top of Shirley's head. The guy only managed to cover his face with his hands in order to somehow slow down and soften the blow. Instantly, strange waves appeared before the scepter's eyes, very much reminiscent of sound waves. For a moment he was stunned and surprised by the words that he heard on the other side, but after a few seconds he resignedly nodded and agreed with those who were on the other side. Scepter returned to Shirley in a rage, saying that 93% of his expenses were still not qualified. Moreover, he was annoyed that the guy was trying to deceive him with a false receipt. The Scepter hated people who thought they were the smartest, so he snapped his fingers loudly. A familiar bloody fog immediately appeared around the guy, while the Scepter only hissed menacingly that vagabonds like him must certainly be dead, but the god of the dark night took pity on him. The bloody mist did not disappear, and Shirley was overcome by very strange sensations, which Scepter called an innocent punishment. Instantly the red curtain dissipated, and the guy remained lying motionless, trying to find the strength to ask about this innocent punishment. Something on Shirley's head seemed unusual to him, when suddenly he finally realized that innocent punishment was aimed at his hair, which disappeared as a result. The Scepter smiled slyly and in a raspy high voice congratulated the guy on his transformation into a slave of the Dark Knight. In the darkness of the Dark Night, the backlit lights of Wudong's prestigious spa seemed even brighter than usual. Shirley reclined in a huge leather chair, while around him were 3 masseuses who tirelessly performed their work. The guy had been a slave to the Dark Knight for 5 days, but still knew nothing about the black card, and while he was carefully examining it, one of the girls tried to ask him if he was satisfied with their services. Finally, paying attention to the masseuse's questions, the young man praised her and said that he would pay with a card, since now he had to spend 50,000 weekly. The girl burst into a smile, took his card and added that she was looking forward to seeing him again. Shirley was embarrassed by such kindness, causing his cheeks to turn bright red. Meanwhile, the joyful masseuses flew to the door, wondering if Mr. Sure had fallen in love with one of them, as he called for the 5th time in a row that week. Even when the door slammed behind the beauties, their laughter and joy still reached Shirley. Mr. Sure lay in his massage chair and continuously thought about the fate that had befallen him. His main headache was the idea that if he didn't spend all the money, or did it improperly, he would die. Every time a slippery image of the scepter and his vile smile appeared in his head, making the guy clutch his head out of despair. Suddenly, the object of his imagination suddenly loomed over his soul, mockingly calling Shirley a small rat. At these words the poor man cried out in surprise, because such a sudden appearance of the pagan frightened him. The young man stared at the scepter and asked what made him appear. Suddenly, without understanding how exactly, Shirley found himself on the floor in front of the scepter, because he thought that this moment could be the last in his life. The scepter, yawning lazily, reassured the guy and said that he had nothing to worry about until he sat down royally in Shirley's massage chair and added in a relaxed manner that no one would die today. Taking a slice of grapes, Scepter noticed that at this rate, having spent only 10,000 in 5 days, the guy would not have time to fulfill the weekly quota. Shirley was seriously surprised that the bastard knew about the amount he spent. Throwing another slice of grape into his mouth, Scepter wearily replied that he and the dark god were quite aware of the amount that Shirley spent. Unable to bear the constant secrets, the young man ordered the scepter to tell him about the dark god of the night. Without raising an eyebrow, the envoy asked Shirley if this was something he thought about daily. The situation with the Portia girl constantly depressed Shirley, so raising his voice, he tried to find out why exactly God made these rules, since it would not leave him alone. Then, smiling his famous malicious smile, Scepter asked him if the guy had come to any conclusion. Bowing his head in disappointment, the guy said that the only thing he was convinced of was his death if the task was not completed, which Scepter chuckled at again. However, Shirley still could not believe in the black card or even the scepter, and this drove him even more into a dead end. Scepter sat down opposite the young man and asked what he thought the black card was, when he only shared the assumption that he considered them to be their creators. Hearing this, Scepter laughed loudly, adding that Shirley has a wonderful imagination, although he is not very smart. The guy still didn't understand the purpose of this strange group, and this really outraged him, so he raised his voice and asked the scepter about it. He had a lot of questions about why he would die if he didn't spend all the money, or what could be considered improper spending. Shirley was almost shouting, asking a ton of questions to the scepter about the meaning of the black card, the rules for its use, and many others. Scepter, in turn, reacting just as calmly, only scratched the back of his head and lazily added that Shirley had probably thought about his questions for a long time. The disgusting smile appeared on his face again, and he said that he had only one answer to all these questions. Suddenly, his sharp rod flew towards the guy again at breakneck speed, stopping a few centimeters from the pupils of his eyes. Looking at the young man with a cold, heartless gaze, Scepter growled that slaves were not allowed to ask anything. Shirley froze in fear, not even squeaking from petrification, and beads of sweat slowly flowed down his skin from excitement. Approaching the guy, Scepter picked up his staff and, sighing, said that since he was the first to ask about them, Shirley would be allowed to hear a few rules as a reward. Rotating a sharp stick in his hand, the scepter spoke about the first 2 rules, which spoke of the slave's obligation to spend the money he received. Having begun to speak the 3rd rule, Scepter suddenly fell silent, drawing attention to something that made him distracted. He hung in the air while the guy tried to ask the scepter about the 3rd rule he needed. After a few seconds of silence, Scepter said that the guy would hear the rule if he could get through that week, which greatly dissatisfied Shirley. The envoy smiled at the corners of his mouth and cheerfully added that soon the young man would be overtaken by problems that would make him completely uninterested in the rules. Shirley did not expect such an answer, just as he did not understand what problems the scepter was talking about. He laughed loudly, only adding that the young man would soon have fun, after which he began to slowly disappear. Shirley tried to stop him, begging him to wait, since he did not understand what was happening at all. Suddenly the door to his room suddenly opened, followed by a bunch of heavy footsteps. Not immediately recognizing the sound coming from the opposite corner of the room, Shirley returned to see what had happened. Within a moment, the room was occupied by 4 strange men in tuxedos, who were continuously moving towards Shirley. Two of them suddenly twisted his arms and pressed him to a chair so that the guy could not get up on his own. Following four apostates in black, a girl entered the room, whose color of clothing was not at all different from the others. She was a slender blonde, with a menacing gaze hidden behind large round black glasses. Taking off her glasses, the stranger asked the guy if he really was Shirley, and then added that she wanted to ask him a couple of questions. The young lady threw several photographs on the table, adding that they were taken a few days ago as a result of a car accident. She confidently sat down on the leather sofa in the middle of the room and, folding her arms, asked the young man if it was him in the photo. Shirley tried to carefully examine the three photographs lying on the table, which caused ants to run down his back, because the photographs showed the girl from the Porsche, him, and the very moment when she attacked him with a knife. The guy froze in front of the young lady, remembering the words of the scepter that he should be careful. A moment suddenly passed in his memory with a sharp rod in front of his eyes, which at any moment could pierce his head at the speed of light. Shirley stood and looked at the pictures, not understanding who those people were and what they needed. Instantly he decided to ask the girl who she was and what she was doing in his room. The blonde smiled eccentrically, as if expecting such a question from the young man. She took one of the photographs in her hands and clearly added that their identity should not be known at all, but Shirley's answers must definitely be honest. The young lady handed over a photograph of the girl from the Porsche and briefly asked her if the victim had disappeared after the accident. Shirley looked at her suspiciously, wondering if the stranger knew about it, what really happened that night. While thinking about that girl's death, Shirley began to feel nervous, causing his gaze to change from horrified to tense. The blonde couldn't help but notice the change in the guy's eyes, which is why she was sure that he knew something. The young man was still standing motionless, having forgotten that he was only wearing a towel and that he needed to answer something. The young lady was only nervous about Shirley's silence. She slammed her hands on the table, ordering the guy to confess and not even try to lie, since his face was clearly visible in the photographs. Finally, the guy realized that the blonde knew nothing about the scepter and the black card, after which an idea came to his mind about how he could get away with it. Shirley artistically began to talk about how he almost died in that accident, and he still has unfinished business with the victim. In his story, he remembered some money that he supposedly had to return to her, and asked if the stranger and her four big men were worth it. The girl stared at him in surprise, not understanding what kind of money we were talking about, since her goal was completely different. Shirley smiled sarcastically, realizing that the young lady really knew nothing about the dark affairs of the night god. His performance worked, so the guy threw up his hands and made himself a victim, saying that the girl was obviously a self-confident beauty, deeply in debt. In the end, the guy smiled and affectionately asked not to involve him in these dirty problems, and he, in turn, would forget about the accident without any problems. The blonde meticulously peered at the image of the inventor and she didn't like something about him. After a moment, she smiled and folded her arms again and added that the people from the eyes of the dark night were really good at pretending. Shirley's confidence suddenly disappeared somewhere, and the picture in his eyes suddenly began to take shape, because the dark night god, the dark night scepter and the black card sounded too similar. Thinking that he had to keep everything a secret, Shirley tried to continue the performance. At one point, the young lady sighed, having previously understood that Shirley would not speak, but for people like him she had her own methods. The girl said someone's name, adding to it the question of whether the mysterious subject took Shirley's things. The sounds of footsteps were heard again in the corridor, getting closer every second. A young guy entered the room holding the black card, and behind him walked one of the workers with Shirley's clothes in her hands. The girl turned to the guy who had just come in and said that she would find all the information on Shirley and headed towards the exit. From behind her, she added that everything would become clear very soon. Shirley looked at the black card, visible in the stranger's hand, and mentally shouted that it would not be her. He looked helplessly after the blonde, her friend and the four big guys, but he couldn't do anything. The image of the scepter appeared in his head again, repeating that he would die if something went wrong. The guy could not withstand this pressure and desperately shouted after the young lady to give him the card. Shirley grabbed her hand, causing her to scream and threaten him with death. Within a second, two of the four big men attacked the young man, completely oblivious to the screams and his request to return the stolen goods. From a sharp crack, the towel, loosely tied on the guy's hips, slowly began to unravel and fall. In a split second, the towel was on the floor, and those present in the room suddenly had a magnificent view of poor Shirley naked. The blonde froze in surprise and stared at the guy in surprise, forgetting about all the rules of etiquette. The guy's expression looked about the same, only he was the reason for it and no one else. Finally realizing what had happened, Shirley covered himself with his hands and tried to say something like it was a misunderstanding. The girl waved her hand, smiled and told him to pick out some clothes. Still covering himself with one hand and holding a towel with the other, Shirley began to approach the blonde, trying to thank her. During this, the guy did not pay attention to the fact that he accidentally stepped on the edge of the towel, thanks to which he successfully began to fall on the young lady. The girl didn't keep him waiting long and immediately kicked him where it hurt the most, causing the young man to fly in the opposite direction, that is, to the floor. A second later, poor Shirley was lying on the floor, covering the wounded man with his hands, and groaning in pain. The blonde did not at all believe that this incident was an accident, so she immediately attacked him with reproaches and insults, while ordering her seal to call the cops. The stranger approached the girl, trying to calm her down, since the presence of the police would put them in a very uncomfortable position too. The girl thought about it and agreed with her advisor, since she really did not want her father to find out about this. The young lady stood there in thought for a few more seconds, and then turning sharply, she ordered everyone to head to the door, except for Shirley, of course. The young man asked them to wait and not go with his things, but all pleas were unsuccessful, so the guy remained sitting in the middle of the room, covering himself with his hands. Even when they had already left the room, he was still trying to change something with pleas for the return of the card. Suddenly a guy approached him and put a wad of money at his feet, adding that this money could be considered compensation for his things. He stood up, turned around and headed towards the exit, smiling and advising Shirley to take care of them. Shirley knew that he couldn't lose the card because it would immediately mean death for him, so he tried to run after the guy while the masseuse tried to cover him with a towel. Realizing that everything was in vain, the young man stopped, and the masseuse standing opposite him asked why Miss Wei seemed so offended. Shirley grabbed the worker by the hand, clearly asking if she knew Miss Wei, to which the worker only nodded in fear. The masseuse said that the girl was the daughter of the Wei family from Wudong, which seriously surprised the guy. Later, Shirley confidently walked down the street in hotel slippers, heading to the place where he could find the blonde. Since the stranger and her friend did not leave him any clothes, Shirley was forced to wear an odd suit with ducks that looked more like pajamas. Finally, a huge mansion appeared before his eyes, fenced with luxurious gates, to which a red carpet was laid out, and along its side there were 5 guards on each side. Approaching the red carpet, the young man thought that the Wei family was indeed incredibly rich, but still he tried to greet the guard and asked if he had really come to the right place. The guard, having heard his words, did not even move his ear, but continued to stand motionless, menacingly and without emotion. Shirley stared at the man, thinking about why he was so cold, like a statue, but this did not change the situation at all. For a moment, the guy thought that he simply hadn't been heard, so he waved his hand in front of the guard's face and asked him again. Suddenly, they all heard a strange cucumber sound that resembled the noise of a motor, which certainly made all the guards and Shirley turn their heads towards the source of the sound. Suddenly, the guard standing opposite Shirley loudly shouted to everyone to get ready, which made the guy even jump. A huge red jeep drove up to the mansion, which did not at all look like one of those that were characteristic of such a wealthy family as Wei. The guy and the guards looked very surprised at the SUV, which suddenly braked right next to the red carpet. As soon as the door of the jeep opened, all 10 guards bowed deeply as one, congratulating Miss Song on her arrival. A girl with bright red short hair, a bright red leather jacket and black leather jeans came out of the car, quite surprised by the chic appearance of the mansion. One of the guards kindly informed the girl that the gentleman was waiting for her and offered to take her to him. Hearing this, the stranger rolled her eyes and only clicked her lips, making it clear that some of this did not suit her. The girl said that she did not consider discussing business the most important thing, but her priority was something completely different, which she was going to show by taking out the car key and pressing the button to open the trunk. With a thin squeak, the back door of her Jeep opened slightly, revealing a bunch of flowers inside, above which there was an inscription inviting him to marry her. Having contentedly looked through her own luggage, the girl joyfully asked Wei Sung-yu, while the guard and Shirley stared at her eccentrically. Laughing joyfully, the stranger ordered the guards to call the girl, since she owed her 300 rounds. The guy stood next to the guard, looking at this red fury, and did not understand who this impudent woman was. One of Miss Song's pigeons noticed Shirley's bald makitra as something similar to grain, and therefore mindlessly sat on it, frightening the young man. Instantly, Miss Song finally paid attention to the guy who was awkwardly sticking around the guard and asked who he was. Without waiting for Shirley's answer, the guard decided to take matters into his own hands and said that Miss Wei was not at home, which shocked both the stranger and the guy with disappointment. Those two began to bombard the unfortunate heap of questions about where Miss Wei had gone, which almost caused the guard's ears to bleed. Suddenly, the girl in red's gaze fell on Shirley again, as she was no less interested in this guy than where her friend had disappeared to. Returning to him, the young lady again began to ask the guy who he was and why he was looking for Miss Wei. Shirley again attacked the bodyguard with questions about where the blonde went, without answering Miss Song to her question, which seriously angered the young lady. The girl's patience was hanging by a thread, so she decided to ask Shirley one last time, reproaching him for not answering her. The guy's head was filled with completely different things that concerned Miss Wei and why the scepter did not appear to help him, so he did not even pay attention to what the stranger was trying to tell him. At the same moment, Miss Song's patience broke and the fist of her right hand flew towards the guy at breakneck speed. Having hit him on the chin, Master Shui only added that this happened because the guy did not answer her. The poor hero was already lying on the ground, while the young lady forced him to explain what he was doing there and why he needed her girl. Having wiped his face with his hand, the guy, not understanding what was happening, asked the stranger about her, calling her an unbalanced impudent person. The young man was very angry at Miss Song's rudeness, so he attacked her with indignant cries that Wei Sung had stolen his things, which was the reason for his search. Miss Song didn't expect to hear this, so she could only stand there with her eyes bulging. Not believing her ears, she again asked Shirley if the girl had really robbed him, to which he again agreed. Baring his teeth, the young man angrily replied that she was with a guy named Wei Qing. The girl was very surprised by this. She did not believe that little Qing could do such a thing, but after hearing about this, the girl concluded that the two were together, and at the thought of this, Master Shui burst into a smile. Turning towards her car, Miss Song confidently headed there, adding that she knew where Wei Sung-yu might be. A guard quickly ran after the young lady, shouting that she could not leave the mansion because the master was waiting for her. And Shirley, at that time, having heard the phrase that Miss knows where Wei Sun might be, certainly began to come up with a plan. But without even looking back, Master Shui briefly said that the master needed her business to go to the Wei family, so it didn't matter who she talked to. Miss Song cheerfully asked the bodyguard to convey her greetings to Mr. as she opened the door of her jeep. However, as soon as she touched the door handle, a hand suddenly stopped her. To look at the impudent one, the girl turned her head to the side in surprise, and the level of her anger began to slowly rise. When the young lady asked what he needed, Shirley only smiled sweetly and asked the girl to take him with her to search for Wei Sung-yu. Master Shui looked at the guy incredulously, not understanding why she needed such extra trouble. Shirley didn't immediately come up with an answer, so he began to replay in his head everything that had happened in the last minutes and paid attention to some of the young lady's phrases. The guy offered to help Miss Song hook up with Wei Sung through one thing, which was the reason for stealing from him. After waiting for the perfect moment, with a smile on his face, the guy confidently blurted out that he was Wei Sung's ex. The girl expected everything, but not this, but this answer clearly interested her and she invited the young man into the car. The car rumbled, made a wonderful circle to turn around, and headed in the opposite direction of the mansion, while Scepter watched closely from above. He looked at Shirley and the young lady, accompanying them with a cold gaze. On his lips, as always, there was that same sly smile and he was just waiting for the moment when he could finally deal with the guy. Sunlight reflected from the facades of the modern high-rise buildings of the big city, Wudong, and a familiar female voice came from one of them. Wei Qing told Wei Sun all the information he found about the guy, but there was nothing important there other than the fact that he was an ordinary person. The girl was seriously angry, so she threateningly ordered the guy to look further, because she was sure that he had missed something. Smiling awkwardly, Wei Qing tried to explain that the guy was so simple that it was impossible to miss anything. Wei Sung-yu angrily clutched her head because she could not believe that Shirley did not have any connections with the Dark Knight. The blonde had been chasing Dark Knight since she found out about them, but she was having no luck, which made her very nervous. She finally managed to get on the trail of the girl in the Porsche, but she suddenly disappeared, and the guy probably ended up there by accident. While the young lady was in thought, her partner, taking out a black card, said that they had one clue. The guy showed Wei Sung a black card with Shirley's name and the number 50,000 stamped on it. Wei Qing was alarmed by the fact that there was too large a number stamped on the card, which was not at all typical for an ordinary student. Hearing this, a new light lit up in the blonde's eyes, since this card could bring her closer to the solution. After carefully checking the account on the card, Wei Qing realized that out of 50,000, only 40,000 remained on it. Having heard such a huge amount, the girl couldn't believe her ears, so she asked her partner again. The young lady thought that even her partner's usual expenses did not exceed a couple of 100,000. It seemed to her that an ordinary poor student could not have such a sum from anywhere, so there was something fishy there. Wei Qing told everything he knew about Shirley's income, not understanding how he could collect such a sum, but suddenly the girl stopped him, because she was not interested in where he got the measly 40,000. The people the girl was looking for spent millions a day, and Shirley was nothing compared to that. This was the first time Wei Qing heard such a number from a girl, which surprised him, and Wei Sung covered her mouth with her hand because she shouldn't have told him about it. The girl's partner believed that Shirley was not at all what they needed, since with such a sum of money he dared to visit such a non-prestigious salon. Wei Sung sighed heavily and fell on the sofa in disappointment, thinking about her latest failures. Already the third trail was broken again and the girl did not know at all what to do and how to reach the eyes of the Dark Knight. The thought that she was a loser really depressed the young lady, and at Wei Qing's request to tell who she was really looking for, the girl said that he shouldn't know that. But the guy wanted to remind her that if the people she wanted were spending such amounts of money, they weren't anyone at all. Wei Qing said that the blonde needed to be careful as her search could turn against her, while the girl obediently agreed with this. The young lady stood up and politely thanked her partner for his help, since he was the only one who sincerely wanted to help her. Suddenly Wei Sun remembered that today she had an appointment with Song Miao Miao, which she had forgotten about, and Wei Qing, not understanding who she was talking about, asked her again if it was Master Shui, who does not care about gender. Even though no one liked Song Miao Miao, Wei Sung had no choice as she had to prove to her father what she was capable of. At that time, Shirley and the Red Lover were at a gas station when Miss Song suddenly received a call. Master Shui was pleasantly surprised that Wei Sung finally called her. Turning on speakerphone, the girl reproached Wei Sung for not showing up at their scheduled meeting. With a wink at Shirley, Song Miao Miao joyfully stated that now Wei Sung was to blame for the inconvenience caused to her, to which the girl apologized guiltily, since she had a very busy day. Wei Sung suggested that Song Miao Miao have dinner together, but she didn't like such a boring option at all, so Master Shui said that she would choose the place herself. The young lady said that if Wei Sung wanted to discuss matters, she should appear at the country track in the evening and compete in the race. Shirley listened carefully to the conditions, because if Wei Sung won, Song Miao Miao would discuss all the issues with her, but otherwise, the redhead wanted the three of them to have a great time together, calling Shirley Wei Sung's boyfriend. Such insolence extremely embarrassed Shirley. Besides, Wei Sung didn't even immediately understand which guy the crazy woman was talking about, and Song Miao Miao explained that the bald head was there with her. Shirley looked at Master Shui and was definitely sure that the girl was crazy. Wei Sung didn't understand which bald man the redhead was talking about, so she and Wei Qing began to go through all the options in their heads together. Instantly, the friends guessed who they were talking about, being incredibly surprised and not believing the guy's impudence. Within a second, such screams came from Song Miao Miao's phone that the girl pushed him away at arm's length, while Wei Sung was tirelessly indignant. Shirley listened with an open mouth to the dissatisfied blonde, who, in a fit of emotion, abandoned the race, threatening to win. Suddenly the young man decided to take the situation into his own hands and reached for the phone, shouting the young lady's name, to which she called him a bald pervert. Determination was seething in the guy's eyes, because he definitely needed to return the black card. Confidently snatching the phone from Master Shui, the guy shouted to the blonde to come to the race without fail. Shirley teased the girl with information about the Porsche girl because she really needed it, leaving Wei Sung no choice. The young man told the blonde to come to the race, and if she won, he would tell her everything. Wei Sung knew that he was hiding something or not telling her something, and this made her very wary. The girl eventually agreed to the race, telling her friends to wait for her. The blonde angrily hung up, realizing that she had created a lot of problems for herself. After getting dressed, the young lady ordered Wei Qing to go to another place with her, to which the guy obediently agreed. In Miss Song's eyes, Shirley was a smooth boy who looked completely unattractive. But given this, it seemed to her that Wei Sung had fallen head over heels in love with him. But the smooth boy wasn't enough, and Wei Sung caught him with some stranger in a Porsche. The girl asked him a bunch of questions, which he did not answer, which is why you, out of anger, gave the smooth boy a strong bream. Taking her things, the girl ran away in tears, shouting to him that they were breaking up forever. Hearing this version of Shirley meeting her friend, Song Miao Miao laughed, adding that it was very interesting. Watching her reaction, Shirley only thought about whether this girl was really that stupid, but he didn't have time to worry about it since he needed to return the black card. Suddenly the redhead laughed, calling him nasty, which Shirley did not immediately understand. Miss Song said that whoever could pick up her friend and then betray her does not have a small intestine at all. The girl laughed and asked the guy to tell her more about the Porsche girl, while Shirley tried not to pay attention. Shirley looked at Master Shui and thought that her head was definitely empty, because she had misunderstood everything, and on top of that, she was laughing stupidly. Suddenly, behind all this, the guy realized that something was wrong here. Looking at the road, Miss Song's hands were not on the steering wheel at all, and the guy screamed in fear when he saw the car speeding towards them, while Song Miao Miao did nothing at all about it. The girl, in turn, did not react in any way to his cry, but only took the steering wheel and laughed. Shirley shouted to the girl to watch the road more carefully, because next time they might be less lucky and inattention could result in an accident. The winding road led through bluish-green hills, creating a picturesque mountain landscape in which the race was likely planned. A bunch of cars had gathered at the foot of the mountain, with crowds of people milling around them. Around the cars, as at any race, there were a bunch of girls who invited visitors to come closer and look at the cars. Finally, Song Miao Miao's red jeep drove up to this whole party and stopped at a high speed near the young people dancing and having fun. Master Shui happily got out of the car, finally feeling at ease, after which she ordered Shirley, who obviously did not feel very well, to get out of the car. The poor guy was sick, and Miao Miao just laughed at him, without a note of compassion, welcoming him to the street race. Miss Song immediately found herself in the company of wonderful girls, with whom she went somewhere laughing and left Shirley alone. The young man looked after the crazy woman, thinking that she definitely didn't have everything at home. The guy looked around and saw excellent roads, cars, a lot of equipped places on the track and even several internationally famous racers. Shirley overheard a conversation between two young people who said that it would be very difficult to win the race against Song Miao Miao, because although she is a pervert, there is no one better than her in racing. Hearing this, the guy was noticeably worried, since Miss Song's victory was not at all beneficial to him, and the girl obviously knew her business. Suddenly, a bright yellow Alfa Romeo drove up to the crowd of people. The roar of its engine could be heard on the other side of the mountain. Miss Song's eyes suddenly lit up and the girl shouted joyfully that Wei Sung was finally here. Miao Miao suddenly rushed towards the blonde, completely losing her head from her beauty and not hearing anyone around. Wei Sung and her partner got out of the car and confidently walked towards Miss Song. Shirley also noticed the blonde, looking at her menacingly and realizing that she was finally here. As soon as Shirley began to approach his friends, trying to return his card, he was interrupted by the shouts of Master Shui. The crazy woman rushed towards them at full speed, screaming to let the young lady kiss her at least once. Wei Sung and Wei Qing looked at her in surprise, making sure that the redhead was not at all well with her head. Suddenly, swinging her leg, the blonde shouted at Miao Miao that she was abnormal and ordered her not to touch her. Miss Song grabbed the girl's leg and laughed at the fact that it was her attempt to touch her. The redhead hugged the girl, asking her not to hit her in the face since they were both girls, while Wei Sung reminded that their agreement was based on a race, after which Miao Miao should end all their agreements. Unexpectedly, Miss Song began to approach the girl, which made her stunned, not at all expecting such a turn of events. The crazy woman quietly whispered in her ear that Master Shui always sticks to his promises, asking if Wei Sung is ready to fulfill her condition if she loses. Such words angered the blonde, so she sharply snapped that she was sure to beat her friend. Master Shui approached the girl so that she accidentally kissed her, and the redhead only added that Wei Sung should not try too hard, since if she lost, she would be able to take care of her, unlike her father. The girl only brushed aside such proposals, clearly saying that these were family matters and she should not worry about them, inviting Song Miao Miao to the race. Shirley, in turn, watched this amazing picture as Song tried to seduce the blonde, rejoicing that she had hit her too. From what he heard, Shirley concluded that Wei Sung was the daughter that no one paid attention to, which was the reason for her arrogance and bipolarity. Looking at the yellow Alfa Romeo, the guy suddenly wondered why he cared and ordered him to stop, since it was much more important for him to return the black card. The young lady playfully laughed at Miao Miao as she was about to race in her hefty red jeep, which was not quite suitable for a race of this level, while Shirley quietly sneaked up to her car. Miss Song only laughed at such a statement, adding that she was serious about this race and you didn't need to worry about her. Smiling with satisfaction, Wei Sung said that the race will show who the winner will be. But when she returned to her car, she saw Shirley there, brazenly looking for something in the car. The girl began to boil because she didn't understand how this impudent guy could pretend to be her boyfriend and still rummage through her car. She approached him from behind and kicked the poor man into the cabin, ordering him to climb inside. The girl slammed the door behind him, got into the car and did the same with her own door, getting ready for the race. The guy, confused, began to ask the girl to let him out, but Wei Sung only added that if he introduced himself as her boyfriend, he should accompany her during the race. Clutching the briefcase with his hands, Shirley frightenedly asked the girl to let him out, or he would call the police, and the girl, in turn, mockingly said that he himself climbed into her car. Laughing at his threats, Wei Sung told the guy to call the police and then she would see who they would believe. Noticing that the young man got into her friend's car, Miao Miao stuck to her window, mockingly asking if the blonde really took her family to support her in the race. The blonde looked at Master Shui in surprise, not immediately understanding what he was talking about. Song Miao Miao laughed at the girl, laughing at the fact that she so easily forgives his betrayal, calling the young lady her Yu. Wei Sung, still not understanding anything, attacked the poor guy, screaming, "What did he tell that crazy woman?" And Shirley only said that she made it all up. The young lady scolded Miss Song, saying that it was time to compete, or she would automatically lose. Shirley was still trying to get out of the car before the race, to which the girl only responded sharply, ordering the young man to shut up. Satisfied that Wei Sung had pissed off, Miao Miao headed to her car with faith in her own victory. Such mockery charged her with energy of confidence and determination, so the girl was convinced that her victory would be inevitable. Realizing that the two fastest beauties of Wudong would participate in the race, the people came closer and closer with the desire to watch this crazy race. The girl with the flag stood between the two wheelbarrows, asking the lady if they were ready. Hearing only the roar of engines in response, the girl waved the flag and symbolically shouted "Start." The cars rushed off with a frantic sound that the crowd of fans barely managed to hear over. Wei Sung resolutely grabbed the steering wheel, concentrating on the road while the 10th layer of sweat flowed down Shirley's body. Song Miao Miao was not far behind her, the girl seemed more determined than ever. The cars were rushing at an insane speed, taking sharp turns without even braking. At every level section of the road, Wei Sung's foot pressed the gas pedal harder and harder to the floor. The yellow Alfa Romeo skidded on turns, but despite this, it continued to rush, not even giving Song a chance. Shirley watched the girl, realizing that she was an excellent driver and in all likelihood, she could become the winner. Shirley nervously looked out the window, looking for Or, and mentally begging her to overtake Wei Sung. Having guessed this, the blonde poured out all the dirt that she thought about him on him, because she believed that the guy needed Miao Miao's victory only for the sake of her conditions. Shirley began to convince the young lady that this was not at all the case, but she did not believe his words and ordered that he would soon be able to enjoy many things besides Miss Song's victory. The yellow Alfa Romeo speedometer needle almost reached the 400 mark, which made the engine hum and growl even more strongly. The guy was pinched in his seat from such speed, and he thought displeasedly that the girl was absolutely crazy, since only madmen could accelerate in front of a bunch of turns. Wei Sung was a skilled driver, so she was not at all afraid of any difficulties on the road. On the contrary, she put the gas pedal to the floor and picked up speed even more. Comparing himself to the level of the seat, poor Shirley was really starting to think that he was going to die soon. He was thrown from side to side, causing him to hit his head and gasp continuously. Suddenly something came over the guy's head and he decided to touch the girl. Just a second later, realizing what he had done, the guy became feverish in anticipation of what would happen now. While Wei Sung shouted indignantly at the guy, the young man only continuously apologized, and Miao Miao's car finally caught up with the Alfa Romeo. Looking out the window, Miss Song again laughed sarcastically at them, adding that the young couple was flirting again. At the right moment, the crazy woman found the right second and overtook the darlings, flashing her headlights goodbye. This made Wei Sung calm down and leave the guy alone, realizing that she was careless. Shirley smiled contentedly, thinking that Master Shui had finally overtaken them. The blonde was starting to get noticeably nervous, since she had no intention of losing at all, and now Sog Miao Miao's victory seemed much more real to her. The girl pressed the gas pedal again and the bright Alfa Romeo pulled off with all its speed. The yellow car desperately tried to catch up with Miao Miao's car, but it was unsuccessful on the winding road. Master Shui cheerfully teased the blonde, which only made her angrier and instilled confidence and determination. There was a sharp turn ahead and the girl twisted the steering wheel of the car so that it began to drive almost sideways, drifting. Not expecting such a sharp turn, Shirley fearfully asked the girl what she was going to do, to which she only looked away and ordered him to shut up. The car skidded into the bump stop and slightly touched the bump stop built along the edge of the road. Both competitors were scared, but without stopping or letting go of the steering wheel, they continued the race. Poor Shirley grabbed onto the safety belt and grabbed the handle above his head, almost certain that he was about to die. The bump stop on the right side of the car was still grinding and sparking due to contact with the car, and Wei Sung could not move the car away from the edge. Seeing what happened, Song Miao Miao screamed in fear, afraid for her friend. The blonde kept her eyes on the road, grabbing the steering wheel with incredible strength and trying to save herself, Shirley and the car. Finally, Alfa Romeo managed to get rid of the ill-fated bump stop and returned to the main track. The race continued, but now Wei Sung was several tens of meters behind Master Shui. The young lady had never been so close to death, so, after catching her breath, she concentrated on the road again. Shirley, in turn, not yet opening his eyes, tightly held onto the handle of the car and ordered in a whisper that he was about to die. Realizing that everything was fine with her friend, Song Miao Miao began her bullying again, advising the girl to simply give up without risking her own life. The girl covered her own ear with one hand, trying not to pay attention to the crazy words. The guy took Miao Miao's advice and began to talk about it to Wei Sung, because he didn't want to die at all. Suddenly the blonde screamed that it was his fault, pointing her index finger at the guy. Shirley thought that it was better not to argue with her, so he agreed with this, but added that it is not necessary to win at all and you can always win next time. Baring her teeth, the girl threateningly snapped that no, clutching the steering wheel even more and pressing the pedal. The car began to pick up speed again, and the tortured Shirley, clutching his head, again thought that he would soon die. This race was incredibly important for Wei Sung, so she definitely had to win and take some of the weight off her father's shoulders. The girl repeated that she had to save her family from danger, while the cars accelerated again. Instantly, it seemed to Shirley that something was clearly wrong with the car, to which the girl did not pay attention at all, since she needed victory. The completely frightened guy looked ahead and shouted that they were going to fall off the mountain, again clinging to the handle above his head. It was the last corner on the final straight, so they had to do it. Not understanding this, Shirley shouted why couldn't he just lose and fulfill Miss Song's conditions, to which the blonde only replied that she would rather die. The evil Shirley only called the girl stupid and said that if she died, she would lose absolutely everything. But the girl confidently added that some things are much more important than death and should be done, even if you die as a result. Suddenly the guy allegedly switched. He took the hand of the girl who was on the steering wheel and said that he had an idea if the blonde wanted to win so much. The guy cheerfully blurted out that it is not at all necessary to die if you want to win. His idea would ruin the girl's reputation a little. He was sure that it was effective. Hearing this, the young lady looked at him in surprise, not imagining what this pervert was up to. However, when the guy finally told her about his idea, he received a huge beam in the face, and in addition, screams about how crazy he was. There was no living space left on Shirley's body and face after the girl's blows, and he was already begging the fight to stop. He advised the girl to focus on driving and listen to him if she really wanted to win, as the idea was truly unbeatable. Because the blonde was distracted by him, Shirley remembered his recent driving experience with Miss Song when they almost crashed, so he added that the young lady should also pay attention to the road. Laughter could be heard from the car in front, in which Miao Miao was, as Master Shui certainly considered herself the future winner. Shirley understood that it was now or never, so the girl had to sacrifice something if she wanted to win. Having driven all its strength out of the yellow Alfa Romeo, Wei Sung began to slowly catch up with the madhouse. The girl had little time to think, so, after thinking a little, she agreed. Confidence and courage reignited in her eyes, which became the key to a successful mission. The girl pressed the button and the roof of the car began to slowly fold, and the surprised Shirley did not even know that this car could do this, especially at such a speed. Having opened the roof, the girl ordered the guy not to look, to which he obediently agreed, since there really was no living space left on his face. The guy ordered her to change places so that he would be driving while the girl was busy. Charged with energy, Wei Sung suddenly shouted at Miss Song to definitely look at her. Miao Miao did not expect this, so she asked in surprise what she wanted, turning her head towards her friend's car. Angrily looking out of the car window, Master Shui tried to see what was happening behind her. Peering out of the yellow Alfa Romeo was the figure of Wei Sung, whose blouse was unbuttoned. At that same moment, the redhead completely lost control of herself, turning her attention to the blonde. This became her fatal mistake, because turning away from the road, the girl did not see an obstacle ahead. Miss Song's car crashed into the bump stop with the brakes blown out, after which the entire front part of the hood was completely smashed, and Wei Sung successfully overtook her. Coming out of the burning car, Miao Miao only looked admiringly after the yellow Alfa Romeo. Before she could sit down, Wei Sung began happily shouting that they had won, while Shirley struggled to hold the steering wheel. The joyful girl attacked him with hugs, telling him how wonderful it was that she listened to him. After such tenderness, Shirley began to get nervous and blush, because never in his life had a girl been so close to him. Noticing this, Wei Sung immediately recoiled, as she herself realized that she had crossed the border. Since Shirley was not such a skilled driver at all, he immediately began to beg the blonde to get back behind the wheel. And just a few seconds later, the bright yellow Alfa Romeo finally crossed the finish line. Shouts of greeting for Wei Sung could be heard from everywhere, but Master Shui's fans were seriously surprised that their idol lost so easily. Miss Yu's car was suddenly surrounded by crowds of fans who were just ordering what a cool girl she was. Getting out of the car, the beauty kindly thanked everyone, and in her background, Shirley carefully watched everyone. The guy was not interested in all these greetings and applause. He was incredibly glad that they returned alive. Holding his lower back, he barely got out of the car, muttering to himself that his restlessness almost killed him. But the guy had to admit that it wasn't that bad, so he smiled and looked at the young lady with satisfaction. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Song Miao Miao appeared among the crowd of people, running towards the blonde shouting that she was truly a master of her craft. These screams made Wei Sungyu return and pay attention to her, no matter how much the girl would not want it. Taking a sip, Master Shui cheerfully said that no normal girl would do such a thing in front of her boyfriend, but she liked such persistence. Ignoring this, the blonde said contentedly that since she had won, all the details of the deal would be decided by her, according to the rules. Lowering her head and smiling, Miao Miao said that her victory was not entirely fair, since such tricks were entirely performed for the purpose of temptation, but still the redhead agreed. Grabbing Yu's hand, Miss Song pulled her along with her, since such matters could not remain unresolved for a second longer. Slipping out, Miss Wei added contentedly that she was not at all interested in such impudent people as Miao Miao, but the victory was a victory. Shirley, in turn, watched closely as Wei Sung tried to convince Miss Song to admit defeat. Instantly the guy realized that since the blonde had won, he would have to talk about the girl from the Porsche. The girls were still standing and intensely discussing something, especially Song Miao Miao. She seemed to agree, but it seemed not. The cunning woman said that she would agree to any conditions, only the blonde would let her look again. Wei Sun instantly got very tired of this conversation, so the girl ordered the redhead to stop and called Wei King, who was Wei Qing, to her. The girl told her friend to check that Master Shui signed all the documents, and then bring the documents to her office. Taking advantage of the moment that diverted the young lady's attention, Shirley again tried to sneak away to avoid talking about the Portia girl. While the company was busy discussing important matters, the guy slowly ran away from the scene, holding a briefcase in his hands. Suddenly, just as the guy was already starting to show up, Wei Sung suddenly looked in his direction, while Miao Miao was still unsuccessfully trying to persuade the girl to show her a few more times. The blonde indignantly shouted after Shirley to stop, to which the guy didn't even have time to find an answer. Taking advantage of this, the young lady ordered him to quickly get into the car and wait for her. Smiling, she beckoned him with her finger, ordering the young man to come with her. The embarrassed young man pretended not to understand anything, while 7 sweats dripped from him, since the black card seemed to be so close, but something was stopping him again. On the horizon, the sky was gradually beginning to turn pink, and Wudong Stone Building stood motionless, like a concrete jungle. Despite the late hour, there were still enough cars on the city roads, among which was the already familiar yellow Alfa Romeo. Miss Yu looked very concentrated while driving, and the guy still couldn't find a way to say that he wanted to get out. Suddenly the girl received a call and she threateningly ordered Shirley to remain silent, or he would be left without a head. Suddenly, from an evil witch who is ready to kill everyone who touches her, Wei Sung turned into a cute kitten, talking affectionately to her father. The father told the girl that Song Miao Miao signed the contract and paid for everything that was needed, but the question of how her daughter agreed with her about this left the girl in a stupor. The girl just waved it off, arguing that girls have their own secrets and ending the conversation by saying that she was now leaving with a friend. Shirley stared at the girl and did not believe that she had such a childish, innocent side, because in his eyes the young lady seemed like a formidable shark with 3 rows of teeth. Seeing that the guy was staring again, the girl didn't like it at all and she again attacked him with threats. Shirley tried to thank Miss Wei for taking him to the city and ask him to get out of the car, since he could go home on his own, but the girl stubbornly stood her ground and that's why she was taking the guy to a restaurant for dinner. The guy nervously tried to explain to the girl that he needed to come back because he didn't have time, to which she indignantly replied that he could agree to dinner. Shirley noticed that the blonde was starting to get nervous, so he began to change his manner of speaking and said that it was absolutely not worth it to eat at Miss Wei's expense, but he could order something with his roommates in the dorm. Instantly the girl could not resist and yelled at him again, assuring the guy that this was not a simple dinner at all, and he, in general, promised to tell her something. A second later, the young lady pulled out a black card from her pocket and twirled it in front of the young man's nose, adding that she still had his card, so it would be more profitable for him to go with her. They rode the rest of the journey in silence, and Wei Sung, frowning offendedly, thought that as soon as she invited someone to dinner, she was immediately refused. The couple arrived at one of the best restaurants in Wudong, and Wei Sung immediately asked the waiters to bring them the best bottle of champagne and order as always. The waiter nodded obediently and the girl with Shirley behind her walked to the table. There were already a variety of dishes on the table, and on the side stood a pink bottle of champagne, which Shirley had seen for the first time in his life. The guy looked at the dishes on the table and couldn't sit down, so the girl herself decided to invite him to the table. The young man sat dejectedly, staring at his own feet and greedily clutching his briefcase on his chest. Noticing this, Wei Sung smiled and added that the young man needed to relax a little. The girl said that while she was in the mood, it would be better for him to have dinner with her, and after that she would give him the card in full. This didn't change Shirley's expression much, as he tensely clutched the glass of champagne in his hand and looked at him. To ease the tension a little, Wei Sung decided to have a drink, so suddenly the bell rang and they hit their glasses. The girl made a toast to today's victory and, savoring it, sipped a little champagne. Exhaling, the young lady put the glass on the table and said that that champagne was indeed very tasty. Shirley watched her calmness and this began to seriously irritate him, since the guy was in a hurry. He abruptly put the glass on the table so that it shook a little, but the girl did not pay attention to it. Putting another piece of meat into her mouth, the girl thanked him for his help and said that against people like Song Miao Miao, such methods of victory are not very bad. The biggest blonde was happy that Dad had finally recognized her, and now, after this, he would no longer consider her a child. Taking another bite from the juicy steak, she said that she thought the guy was very interesting. After a moment, she added that if Shirley really had nothing to do with what she was looking for, they could become good friends. The guy was still looking dejectedly into the distance and almost didn't listen to his companion at all. Wei Sungyu finally decided to ask him about it, since the guy had been like that throughout their entire dinner. The girl asked the guy what happened to him, since he did not have dinner, did not drink and almost did not talk. While the girl was thinking that the guy was still holding old grudges, Shirley's patience was gradually running out. Suddenly the guy abruptly stood up from the table and, clapping his hands, sharply said that he was really sorry, but he had business to do and Miss Wei must definitely return the black card to him. The young man was very angry, and because of his emotions he shouted that he did not have time for dinner, for congratulations, and for friendship with the young lady. He screamed tirelessly and asked the girl to return the card to him, crossing all boundaries of discipline. Wei Sungyu was very surprised by this behavior, since the girl did not at all expect that a guy could do this to her. But the blonde was not taken aback and said that if he decided to leave without dinner, Shirley should tell her about the Portia girl, and only then would he receive the card. Shirley was boiling with anger so much that veins were already beginning to appear on his face, and his eyes were bloodshot, like a bull's. The girl did not remain calm, so she checked that the guy himself promised to tell her the whole truth if she won. The young man looked the young lady in the eyes with a stern look, realizing that he had no choice but to tell something. Baring his teeth, he sharply blurted out that he knew absolutely nothing about that girl and it really was an accident. The young man extended his hand one last time, asking the blonde to return his black card to him. The confidence suddenly disappeared from Wei Sungyu's face. She looked at the guy a little offended and meekly agreed to return the card, adding that it was her fault. After that, she added that her fault was that the young lady wanted to become friends with someone like Shirley. Unexpectedly, the girl took out a black card from her pocket, but before Shirley could rejoice at this, she called the waiter over to give him orders. The young lady with a smile ordered the employee to reset the card she handed him, to which the guy politely agreed. The waiter slowly swiped the card at the terminal, selecting the reset function, when suddenly there was a squeak and the money was written off from the card. Shirley's face suddenly flashed through the vast range of emotions that he could only experience at that moment. The blonde, in turn, unceremoniously turned around and headed for the exit, advising Shirley to enjoy the dinner he was in such a hurry to escape from. The young man was left alone in front of a huge pile of dishes displayed on the table. Shirley looked at the glass of champagne in which he drowned the black card, thinking that there was no more money left and he would definitely die soon. Horror reigned on his face and thoughts of death still did not leave the guy. The guy looked at the plate of pasta, thinking that this dinner was not real and was a false expense. He came to the conclusion that this dinner was the last in his life, so he decided to listen to the blonde and enjoy her to the fullest. With tears in his eyes, the guy ate everything that was on the table, convincing himself that if he died, it would be from overeating. Suddenly, a figure familiar to him instantly appeared in front of the poor man. Scepter sat on the opposite sofa with his feet on the table, adding that even when he eats, Shirley looks ridiculous. With food in his cheeks like a hamster, Shirley sat and stared at the pagan as tears glistened from his eyes. The guy drank and was convinced that the scepter clearly wanted to see him die if he stopped hiding. Continuing to stuff his chicken foot, Shirley tried to say something, but he was unable to do so due to his mouth being full. Having laughed at the words about hiding places, Scepter menacingly added that such large creatures as he had nothing to hide at all. He added coldly that he was simply following the rules of the black card, which allowed him to observe the slaves when they were in trouble. But despite this, Scepter added that he would not waste his own time talking to dead people, which instantly surprised the young man. This answer meant that the guy still had a chance to live, and he dumbfoundedly asked Scepter if he would really live. Scepter clapped his hands, congratulating the poor guy on being really lucky this time. The Scepter said that the first task was completed perfectly and he came there in order to stop the death of the young man from overeating. Raising a glass of champagne in greeting, Scepter cheerfully asked the guy if he was happy. Shirley stood and did not understand what was happening, because he did not spend this money, but the waiter did it for him. Swallowing champagne, Scepter grinned and told the young man to think on his own. Shirley noticed that the Scepter said something about a task well done, so the guy decided to ask the pagan about it, to which he replied that he liked the young man's attentiveness. But there was one thing that irritated Scepter, and that was that the slave sometimes thought more than was necessary. Suddenly, the familiar red fog began to appear around the young man again. The guy began to feel unbearable pain, and the bloody darkness became more and more, it enveloped him like a blanket. Shirley did not understand why the Scepter was punishing him, since he completed the task, and very well at that. Breaking into a smile, Scepter agreed with the guy, but added that the young man remembered that he wanted to watch him die. Looking mockingly at the poor fellow, Scepter added that the guy really guessed right, because the bastard really loved watching such a spectacle. The poor man was already screaming in pain, gritting his teeth, and drops of sweat ran down his face. Suddenly the pain disappeared and the red haze dissipated, and the guy opened one eye to look. The guy looked at his hands, on which the nails had disappeared, which he did not expect at all. Shirley indignantly turned to Scepter, asking why he gave him a manicure. While drinking champagne, he answered that although the guy had lost several nails that did not have nerve endings, the pain was really real. Looking sternly at the young man with his cold gaze, Scepter added that if he loses the black card again, he will lose more important parts of his body along with it. The poor man looked sadly and beaten down at his own nails, looking first at the Scepter, then at his hands. Noticing this, the pagan ordered him not to look that way, since this path was chosen by Shirley. Approaching him, Scepter told the guy that he had been promoted to the first level of a slave, since Shirley had successfully completed his trial task and would now receive 80,000 per week. The young man looked helplessly into his cold eyes, while the Scepter only greeted him with satisfaction that the guy had a chance to live another week. But suddenly the question arose in his mind why he was promoted if he only spent the week's quota. Hitting the poor guy on the head with his staff, Scepter mockingly added that since the guy had been promoted, he could now spend a large amount of money at the same time. However, Shirley was not at all happy about this, since now he had to think about where to spend another 80,000, because one day there might come a day when this amount would grow to an incredible amount that he could no longer easily spend. Suddenly a new thought came to his mind that this promotion could be due to what Scepter said earlier. Shirley asked the pagan to explain to him what it means to perform an incredibly good task. Hitting the guy with the staff again, Scepter whispered menacingly that even after his promotion, the young man still had no right to ask such questions. However, the young man needed to find out about this at any cost, and he began to say that he needed this information only to perform tasks efficiently. Watching this fascinating spectacle, Scepter mockingly said that he was amused by the guy's pity. Reacting to the flattery, Scepter still decided to tell the slave a few things, since he had completed his task much better than others. The Dark Knight God considered a small expense but a big profit to be an effective way to spend money, but Shirley could not understand where he did it. Shirley only paid for the spa and that dinner, but he could not understand whether it was really effective. Noticing these thoughts, Scepter said that he had allocated too much time for such a compassionate creature, so now it was the guy's turn to think for himself. Shirley was outraged that Scepter told him almost nothing, since the guy still did not understand what effective spending of money meant. The young man quietly muttered that he expected some kind of reward for his achievements, after which the Scepter, already heading towards the exit, suddenly stopped. Seeing this, the guy did not understand why he stopped, and was surprised to think that he could really receive some kind of reward. The Scepter lazily turned towards the guy, without even changing his facial expression, and agreed with the young man. But, returning to the table, Scepter slowly said that he did not want to give these awards to the guy at all, since he did not like him. Hearing this, the thought flashed through Shirley's head about what an inglorious freak he was, since the guy didn't even know that he needed to ask about such things. Noticing the expression on Shirley's face, Scepter began to suspect that he was scolding him in his own thoughts, so the bastard asked if he really wanted to go without a reward. Suddenly the guy seemed to turn into an impatient puppy, who was jumping around and asking his owner to give him his rewards. Scepter snapped 2 fingers and a board appeared in front of Shirley in the form of dozens of glowing cards, and according to Scepter, he only needed to choose 2 from there. The bastard ordered the young man to go and choose, while Shirley froze in front of a pile of bright cards. He looked at the huge selection before his eyes and didn't know how he could choose 2 cards out of 81, thinking that the black card system was a little pointless. Zev, Scepter snapped that the guy has no right to doubt in the black card system, so he just needs to choose. Having chosen a card, Shirley barely touched it and immediately began to blink, sparkle and spin before his eyes. Looking at the fact that the millionaire card had fallen out unsuccessfully, Scepter smiled sarcastically, saying that this was not bad, since this card makes a person incredibly rich for 24 hours. Hearing about this, pictures of an expensive car among the heights of a big city immediately appeared in the guy's thoughts. The young man presented himself as a world-famous star, surrounded by crowds of paparazzi and fans. Thinking about such wonderful things made Shirley's mouth water, and the guy himself began to look like an abnormal person. However, the Scepter did not wait long and dispelled all his dreams with one blow to the face, ordering him to quickly choose the next card. Shirley grabbed his cheek and asked the Scepter to give him time to think, to which the scoundrel only sharply ordered not to waste his precious time. Having chosen another card, which again seeded and spun, the guys began to wait with interest to see what the young man would present himself with this time. However, upon seeing the card, they both froze, and even Scepter opened one eye. He got the highest rank card, which was called the Gold Investment Finger, and Shirley thought it sucked. Such words seriously outraged the Scepter, who scolded Shirley and explained the importance of this card, because before that it had almost never fallen out to anyone, which meant that the god of the Dark Night decided to give a gift to the slave. Having learned this, the guy enthusiastically asked how he could use it, at which the bastard laughed and added that only the highest representatives of the Dark Night could use this card. A little sad and calmed down, Shirley asked him if he could change the card to something else, which unfortunately was impossible, according to Scepter. Slowly disappearing, Scepter mockingly added that if he were sure, he would better think about how he could live until the day when this card could easily fall into his hands. Shirley was again left alone with the black card and a table full of food, staring steadily after the disappeared Scepter. The guy looked at the map with the thought that a new difficult week had begun, during which his task was to survive. From one of the tallest and most expensive buildings in the city, the satisfied cries of a guy were heard, rejoicing at his housewarming. Shirley stood in the middle of a room full of boxes and was happy that he had finally moved to a new house. Concentratedly writing something in his own notebook, the guy said out loud that in 3 days he spent 58,000, which was 3/4 of the weekly quota. Shirley was pleased with his own achievements, so he tiredly plopped down on the soft sofa and put his feet up on the table. Wealth didn't seem so bad to him because he wore new clothes, lived in a new house and still had some spare money. Although this was partly thanks to Song Miao Miao, the guy still thought she was crazy for even visiting his school to discuss him. The crazy woman talked to his friends and invited them to her place to hang out together, which scared the innocent girls a little. Looking at all this, the guy didn't understand how Miao Miao found out what school he went to. Shirley was glad that he had few lessons from that year and could hide in the new house, since Master Shui scared him to death. Now that he lived on his own, the guy could easily invite guests whenever he wanted, stay awake all night, play and not worry about the electricity bill, and maybe even date a girl. The young man liked this life, but he needed to calmly consider how to use the reward for a task well completed. In fact, after that night, the guy asked the Scepter to tell him how to complete the task in such a way as to receive rewards. Since the young man had been obedient and good lately, Scepter decided to take pity and tell him the secret. The Scepter reminded the guy of dinner with Wei Sung, but the guy didn't understand what was so important about it. Scepter told the guy that the wine the young lady bought him cost 100,000, while the amount the guy spent was only 40,000, which was considered efficient spending. Shirley couldn't believe his ears as he couldn't comprehend that small bottle of wine could actually cost that kind of money. Sighing, Scepter added that what made these costs effective was that Shirley changed his relationships with other people for the sake of financial assistance, and for this the great god decided to reward him. Shirley listened to his mentor in surprise, but with interest, since he was very interested in the topic of the great god. But the guy still didn't understand what it meant to change the relationship for financial help, and how to get it. The Scepter could not help him with this question, but sure had another question about how to use the millionaire card. The Scepter ordered the young man to call him the moment the guy wants to use this card. Shirley sat and thought about all the information that his mentor had told him earlier, because now he realized that people close to him could help him with a useful quota. Despite all this, he still could not understand why and for what purpose God makes people spend money on a dark night. Yawning, Shirley thought that if he could understand the great God's intentions, he would live his life to the fullest. From such a large number of thoughts, the guy quickly got hungry, so he decided to eat something. Rising from the sofa, the guy said to himself in thought that the life of the rich was indeed strange, since not everyone could spend 100,000 on a bottle of champagne. As the guy walked towards the door, his head was filled with thoughts about how to get others to help him spend money, as well as how to make friends with them in general. Suddenly, the smartest thought came into his head, which he had not even counted on. Shirley suddenly thought of Wei Sung-yu, with whom he had recently quarreled. Suddenly the guy slapped himself in the face, scolding his mind for even thinking about the girl. For a moment he even felt ashamed that, after all her help, they had such an unpleasant quarrel at the end. Suddenly the young man heard some strange sounds behind him, which certainly made him turn around. In the corridor of the high-rise building, the surprised Wei Sung, whom he had only thought about, appeared in front of him. Both stood and looked at each other in shock, not understanding where they came from. The guy's thoughts were filled with thoughts about why the girl was here, how she found him, and did she really want to ask him about the eyes of the dark night, while Yu was thinking about the same things, staring at the guy in confusion. Shirley waved his hand at her shyly, speaking first and remarking that it was an interesting coincidence. Without hesitation, the young lady turned sharply and headed in the opposite direction from the guy, showing with all her appearance that the girl was offended. Finally, overcoming his fear, Shirley rushed after the young lady, shouting her name. The girl nervously turned to him and asked in a raised voice what he wanted. Quite unexpectedly for her, the young man graciously invited the lady to dinner, which amazed the girl. After some time, the couple was already sitting calmly in one of the best restaurants in Wudong and trying to order something from the huge menu. Resting her head on her hand, Wei Sung sat and watched the guy, thinking that she didn't like him for some reason and not understanding how she just followed him. Shirley, in turn, ordered the waitress to bring them the most expensive dishes that the restaurant could offer. After ordering dinner, Shirley began to make excuses, saying that he really didn't think that he would live next to the blonde. Almost not listening to him, the girl just waved it off, saying that this was not even her home and she was temporarily living with Wei Qing. When the young man asked why she lived there, the girl told him the story of Song Miao Miao. The crazy woman blocked the exit from her house and forced her to move, hiding from the outside. Hearing this, Shirley enthusiastically began to tell his story of being persecuted by Master Shui, which amazed the girl as she did not expect that even this guy would be followed crazily. But having decided to take advantage of the current situation, the young man added with a wide smile that thanks to Miao Miao, he now had the opportunity to have dinner with the blonde and apologize. The girl was embarrassed by such pleasantries, adding that the invitation to the Yul Yuterd restaurant fully confirmed the sincerity of his intentions. The guy did not understand which blonde Yul was talking about, and Wei Sung, understanding this, told him that Yul Yuterd is a world-famous chef who opened this restaurant. The guy was a little confused because he didn't know anything about it and didn't know much about the restaurant business at all. The guy added that it was his first time inviting someone to dinner and that's why he chose a restaurant he liked that he could afford. After closing himself for a few seconds and looking at his companion, the guy suddenly became speechless, but he woke up in time and added that he was also trying to choose an establishment where Miss Yu would like the dishes. The young lady sat and looked at Shirley in fascination, thinking that he was really sincere with her. Playing with a glass in her hand, she agreed with him, at the same time thinking that suddenly she stopped hating him and that is why the girl decided to forgive him. Shirley was overjoyed at this, finally smiling and making sure that their relationship was safe. Suddenly, a young man in a scarlet suit suddenly approached their table, cheerfully declaring that he had finally found such a beautiful girl. Turning his gaze away from the beauty, the stranger laughed at Shirley and joked rudely about the guy. Turning his gaze back to Miss Yu, the eccentric boldly invited her to have dinner together, getting to know each other better. Ignoring the upstart, Wei Sung concentrated on clicking something on her phone. The eccentric did not like this reaction of the girl at all, so he brazenly jumped onto their table to attract attention, which greatly outraged Shirley. The man called himself promising, handsome and attractive, the famous San Shao, and smiled broadly at Miss Wei, while Shi began to slowly boil. After such impudent words, Shi unceremoniously laughed at Shao, noting that he was not only not the only son, but also the third in the family, so his words were not worth money. Hearing this, the enraged San attacked Shi with threats, to which the guy calmly replied that the third son is always useless and therefore he should leave. The guy calmly sat down at the table, while the security guard tried to restrain the uncontrollable stranger, while he shouted various threats towards the couple throughout the entire restaurant. San Shao's assistant begged him to calm down, since Mr. Yul's event was very soon and the guy should not ruin his relationship with him. A little later, the distraught San calmed down and only told Shi that this time he was voluntarily letting him get away with it. Snorting, San Shao turned around and, together with his assistant, headed towards the exit, while the guy only saw them off with a stern look. As San Shao walked towards the door, he noticed a waitress who was probably bringing food to Shi's table. On her stroller was the number 11, which became direct evidence of the place to which the worker was heading. Suddenly the bastard stopped the poor girl, asking if there was food for the bald guest, to which the waitress quietly replied as follows. A brilliant idea, in his opinion, appeared in San Shao's head, and he offered the girl to earn some tips. Wei Sung, at that time, clapped her hands enthusiastically, praising Shi's way of pissing people off. The guy smiled embarrassedly, but supported the flattery of his girlfriend, and the girl, in turn, told a little about the Yin family, which, as it turned out, was one of the strongest catering companies in the area. Miss Yu felt that now his family seemed to have common affairs with Mr. Yule, whom the stranger's assistant remembered, so the girl asked Shi to be careful with the eccentric. At this moment, the waitress finally approached the table and kindly placed a dish covered with sachem in front of the guy, while Shi was confidently asserting that Miss Yu had nothing to worry about at all. When the waitress raised the net, the young man saw something under it that made him scream in indignation, because there was some kind of garbage on the plate, unknown in its composition and consistency. The employee smiled and said that it was a gift from San Shao in the form of a special dish especially for the guests. Shi's level of anger went off scale. The guy was furious, pouring out all his anger on the poor girl who blatantly sold herself to the pagan. The girl, without losing her form, tried to explain that Mr. N was a diamond VIP client and that is why he had only good intentions, and Wei Sung, hearing this, mockingly ordered the waitress to give him the same dish. Hearing her friend's idea, Shi completely disagreed with it, abruptly stopping the waitress and ordering her not to do it. The guy said that San Shao was so polite that he simply couldn't leave him without a worthy gift, while in Shi's head he was already thinking about using the millionaire card. Within a few minutes, Shi's indignant complaints could be heard from another part of the restaurant. The guy was arguing with Scepter because, as it turned out, he couldn't use the millionaire's card exactly when he wanted. Scepter, who was sitting calmly opposite the guy, listening to the music, explained that it wasn't that the card couldn't be used, it just couldn't be used immediately when the owner wanted it. The mentor said that all cards have a certain time of use, and the millionaire's card can be valid from 12 o'clock in the afternoon until the clock strikes 12 again, that is, the whole day. However, if the young man still wanted to use it, the effect of the card would be several times less, as well as the time of its use. Finally, taking off his headphones and clasping his palms together, Scepter cheerfully added that in this case the result would be far from ideal. Shi became wary after his words and asked how strong the laxative effect would be. The mentor said that the card will only work for 2 hours, and the effect will only be limited to the hotel where the guy is located, and only to people who come to this hotel within the next 2 hours, which Shi definitely agreed to. Scepter liked the guy's determination, so he asked him what he would like, while the guy was a little surprised by such speed. Shi quietly whispered his wishes into Scepter's ear, telling him about every detail of his plan, and the mentor, listening carefully, smacked his lips a little and agreed. San Shao and his assistant stood outside while the guy talked to his boss about how the dish idea seemed too cruel to him. And San answered the alarmist with a smile that nothing bad had happened, and assured his friend that he had not only presented a surprise for a guy with a bad status, but the guy with very funny glasses did not calm down, saying that cooperation with Mr. Yul would greatly help San Shao secure his place outside the family, which he simply brushed aside. Suddenly, a luxury Mercedes arrived at the restaurant, the size of which was the same as several ordinary passenger cars. Mr. Yule got out of the car and walked up to San Shao with a smile, while the guy greeted him affectionately at the restaurant and hoped that the man would appreciate their desire to cooperate. Mr. Yule invited them to go to the restaurant and discuss all matters there. However, only after entering the establishment, he began to hear loud complaints and screams from one of the guests. A little depressed, Mr. Yule looked towards the loud noises, asking in surprise what was going on, while San Shao tried to refuse him a visit to the disgruntled table. Mr. Yule clearly disagreed with the guy, arguing that clients are gods for him, so he definitely needs to find out what happened. Mr. Yule and the pagan confidently walked towards the table, where Shirley was apologizing to the girl for the fact that the restaurant turned out to be terrible. Seeing the young man, Mr. Yule cried out joyfully, not believing that his old friend Shir was standing in front of him. The man flew at the guy with hugs, ordering that he still felt his aura, although they had not seen each other for a long time, and behind the Mr. S back was the stunned face of San Shao. Shirley also began to walk towards Yule, opening his arms and surprised at the appearance of his old friend, and Wei Sung, who was standing behind him, only watched it all with parallelism. They hugged tightly in front of the amazed Wei Sung and San Shao, patting each other on the back. From behind Mr. Yule, Shirley looked pleased with his face. All he could think about was that this was exactly what he needed, and the effect of the millionaire card was magnificent. The young man ordered Scepter to make Yuthard his best longtime friend in order to humiliate the pagan and destroy his business. Mr. Yule, at that time, had already joyfully grabbed the young man by the shoulder, inviting him to the restaurant and ordering that the guy would be served as best as possible, and only the best dishes would be served to him, while behind them the still puzzled Yu watched them and two eccentrics. While they were leaving, Shirley quietly told his friend that the service in that restaurant was terrible, which seriously surprised the man. Seeing the pile of garbage on the guest's plate, Mr. Yule's eyes started to pop into the back of his head. Waving his arms furiously, Mr. Yuthard shouted in displeasure, not understanding what was on the plate and what was happening in his restaurant. A frightened waitress stood nearby, who could not say anything to the master, while Shirley, mockingly, reproached her for the fact that just recently she was so cute talking about a sincere gift. Smiling, the guy added that she was talking about some special VIP client, while an angry Mr. Yule stood nearby, and San Shao looked at them in fear from the side. Yuthard understood everything and therefore asked Mr. Shao to explain the situation, and he, in turn, began to make excuses, saying that he did not know about the friendship between Shirley and the master. Yule was outraged as he didn't understand how San Shao could compare Shirley to their friendship because the customers were considered gods in Mr. Yule's restaurant anyway. Mr. Yule reproached the guy for his VIP status, which the young man successfully destroyed along with the soul of the gourmet, and San Shao at that time tried to apologize to the gentleman, still hoping for cooperation. Yuthard abruptly cut off the young man's proposal, making it clear that there would be no cooperation, and from that moment on, San Shao was no longer a VIP client of the restaurant. And San, confused, began to beg the master not to do this, but he did not listen to him, but resolutely dismissed the waitress who decided to serve the dish. The waitress also tried to save her career by persuading the gentleman not to do this, but he stood his ground. San Shao sat confusedly in the middle of the restaurant and declared that it was all over and he was now in big trouble, while his assistant tried unsuccessfully to calm him down. The young man peered at the floor, not understanding what to do next, and Shirley said with satisfaction that it was not all over yet, since he had a gift for the poor man. The guy carefully packed the scraps from the plate into a beautiful gift bag and handed it to San Shao, congratulating him on the successful agreement. San Shao, swearing, insulted the guy, shouting out what else the impudent man needed, since the guy had already humiliated him. Wei Sung, who was standing behind Shirley, mockingly added that if the guy didn't want to dine on the gift now, he could safely eat it at home. Shirley, smiling, put his hand on San Shao's shoulder and said that the guy really was a genius, since he was smart enough to ruin the relationship with the daughter of the Wei family, which the impudent man in red was surprised to hear about. Hearing the mention of the Wei family, Master Yule was also surprised, wondering if the blonde was suddenly the financial manager of the Wei family corporation. Yuthard stared at the girl who stood next to him just a few steps away and smiled sweetly at him. With a smile on her face and her hand extended, Wei Sung affectionately introduced herself by her name, adding that she was Shirley's friend and a super fan of Mr. Yul. Mr. Yul happily shook the girl's hand, adding that Shirley's friend automatically became his friend, and it was an honor for him to meet such a wonderful lady. Confused and frightened, San Shao contemplated this spectacle and was immensely surprised at his audacity, since he managed to flirt with Wei's own daughter. The impudent man looked at Shirley, not understanding who the guy was, since an ordinary person could not be a friend of Mr. Yul and the daughter of the Wei family. When Sang Shao finally left the establishment, Master Yul sincerely apologized to the couple and offered to cook them dinner for two, which made Shirley wonder about the time limit on the millionaire card. Having heard about such a wonderful offer, the blondes certainly agreed to it, since they could not miss such a wonderful chance to try food from Mr. Yul himself. The thought suddenly flashed into the guy's head that this situation had brought him incredibly closer to the girl, since she was convinced of his complicated connections. Mr. Yudard, in turn, hugged his friends and went with them to the best table, ordering that he had already completely decided what he would serve them. You looked at Shirley in fascination and thought that the guy was really very close to Yul Yudard. The girl thought that this eccentric really had a lot of skeletons in his closet, which made the young lady smile sweetly. A few hours later, barely intelligible words or sounds could be heard from the exit of the restaurant, the source of which was very difficult to determine. On the left side of the exit was Mr. Yul along with the waiter, who was holding him by the arms, and on the right side of the exit in the same position was Shirley and the girl. Both men were drunk as hell. The merry fellows offered each other a drink. Shirley encouraged Yudard to take 3 more bottles, while Wei Sung outrageously stopped the guy, ordering that he could no longer look after himself at all. Suddenly the guy broke free from his girlfriend's tight embrace and flew towards Yudard, laughing and giggling cheerfully. The young man convinced the man that he could do absolutely anything, while the waiter and Wei Sung frowned at the spectacle. Poor Yu thought that the friends met at some luxurious event, but in fact this was not the case at all. As it turned out, Shir saved Yul from 2 burrs who attacked him in an alley, and since then the men have been strong friends. Yudard told that story with great delight, forcing the girl to listen to him attentively, and the young man even to blush a little because of such a blatant lie. The poor waiter, falling to the floor, whined that he could not hold Mr. Yul at all, while he friendlily hugged the worker and Shirley by the shoulders. The lady couldn't believe it, but she still wanted to go in the same direction with the guy, so the girl decided that she would take him home. Shouting joyfully and laughing, Shirley talked about some things completely incomprehensible to her, from time to time asking where his drink was, to which the blonde only sighed tiredly. The girl clearly did not like drunk people, so she constantly ordered her friend to come to his senses and condemned him for his condition. Holding the guy by the shoulders, the girl led him to the car, assuring him that as soon as they got there, the guy would immediately go home to sleep, while the waiter and Mr. Yul were still lying outside the restaurant, since he could not get up. The rays of the bright great moon were the only source of light that dark night when Wei Sung desperately tried to bring the young man home. Finally, after almost an hour of incredibly difficult travel home, the friends arrived at their destination. The blonde helped the guy undress and barely put him into the bed, which seemed to him as soft as ever. In Shirley's mind, morning had already come. The young man opened his eyes and, as if in a fog, tried to understand what had happened. The guy slowly got up on the bed, carefully sitting on him, grabbing his felt square head. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Wei Sung Yu appeared, who was obviously in a great mood and dressed in wonderful pajamas. Suddenly approaching the guy, the girl began to slowly lick his face, which he was seriously surprised by. After such an intense night of horror, the guy instantly woke up and saw in front of him a large fluffy dog, who was constantly licking his face, sitting on top of the guy. The cry of the frightened poor fellow was heard by the whole house and those who were nearby that morning. Wei Sung watched with interest as the guy desperately fought off Darling, her dog, jokingly calling the young man a sleepyhead. Finally, Shirley broke free from the dog's captivity, pushing him away with his foot and shouting what Wei Sung and the dog were doing in his house. Twitching her nose and looking down at the guy, the girl muttered for him to look carefully, since it was he who was in her house, which the young man was not surprised at, not understanding what he was doing there. Stroking Darling, the young lady said that last night the guy got so drunk with Mr. Yul that after that he slept like a log. The girl tried her best yesterday to get him home safely and to bed, but since she lived opposite the guy, she decided to drop him for the night, since she also couldn't find the keys to Shirley's house yet. Suddenly, the guy grabbed his head and began to remember that, in order not to expose the operation of the millionaire's card, the young man's only decision was to get Yul drunk, as a result of which he himself accidentally got drunk. Suddenly the guy realized that besides the blanket on top, he had nothing on at all, and he asked the young lady in surprise that she had taken off his clothes, to which the girl only snorted, adding that she didn't see anything new there. A picture of his accidental fall in front of a girl on the first day of their acquaintance surfaced in the guy's memory, which made Shirley even blush a little, ashamed when the blonde only mockingly watched him. The girl threw him a black bathrobe and said that she would quickly run to the shower during that time, since she had important meetings in the company. Calling Darling along, the girl finally said that she had left the money on the table and the guy could take as much as he wanted. Embarrassed, Shirley refused the paperwork, arguing that yesterday he had caused a lot of trouble for his friend and therefore this time he would pay for it himself. From the bathroom came the voice of Wei Sung, who asked in bewilderment if the young man still had money. Not understanding what they were talking about, Shirley froze in place, staring in the direction of the bathroom. You said that last night the guy was throwing money around to the homeless, shouting that his greatest wish was not to have any money. The guy threw bills, gathering a crowd of people around him who just wanted to pick up more. The guy stared puzzledly at the bathroom door, behind which Wei Sung's voice could be heard, and not believing her words, the guy muttered under his breath that he couldn't give everything away, since he had as many as 800 in his pocket. The girl stood in front of the mirror, pinning up her hair, and just laughed merrily, noticing that the guy looked like he had thrown away several million. Finally finishing laughing, the young lady added that the guy was now penniless, so she needed to take care of him, and that is why he had to bring her breakfast. Shirley, in turn, stood in fear and tried to understand what he had hidden, since it was impossible to mindlessly distribute the Dark Knight God's money so easily. Suddenly, the familiar bloody haze appeared around the guy, which at that time was more and more merciless as it swirled around him and made him grab his left eye in pain. The guy was kneeling in front of the scepter, covering his face with his palms, while the mentor said contentedly that the slave would definitely be punished for such insolence. The young man was lying on the floor, screaming in pain and clutching his face, while the scepter only watched, doing nothing. Shirley could shout as much as he wanted, since the mentor had already isolated the space around them and no one would have heard him. Still covering one eye with his hand, Shirley decided to raise his head and look at the scepter. The mentor was seriously angry because of the guy's night trick, showing that he should be grateful for his mercies and for the fact that he took only one eye from him. Suddenly the guy desperately grabbed the mentor's staff, threateningly adding that he could not call himself merciful. Shirley said that his eye was completely unfair, to which Scepter only managed to open his mouth in surprise. Determination suddenly began to boil inside the young man, so the guy, gritting his teeth, grabbed the rod and pointed it at the mentor, conveying that he himself had never followed the rules. Scepter barked menacingly that just because he didn't follow the rules didn't mean there weren't any, and the guy was just an ordinary slave. The mentor sternly shouted that the young man had absolutely no right to deny him. But the young man could no longer be stopped. Determination and confidence seethed inside his body, and he began to argue with the scepter. The guy suddenly remembered the day of collecting the weekly quota, which meant that the scepter could not punish him until that day. Shirley shouted that his quota was for a week, and today was only the 4th day of the week, so the scepter had to punish him exactly on the day of the collection, that is, in 3 days. The poor man finally got up and found himself in front of the scepter, hovering in the air as always. The guy kept repeating that the mentor could not punish him now and he still had time. The guy realized that the scepter did not adhere to the rules and he could use this against him, so Shirley, pointing his finger at the mentor, menacingly asked what he would do now, since the rules were written by the god of the Dark Knight himself. The scepter was not surprised by the statement from the guy, since he knew that that clever rat was capable of more than putting pressure on him with the person of the god of night. But suddenly the mentor agreed with the guy, snapped his fingers and Shirley's eyes came back. Smiling, Scepter said that if the guy did not earn the 8 lost hundreds with his labor, next time, on the day of collection, he would take away the sight of his damaged eye. The Scepter crouched down, being on the same level as the guy, and pointed his nasty staff at him again, adding that without eyes, life would be very difficult, so the guy should thank him for the warning. He broke into his terrible smile again, asking the guy if he understood everything. Without waiting for an answer, the scepter disappeared, and the guy was left alone, in the middle of the room, with the thoughts that his mentor definitely wanted him dead. Thinking about this all made his heart beat several times faster, and beads of sweat appeared on his body from excitement, since now he needed to collect 800 in 3 days. Suddenly, Wei Sung's voice came from the bathroom, calling the guy and indignantly asking him where her breakfast was. Not having time to recover from what had happened, the young man looked at the girl in surprise, wondering what to answer. The guy noticed several crunches lying on the left and came up with something. He justified himself to the girl by saying that he had very important things to do, and offered her some crunchies, to which they only called him an idiot. Instinctively putting one crunch into his mouth, the guy realized that it was dog food, so he immediately spat out everything that he did not manage to swallow. The huge White House towards which Shirley was heading was bathed in the morning sunbeam. Approaching the door, the guy could not stop thinking that in order to save his life, he needed to return 800. He was wearing a purple and yellow cap with a huge Los Angeles Lakers inscription on it, which he nervously adjusted. One of the guy's friends recommended him for a wonderful job, where in an hour he could earn 300, and the guy was very impressed by such conditions. Having pressed the bell button, the young man continued to think that such a huge amount of money could not be paid for such work, so some surprise was certainly in store for him. Without keeping him waiting for long, suddenly the door of the mansion opened with incredible speed, and from behind them came the sounds of women's screams, threatening to stay away from the owner of the voice and her daughter. From such a blow, Shirley flew several meters away, and a blonde woman appeared from behind the door. Addressing the woman as Miss Zhang, he said that he was only a tutor and not the one she threatened with prison, after which the woman sincerely apologized to him. Miss Zhang was even embarrassed. Adjusting her oval glasses on her fragile nose, the lady added that she really believed that it was that man. Having apologized, she looked friendly at the young man, introducing himself to him as Zhang Mei Mei, and offered to help him get up. The guy was a little annoyed because the force of the blow caused his nose to bleed, but he had no choice and couldn't twist his nose. The guy agreed and the woman helped him up, smiling welcomingly and apologizing again. Shirley cleared his throat, took a breath and said that he was fine, so there was no need to worry. Hearing this, the lady joyfully invited the young man home, closing the hefty oak door with a roar. Shirley found himself in a huge living room on a huge velour sofa, and Mei Mei sat opposite him, carefully studying his resume. The resume said that the guy was 20 years old and studied at Dong College, where he had pretty good grades, which the woman liked. The image of Wei Sung suddenly appeared in the young man's head, and the guy immediately thought that there was certainly a huge difference between these two young ladies, although they were from similar families. After finishing looking through the resume, Miss Zhang told the guy that he could start since she had to go to work soon, which even surprised the guy a little, since he didn't expect everything to happen so quickly. It seemed to the guy that the woman should have at least asked about his level, to which she only replied that there was no need for this at all, since she hired a tutor for other purposes. Coming closer to the guy, the lady said that she hired him only for the purpose of looking after her daughter, and all that was the young man's duties was to be a nanny, and at best, to teach the girl something. Not expecting this, Shir was a little taken aback, not immediately responding to the woman's instructions, which made her lean over to once again make sure of the clarity. The guy nodded, and Miss Zhang handed him 600, adding that this was the payment for today's lesson, for which Shir happily thanked him. Sparks of doubt and excitement suddenly appeared in the eyes of the stern woman. She said a little guiltily that Shirley should already understand why her family paid so much for lessons, since her daughter was not very good at communicating. The guy looked at the lady in surprise, realizing that his fears about the surprise were justified. Miss, sadly lowering her head, added that the girl had already scared away 5 teachers that week. In all honesty, Shirley swore to the loner his loyalty and reliability, so Miss Zhang did not have to worry. Looking at the guy, the lady adjusted her glasses and calmed down with a smile. She turned around, thanked the young man for his work, and headed towards the exit. Almost at the door, the lady added that the girl's name was Zhang Liang. She was on the 2nd floor, and if anything happened, the young man immediately needed to contact Miss Zhang. Smiling widely, the guy confidently shook his head and assured the woman that everything would be fine. The lady disappeared on business, and Shirley, in turn, headed to the second floor via a massive oak staircase. Rising up, in the corridor the guy noticed a bunch of drawings and graffiti on the walls, which surprised him, and on the door of the girl's room a symbol of anarchy was clearly visible. The guy touched the huge forged door handle, opening it with a creak. Before the guy had time to open the door, loud and terrible music came from the room, almost knocking him off his feet. The young man sharply slammed the door and fell to the floor with the thought that fate had given him punishment for all his sins. It would seem that the adult guy began to whine like a child, because after hearing this, the guy completely lost the desire to work. He crawled to the door, opening it again, and the terrible music crashed into his ears again. The guy did not risk getting up, and therefore walked towards the tape recorder from which this horror was heard, with the thought that he had to turn it off in order to survive. He finally reached his destination and quickly pressed the off button. After this mini victory, he finally had a chance to sit down and catch his breath. Raising his head up within a second, Shirley was stunned by the atmosphere that reigned in the girl's room. There were a lot of posters, strange drawings, garbage and a lot of strange things everywhere that teenagers usually avoided. Seeing a drawing of a skull in the middle of the room showing 2 middle fingers, the guy thought that it was a haunted house. But opposite the entrance, a girl sat innocently at the table, who didn't hear him through her headphones and didn't even intend to, because she was concentrated playing something on her phone. The young lady was talking to herself, pointing at the sensors in her smartphone and not paying attention to the tutor who had entered her room. For some reason, the girl reminded the guy of Song Meow Meow, but compared to the crazy woman, this little devil was much worse. While the guy was in thought, the girl finally drew attention to him, threateningly asking who he was. Not understanding, the girl asked him where her mother had gone, while Shirley tried to greet her in a friendly manner. Without giving the guy a chance to introduce himself, the kids put on their headphones again and concluded that their mother had hired a teacher for her again. Taking money out of the box, the girl threw it on the table, adding that there was 1,000 more than her mother gave. She ordered the guy to take the money and get out of her room to where he came from. The guy stood puzzled and did not understand what to do, since the amount left by the girl seemed very attractive to him, but this money was not earned honestly. The bills on the table beckoned the poor fellow, but something inside stopped him. The guy was thinking about taking the money anyway, since it might work. He took the money from the bank, and the girl smiled contentedly and ordered him to get out of there quickly. Shirley stood in the middle of the room, holding the bills in his hands, and pondered what he should do next. Suddenly the guy got up, walked to the door and flicked the switch, after which the lights in the room went out. The kid looked at him indignantly, screaming what he had done, while the guy cheerfully added that turning on the light in broad daylight only wastes electricity. The guy went to the window and joyfully opened the curtains, laughing at the baby and saying that children certainly need sunlight to grow. According to professional ethics, even if the guy worked as a teacher for a few days, he should not take this money. Shirley plopped down on a huge black sofa with the thought that he would be the one to teach the young lady good behavior. Raising her voice, the girl shouted at the guy and didn't understand why he didn't get away if he took the money, to which Shirley stubbornly replied that he would keep the bills. Smiling, the guy then added that he would later give this money to her mother. Such insolence greatly outraged the devil, since it was her money, and the stranger was so brazenly disposing of it. Looking at the girl sarcastically, Shirley pretended to be surprised, adding that this money was given to her by her mother, so theoretically it was not hers at all. The guy stared at the phone, saying that the girl could do whatever she wanted, but not leave the room, and then they would work together. Without taking his eyes off the screen of his mobile phone, Shirley calmly added that he would only look after the girl. The clock said 1:22 p.m., their class was supposed to be 2 hours long with an 8-minute break in the middle, so the guy was going to stay there until 3:30 and then leave. Quietly sticking the headphones into his ear, Shirley suggested that the young lady not disturb each other, while the little imp inside the girl began to seethe tirelessly. Making fun of the kids, the guy smilingly asked if she really wanted to study, since this would be the only way out if she did not listen to him. The girl twisted her nose angrily and screamed, which is what Shirley expected. The satisfied guy ordered the girl to do whatever she wanted and not to disturb him, while the kids were already heading towards him with their fists. The girl was infuriated by his behavior and therefore she attacked the guy and began to pull him off the sofa, while the guy just shouted for the crazy woman to stop, or he could be left without pants. Out of desperation, the guy suddenly suggested that the girl compete if she didn't want him to play so badly, which the kids were surprised at. Knowing this, the young man smiled, offering to play Mobile Legends together. If he had won, then the devil should not have bothered him, but if the girl had won, he would have calmly left. The girl looked at him dumbfounded, not understanding what this eccentric was leading to, but remembering that she had an epic of the first rank, the girl ominously agreed to his proposal. Both were tirelessly clicking their fingers on the screens, playing intently and ordering something under their breath. The first round ended and the lady shouted indignantly that it was not fair and she had problems with the internet, inviting the guy to play again. The young man was not going to fall for the provocation, so, waving his hand, he reminded the girl of the rules according to which, if she lost, she had to fulfill the deal. Liang did not stop and continued to growl at the guy, threatening him by complaining about him to his mother. The resourceful Shi came out to give the girl a chance to win back, but for this she needed to solve 10 problems. The young lady snatched the book from his hand, ordering the guy to wait, which surprised him, since he did not expect such a quick reaction. Sitting at the table, Zhang wrote something in concentration without looking up or stopping. Within 5 minutes, Shirley was sitting with a book in his hands and checking the tasks that the girl had done. Surprisingly, absolutely everything was correct. In a fit of excitement, the young lady persuaded the guy to play again, because she was convinced that this time she would certainly win. Smiling, the guy agreed to another game, since he even liked the kid's interest in something. Shirley also developed an extraordinary interest in the game, so he cheerfully ordered the kids to watch and learn. Liang successfully lost the next 10 rounds and therefore had to carry out the ill-fated tasks again. The girl didn't understand how the guy beat her all the time, since her hero's rank was 3 units higher than that of the tutor's hero, which seriously irritated the young lady. Smiling, the guy said that he would teach the kids if she did English tomorrow, with which she, deep down, did not agree at all, but she had no choice. The girl angrily wrote her homework, grumbling under her breath that she would teach the impudent guy how to play. Shirley watched the girl and mocked her for being a nerd, but also a beauty. Without looking up from the task, the girl quietly reproached the guy that the fact that he was older did not mean that he understood everything. The girl sat miserably at the table and wrote down the tasks she needed to do, slightly sniffling through her nose. Suddenly something flickered in the window and attracted the teacher's attention, but the guy did not immediately understand what it was. A moment later, Shirley screamed and ordered the girl to lie down, rushing towards her with all his might. A bottle suddenly flew into the room, breaking a huge hole in the window, and the guy, covering Liang, flew down. The girl was seriously frightened, while anger gradually grew in the guy's eyes, since the incident could end unpleasantly for both of them. The girl looked at her savior horribly, unable to utter a word. The young man slowly began to rise, walking around the shards of glass that had scattered all over the room. Having risen, the guy saw in the middle of the room a huge empty bottle that resembled a wine bottle. The still frightened girl, worried, grabbed his clothes, asking the teacher if everything was okay. Suddenly, both heard terrible screams outside, where a man was shouting and cursing, demanding Zhang Mei to come out to him. Not understanding what was happening, but understanding who that person was and what intentions he came with, Shirley strictly contemplated in his direction. Poor Liang's tears began to well up and she grabbed the guy's clothes even harder. The guy was very surprised by this and he didn't fully know what to do, since he had never found himself in such situations. He affectionately stroked the kids on the head and added that as long as he was nearby, she had nothing to worry about. The man in the yard did not stop and shouted even louder, reproaching the owner of the mansion. He scolded Mei, complaining that she had left him penniless and threatened to take away half of her property. Listening to all the insults, Shirley suggested that the girl call the police because he did not understand how best to proceed. The girl pressed herself even closer to the teacher and explained that the security would sort everything out. And indeed, within a moment, the voices of the guards were heard rushing towards Mr. Zhao with threats that they would call the police and therefore would be in trouble. The guy and the children sat in the room and watched what was happening, trying not to pay attention to all the threats that the man shouted. The young man tried to understand and remember where he had heard the name of this man before, when suddenly several came to his mind. Shirley instantly remembered how he was hit in the face with a door that morning, and Miss Mei, at that time, screamed her husband's name and threatened him with a posthumous prison sentence. Now the guy understood everything and asked the girl if she had a father, after which she broke free from his hands and ran away screaming that she had no father. Shirley thought that it was precisely because the girl's mother kicked out her father that she hated her and did not listen to her. Hearing this, the girl screamed offendedly that it was none of his business and he shouldn't have stuck his nose where it didn't belong. Suddenly it dawned on the guy and he was finally able to put together the puzzle in his own head with all the moments that he could observe that day. The guy closed his hands into fists and quietly said that he finally understood everything, because it really dawned on him. He blurted out that the girl was actually her mother's daughter, but because she did not have enough time for her, the girl rebelled and went on strike. Such harsh words suddenly became a shock to the little ones, so she turned the blade again. The girl screamed at the top of her lungs that this was not true at all and that she did not need that woman at all. She began to push Shirley out of the room, arguing that he had already received money for the lesson, so it was time for him to get out. The guy decided to take advantage of the fact that the girl still hadn't won against him and twirled the phone in front of her nose. He sat down on the sofa with a smile, saying that she just needed to clean up, finish the task and they would continue. But ridicule was completely inappropriate for her at that moment. The anger inside the baby was boiling at breakneck speed and was about to break free. Suddenly she screamed that if the guy didn't leave, then she would leave the room. She did not wait for an answer, she rushed to the exit of the room so quickly that he did not have time to say a word. Opening the door with her foot, the girl ran out of the house and ran in an unknown direction. She sat down on a bench and, tucking her knees, hid in her own mini-house with her feet and folded arms. In despair, the girl cried continuously and could not stop, because the topic of fatherhood was very painful for her. A moment later, Shirley appeared out of nowhere in front of her, handing her a napkin in a friendly manner. The girl scolded the guy, saying that he had brought her to that state, and now he decided to pursue her. Smiling a little, the guy said that if she ran a very short distance and stopped, she completely wanted someone to run after her. The girl waved her hands irritably and ordered the young man to get out of there and not stick out in front of her eyes. The guy took her hand and put a wad of bills and keys on it, smiling sweetly. The girl looked at him in surprise, not expecting such an act on his part. The guy cheerfully added that if the young lady sees notes of sadness in her mother's eyes, then she will certainly worry about her. The girl wilted and, lowering her head, said irritably that the guy was sticking his nose into other people's affairs. Shirley only sincerely added that even though the lesson could not be taught, he would inform Mei that her daughter does not need a teacher, but she. He turned around and reminded the girl not to forget to call the master who would fix the window, and also ordered the young lady to be careful when she removed the chips. The girl looked after the tutor a little touchingly, because at that moment he seemed to her not so bad. Among the dozens of tall concrete buildings in Wudong, there was another one of the same kind where Zhao Mei worked. The woman was sitting in her office, intently looking at something on her mobile phone. Suddenly she received a call from Liang, who told her mother that the teacher had run away again, but the girl added that she was sorry and asked her mother for the teacher's number. Mrs. Zhao hung there for a moment, not knowing how to respond to her daughter's unexpected request. Mei was seriously surprised, because she did not expect this at all from her daughter, who usually drove the teachers away herself. It was already dark outside, and tired Shirley slowly walked down the street, thinking that after such a busy day he was very hungry. The 300 yuan in his hand seemed very tempting and the guy even thought about spending it on food, but immediately rejected the idea. Despite the road, the young man accidentally turned into a very dark alley where repair work was being carried out. Looking at the mobile phone, the guy realized that even that one, unable to withstand the tension, took it and discharged. Suddenly, out of nowhere, 3 strangers appeared in front of Shirley and blocked his path. 3 pagans appeared before the guy, led by a green one, who seemed very familiar to the guy. The leader of the pack ordered the other 2 to surround the poor fellow on both sides, and his 2 apostates obediently did so. The bastards looked angry and Shirley knew that if they attacked, it would be very difficult for him to defend himself, considering that he was blind in one eye. Green suddenly ordered the other 2 to take the guy and teach him a lesson for Ansan Shao. Raising his hands up, the guy suddenly shouted to the apostates to stop, with the idea that they needed to be calmed down. The guy decided to put on a performance and, looking at the trio in surprise, asked Huan Sanshao was. Green shouted menacingly at the guy, reproaching him for forgetting whom he had offended a few days ago in Yul Yuderd's restaurant, but for a moment the leader seemed very familiar with the guy's face. Shirley, in turn, began to justify himself by saying that it was a mistake, to which the Green One only replied with a smile that now they would teach him a lesson. He again coldly ordered his charges to take the guy, and two pagans pushed him towards the guy. The apostates beat the unfortunate man, while the Green One stood and watched the picture. Even this guy's voice seemed very familiar to the Green One, but he couldn't remember where it came from. Suddenly it dawned on him, and the thief remembered that he had seen this guy at the Happiness Bar a few weeks ago. A little scared, the Green One shouted to his friends to stop and not touch the young man. Suddenly the leader of the pack began to apologize guiltily to Shirley, justifying that he did not immediately recognize him. The bastard sat down next to the beaten guy and tried to explain that in this way they were trying to make a living. The enraged Shirley, who had rags all over his face, angrily wiped his lips with his hand and looked at the strangers. The fat man, who was the apostate of the Green One, incomprehensibly asked his friend why they stopped and why the leader spread himself out like that in front of the loser. After such impudent words, the fat man immediately got hit in the back of the head for not recognizing the guy. Green reminded his friend of the weirdo who trashed the Happiness Bar a few weeks ago. Suddenly it dawned on all three of them. They began to look at each other with their mouths open, because they instantly realized who they had attacked. The group of thieves took a few steps away from the guy, discussing that they should leave the guy alone, since he could be from a rich family and then they wouldn't have a transfusion. The apostates agreed with their leader and decided to retreat, crediting themselves with the completed task. The thieves turned around and, apologizing again, headed in the opposite direction from the guy. Suddenly, 3 bills that he earned during tutoring accidentally fell out of Shirley's pocket. The fat man drew attention to the fallen money and cheerfully added that he would take it. He approached the exhausted guy and picked up the papers, which became his fatal mistake. Shirley abruptly grabbed the fat man's arm, ordering him to stop. The man was not going to back down, so the guy held his hand tightly, starting to say that if they attacked him, then they wouldn't dare touch his money. Shirley squeezed the fat man's hand even more tightly, which began to turn blue on his limbs, ordering him to return the money. The fat man was a little angry that the guy needed exactly those 300 yuan after he thoughtlessly spent 5 million at the Happiness Bar. The guy's patience broke in an instant and he, baring his teeth, decided to act. The guy attacked the pagan with his fists, without any control or restraint. However, the poor man did not take into account the fact that he was still blind in one eye, so he successfully missed and flew down. Shirley successfully stopped with his face on the asphalt while the amazed fat man stood behind him and watched. As soon as the guy tried to get up, someone's foot pressed him into the hard asphalt. A green voice came from above, saying that they would still teach the young man a lesson for good behavior. Instantly, the guy grabbed the leader by the leg and dragged him down so that he flew to the ground with all his might. Green screamed in pain as Shirley loomed over him menacingly, waiting for his next move. The leader grabbed his head, shouted menacingly that he was not playing games at all, and then sharply ordered his apostates to smash and kill the boy. All 3 pounced on the poor young man again and began to beat him with all their might. Shirley tried to protect himself by covering his head with his hands, but the young man couldn't help but think that he still couldn't see well, which really bothered him. Through fate, without giving the guy a second to come to his senses, the Green One again flew at him with his fists. The thief hit the poor thing in the face so hard that his jaw was twisted. Suddenly, almost without looking, Shirley grabbed one of them by the clothes and dragged them. It turned out to be the leader of the trio, who, without expecting it, flew at the guy without resistance. Shirley now found himself above the Green while the other 2 stood behind them. The guy began to beat the pagan as hard as he could for what he had done to him. Green tried to cover his face with his hands, begging the guys to stop and have mercy. The guy strangled the thief and ordered him to return the money that he took from him. Suddenly, a small brick hit Shirley's hand from somewhere, although it didn't change anything much. The guy swung a brick at the green guy with loud screams to return his money. The frightened expression on the green man's face could not be compared with anything. He lay and, almost without defending himself, faithfully awaited his death. However, Shirley did not have time to hit the bastard with a brick, because the fat man found the same brick and decided to aim it at the guy. Shirley's eyes suddenly darkened and his head began to spin, but the guy didn't even move, much less fall. On the contrary, even greater rage and a desire for revenge appeared in his eyes, which he could no longer control. Green, at that time, continuously shouted for him to take pity on him and let him go, ordering that the guy's money was not even with him. Suddenly the young man stood up and returned to the other two, who were watching the fight in fear. Shirley let go of the green one and approached the fat man, who handed him the money and began to apologize for attacking him. As soon as the guy bent down to pick up the bills, all three suddenly took off running, shouting about how scary the guy was. Having picked up the money, the beaten guy looked at it exhaustedly and, smiling a little, took a breath. A moment later, Shirley's body fell to the ground and the guy was left lying motionless in the middle of the cold, dark street. After some time, the guy finally managed to open one eye, but it was quite difficult for him. Suddenly, the young man exploded and began to look around, not understanding where he was and assuming that he had already died. The terrifying expression on Scepter's face suddenly appeared before the guy's eyes and he heard his words that death was already close. Instantly, the guy found himself tied to 4 chains, which were stretched and tightened even more every second. The Scepter snapped his fingers and said goodbye to the slave, when at the same moment clouds of bloody fog appeared above the guy. The guy opened his eyes and saw a doctor and a nurse in front of him, who were sincerely glad that he woke up. The terrible guy jumped out of bed, not understanding what was happening, while the doctor tried to calm him down. The doctor said that the guy was in the hospital, which he was seriously surprised by. The nurse told him that a group of homeless people picked up a guy on the street and left him 800 yuan. Seeing the guy's astonished expression, the nurse said that the homeless people said that the money belonged to the young man. Suddenly, the guy remembered the night on which, being drunk, he distributed money from the god of the dark night to a pile of homeless people. Shirley realized that the people he had helped then had now helped him, saving his life. Now, having money, the guy needed to spend it, and then he would not die. Suddenly, the guy's doctor asked how he was feeling, adding that he had been in a coma for 2 whole days. Shirley seemed to have a fever, and the guy didn't pay any attention to what the doctor was saying about his heart, which just started beating very quickly, which scared the nurse. The guy suddenly jumped out of bed, grabbing the doctor's hand and asking what time it was. The doctor tried to calm the patient down, but he only screamed and asked what time it was. The doctor helplessly said that it was already 15 minutes north, expecting some kind of violent outburst of emotions from the guy. The young man clutched his head in panic, realizing that he only had 15 minutes left to spend 800 yuan. It was deep night outside and some of the hospital windows were still flickering brightly. The nurse sweetly promised Mr. Shi to provide high-quality care while he was in the VIP ward. She ordered the patient to immediately call her for any needs. The guy asked the nurse to leave him alone because he wanted to rest, to which she certainly agreed and left the room wishing him a good rest. The girl almost slammed the door behind her, and the guy, at that time, exhaustedly closed his eyes, deep in his soul rejoicing that he had spanked. Shirley lay wearily on the bed and looked at the clock hanging on the wall. The hand on the clock had almost reached 12, while the guy was twisting all his weekly expenses in his head, trying to convince himself that he had done everything right. The clock struck 12, and Shirley suddenly began to feel strange movements in his blind eye. Shirley grabbed his eye because something suddenly stabbed and hurt inside him, which the guy did not expect at all. Just as abruptly as they had appeared, the strange sensations disappeared, and the guy removed his fingers from the damaged eye. The picture before his eyes suddenly became more detailed and Shirley realized that his vision had returned. Carefully holding a glass of water in his right hand, the guy sat up on the bed, trying to get something out of his pocket. Shirley took out the black card, looked at it carefully, and sighed happily at having survived another week. Suddenly, the scepter appeared above the young man's head, as suddenly as always, and informed him that he had passed through 1 week without any special rewards or punishments. The young man, at that time, looked down and lowered his head, sat and listened attentively to his mentor. Scepter waved his index finger in front of his face, reproaching the guys for bringing some demons upon himself again. Suddenly, Shirley thanked his mentor for saving him from harm by sending a night of terror. If it weren't for him, Shirley would have died, and after thinking about it, the guy realized that his mentor had saved him. The guy once again thanked the messenger for saving him and for keeping his promise. Spreading his hands, Scepter awkwardly told the guy to think whatever he wants, but if he completes the task according to all the rules, he will understand how fair and honest the mentor is. The guy got out of bed, put a glass of water on the table and agreed with the messenger, at that time heading to the window. He vigorously opened the curtains, revealing a beautiful view of Wudong at night, and added that he understood. The Scepter looked at the young man with curiosity, because he did not understand what he meant. Sure said that he believed that rich people were those who could easily throw money away, and so the guy gave the bills to ordinary people in pursuit of entertainment. However, when he realized that Dark Knight had a lot of rules, he couldn't even earn 800 yuan without interference. The guy even believed that the goal of the organization was the death of innocent slaves, but this time the mentor saved him. Although Scepter's methods were cruel, he still warned his subject, so Sure felt like he misunderstood their intentions. In conclusion, Shirley confidently stated that he wanted to learn all the rules of the black card and complete the tasks as best he could. The guy added that he would also earn his own money and then, thanks to this, he would get rid of the Dark Knight god once and for all. Scepter was truly struck by such a speech and he no longer even yawned, trying to listen carefully to the young man. The mentor understood that this guy was not at all like other slaves and this was precisely the reason why the god of the night chose him. Exactly a week had passed since their conversation, and by the morning of one day, the guy was snoring peacefully in his own king-size bed. Suddenly, the guy's phone vibrated and rang, causing him to wake up. The name Zhang Liang appeared on the screen, which surprised the guy, but he cancelled the call, turned around and snored into the pillow on the other side. The guy lay contentedly and enjoyed a luxurious sleep, which was so important for him, since even a VIP room was not more comfortable than his own home. From another part of the apartment there was suddenly a knock on the door, causing the guy to wake up again. Covering his ears with a pillow, the guy irritably shouted whoever was there and ordered whoever was there to get away, since he had just been discharged from the hospital and wanted peace. Wei Sung's indignant voice was heard from behind the door, from which the young man immediately jumped up and obediently patted the door. On the way, the guy tried to put his own clothes in order and wake up a little. Opening the door, the guy saw a disgruntled Wei Sung behind them, who obviously had been standing there for more than a minute. Without smiling, Sure greeted the girl, realizing that now he would have a hard time. The young lady entered the apartment and plopped down on the sofa, placing a huge black thermos on the table. Shirley asked the girl why she came so early, to which she only replied that since they were neighbors, she immediately decided to bring him a gift when she found out that he had been discharged from the hospital. The girl advised the guy to drink what she brought as soon as possible, since it would not be as tasty when cold. The young man took the cup and raised it to his lips, only surprised that the girl was so worried about him. A moment later, the guy almost spat out everything he managed to take into his mouth and swallow. Covering his mouth in disgust, Shirley asked the blonde what it was, and she told him that it was a hospital herbal soup in which she put a lot of ginger, which is useful for people who have lost a lot of blood. The guy looked respectfully into the cup of soup, in which, besides a bunch of ginger, there were only a few pieces of carrots floating. The girl snatched the thermos from his hands and, laughing, remembered the guy about how he tried to feed her darlings goodies. The girl smiled sweetly, cheerfully adding that one should return kindness for kindness. Shirley only had time to think that the girl was vindictive, while the blonde poured him a new portion of soup, which already contained less ginger. The girl took the thermos, turned around and happily added that she was glad that the guy liked her soup. Heading towards the exit, the young lady added that Song Miao Miao had finally been kicked out by her family, so she could breathe a sigh of relief. Hearing this, the guy was incredibly happy, not believing what his girlfriend told him, because for him it meant that he could return to university. Now the guy's goal was to figure out where to spend the money, since last week he spent absolutely everything and before him was a new week with new expenses. The young man's phone was constantly vibrating because Liang was writing to him, and the guy did not understand at all what she wanted from him. The girl scolded him and asked him to come to her lesson, threatening the guy to do something to himself. Noticing Shirley's sour face, the blonde asked what happened and who was writing to him. Zhang had already woken up the guy anyway, but for a moment she seemed even useful to him, since she gave him a great idea. Unexpectedly, the guy decided to invite Wei Sung to a nightclub if she came to visit him. The young lady stared at her friend in surprise, not at all expecting such a strange invitation from him. Evening came and the friends were already energetically driving through the streets of Wudong in a brand new red BMW. Suddenly the car drove up to the nightclub. The driver got out and, opening the door, offered his hand to Shirley, who was just getting out of the car. The beautiful Wei Sung immediately followed the guy and together they headed to the entrance to the nightclub, capturing all the glances of the people around. The girl looked at her friend a little mockingly and added that he shouldn't have dressed up like that just to sing a few songs. The young man admitted that it was his first time going with a girl to such a place, so he wanted to look decent, which he was surprised and did not believe that the guy had not been to nightclubs before. He stopped for a moment, and the girl, looking at him, waved her hand and said to move on. Looking at his companion in embarrassment, Shirley still didn't understand whether she was happy about this. The driver told the guy that he would come for them in 4 hours, with which the young man agreed and headed on. They looked luxurious against the backdrop of one of the most expensive nightclubs in the city, and this instilled extraordinary confidence in their friends as they climbed the stairs to the entrance. Entering the club, they were greeted by a bunch of girls standing on both sides of the front door. Mentally, the guy again thanked Zhang Liangliang for giving him such a wonderful idea. The girl gave him a great way to spend money and improve his relationship with Sung Yu, so the guy couldn't miss such an opportunity. Wei Sung, in turn, watched the guy and couldn't understand whether this was a real date. The club they came to was truly luxurious, because there were huge shiny chandeliers on the ceiling, and the most expensive champagne was displayed on the tables. Shirley and her companion walked into the main room and sat on the sofa, while a bunch of different girls ran into the room, lined up in front of the guests. Shir peered in surprise at the crowd of beauties, worried and not understanding what was happening. The guy coughed on no one, saying that he just invited his girlfriend to have a good time, and such a grand reception was already crossing the line. Suddenly a guy came up to him and said happily that Mr. Shir had ordered the most expensive food and the most expensive room from them. The guy happily added that such a bunch of girls was a standard offer for his order, while Shirley, having understood everything, looked confused at Wei Sung's expression. There were about 3 dozen girls in the room at the same time, smiling sweetly and waiting for the gentleman to choose one of them. Turning around offendedly and folding her arms across her chest, Yu said indignantly that all this time she had been trying to understand why the guy had come to this particular place, while the young man was trying to convince her that everything was completely wrong. Getting up and heading towards the exit, the young lady added that the guy disappointed her, while the guy only looked in her direction with embarrassment. Shirley tried to stop his friend, explaining to her that he was really there for the first time and did not know everything about it. Suddenly the girl turned around and stuck out her hand in his direction, ordering the guy not to approach her, since he had absolutely no patience. Sarcastically ordering the girls to serve Mr. Shir according to his dignity, the girl turned around and left the room. A crowd of beauties immediately attacked the poor fellow, not allowing him passage and sucking him deeper into the room. As soon as he escaped from the hugs of the workers, the guy ran out the door shouting that he would explain everything to his friend, but it was too late. In the corridor into which the guy came out, something strange was happening that he could not yet understand. A girl quickly ran along it, her black shoes ticking and begging to be saved. Not seeing the guy in front of her, the girl suddenly crashed into Shirley, falling into his arms. The guy pulled the girl away a little and saw a very familiar face. The guy was dumbfounded, not believing his eyes that Tu was standing in front of him. The young lady raised her eyes and looked at the young man, recognizing him as Brother Shir. Now the girl really threw herself into the guy's arms, crying with joy, while the guy asked her what she was doing here. The young man tried to calm the girl down, convincing her that he would definitely help her if something happened to her. Suddenly, a strange, hefty man began to approach them, who was obviously looking for her, wondering where she had disappeared to. Seeing the stranger, the girl's tears came again and she trembled all over. Meanwhile, the man was getting closer to them, ordering the young lady to come to him faster, because Uncle Shen was still waiting for her. Shir hid the girl behind his back, threateningly ordering the stranger to treat her more politely, since she was his sister. Hearing this, the fat man laughed, not believing the guy, because if it were his sister, she would not work in such a place at all. The man continued to approach the guy and Aya, ordering him not to pretend and to give him the girl peacefully. Suddenly, A guy who was offering Shi girls ran up to Shen's uncle and began to apologize to him, ordering that she doesn't know the rules yet, and that is why he will send the master some other girl. Mr. Shen strictly refused and approached her, promising her mountains of gold for going with him. The girl grabbed Shi Lei's hand tightly and was afraid to let go, hiding behind his back. Uncle Shen laughed loudly when he saw that the guy didn't want to let the girl go at all. The fat man added that if the guy doesn't respect him, then Shen himself doesn't need problems. The nervous uncle barked at the girl that if she did not appear in 10 minutes, they would not see her in this club again. As soon as the door slammed behind Shen, the club employee immediately attacked the poor woman, scolding her and threatening her so that she could not say a word. Xiaomi ordered the young lady to go and apologize to the master, or he would fire her and never hire her again. He grabbed the girl's hand and dragged her into Mr. Shen's room, pretending that Shi Lei was not there. Suddenly the guy decided to intervene and, tightly grabbing Xiaomi's hand, he made it clear that Yi was his sister. The confused Xiaomi began to explain to Shi that Uncle Shen was not an ordinary club visitor at all and it was better not to put a finger in his mouth. The guy tried to rectify the situation, so he assured Shi Lei that his family ties would not interfere with everyone having fun, which only made the guy boil more. Suddenly, an upset Tu ran up to him and asked him not to do this, because she really needed that job. The girl turned around and walked towards Mr. Shen's room, while Shi tried unsuccessfully to stop her. Depressedly knocking on the door, the girl apologized for her behavior and asked the gentleman to let her enter. As soon as the girl entered the room, the voice of the fat man, who had obviously already drunk enough, immediately began to be heard from there, and the young lady tried to apologize. Shi Lei was extremely nervous about this situation, and the longer the girl was in the pervert's room, the more angry Shi began to get. Unable to bear it, the guy suddenly knocked down the door to Mr. Shen's room, rushing inside. Seeing the angry guy, even the fat man himself began to worry. Seeing that there were a bunch of guards in the room, the guy had to figure out how to get out of the water unscathed. Unexpectedly, the guy confidently walked across the room and relaxed and plopped down on the sofa between Shen and Yi. Smiling maliciously, Shi Lei invited the man to entertain him instead of the girl, but he quickly began to refuse and shout that he was not like that. Hearing what he expected, Shi contentedly grabbed his sister's hand and dragged the poor woman to the exit. The guy loudly declared that he and the girl, in this case, were leaving. Suddenly, Mr. Shen's guards blocked their way, forming a human wall and ordering the fugitives to stop. Returning to the fat man, Shi said loudly that he agreed that Brother Shen came to the club to have fun. Suddenly the guy quickly began to approach the gentleman, threateningly ordering that he could get good money for making demands on his sister, since the girl was simply selling booze and did not want to be pestered at all. Throwing up his hands, the guy offered to pay all the expenses for Shen's room in exchange for letting his sister go. The fat man laughed loudly at the fact that the guy played the hero so bravely, but then added that he would agree to his conditions if he drank all the bottles on the table. Hearing this, Shi Lei also laughed, picking up one of the bottles and asking the gentleman if he really wanted to talk when he had drunk it all. The young man took and smashed that bottle on the table so that only the neck remained in his hand. The guy ran at the man screaming and threatening, surprising everyone around him. The guy put the neck of a broken tin to the husband's neck, ordering everyone not to rock the boat and let his sister go, or he would kill the bastard. The guards watched the spectacle in fear, trying to do something and talk to the mad young man. An enraged Shi Lei in turn ordered Yi to call the police immediately. But the girl did not listen to him and was only scared, adding that she would only go with him, which surprised the guy. Actually, the guy was going to run away when she ran away, but rolling his eyes, he thought that it would be so, because he liked the fact that after so many years the girl still trusted him. She was grabbed by the guy's arm while he was still holding the broken can at Mr. Shen's throat. Suddenly the door to the room opened again and 3 pairs of legs appeared on the threshold. Seeing who entered the room, Shi Lei couldn't believe his eyes, thinking that this simply couldn't happen. The guy's old friends entered the apartment, a trio of cowards to whom he provided in a dark alley. Seeing them, Yi was frightened, saying that they were famous local sadists, and Mr. Shen, in turn, laughed cheerfully, introducing them as his friends. The fat man told the whole room that the madman had created a riot in his room and asked the fighters to save him. Not immediately seeing who was threatening the fat man, the green one began to intimidate the impostor with the fact that reprisals awaited him. However, looking more closely, it suddenly dawned on the green one who was standing in front of him. The trio of fighters stood motionless while Uncle Shen confidently forced Shirley to apologize to him, or his friends would teach him a lesson. Instantly, the green one began to run towards the other trio standing in front of him, while Shen was still restlessly ordering his guy to retreat. The leader of the thieves immediately hit Uncle Shen in the face with such force that he even fell. The pervert lay down in the middle of the room with his stomach down and did not even intend to get up, without making any sounds. Everyone looked at him in surprise, trying to understand whether the fat man was still alive. Within a few seconds, the green one was affectionately staring at Shen and fawning, asking why his brother didn't warn in advance that he would come to look at their business. Putting one foot on Uncle Shen, who was lying indestructible on the floor, the green one grabbed the young man by the shoulders, apologizing for the impudence of the old pervert. Shirley liked such flattery and he concluded that he had pretty scared the thieves the last time, so he had to take advantage of it. The young man indignantly attacked the green one, recalling old images to him, at which he only laughed in confusion and kept objecting, trying not to create new problems for himself. During this wonderful conversation, the fat man finally woke up and, not understanding, asked the green one what was happening. At the same moment, the leader of the pack attacked the fat man, demanding that he apologize to Mr. Shirtu and his mistress. The girl, who was still looking out from behind her brother, heard this, became embarrassed and tried to object, but did not have time. The young man menacingly let the green one know that this beauty was his little sister. The girl was a little upset by this answer, but she hardly showed it, while the green one again began to apologize to Sher for not understanding everything correctly. The bastard suggested that the fat man buy 10 dozen beer from E, after which Shirley decided to ask the girl what she thought about this. The girl asked, puzzled, whether it was really about 10 dozen, since this number was huge. Zeleny assured the young lady that if this was not enough, the fat man would order more, but the girl refused, arguing that it was a waste of money. After listening to this, the guy ordered the green ones to bring 10 dozen, and then give him an alcoholic menu so that the fat man could calmly enjoy everything that was in the club. Shirley and her sister turned around and this time actually headed towards the exit, while the three thieves behind them bowed obediently, wishing them a safe journey. The amazed Shen looked at all this and did not understand why the green one was so apologetic to the eccentric. The frightened leader only sighed heavily, thinking what to answer. A terrible caricature of an evil young man appeared in his memory, in whose hand there was a huge brick with spikes, and the young man himself rushed at the green one with all his might. Having thrown away bad thoughts, the green one only quietly told the gentleman not to ask him about this, since even thoughts made the guy scared. She and her brother were sitting on the sofa and peering at the girl's phone, which had just received a message with the amount she had earned last night. However, seeing a bunch of bottles on the table in front of her, the girl was surprised how her brother got such a lot of money, which he just shrugged off, adding that he had recently found a very profitable business. Suddenly the girl turned to the guy and affectionately laid her hand on him. The girl told the guy that she didn't work in that place of her own free will and that she never did anything bad except selling drinks there. Shirley put his hand on the girl's small hand, calming her down and adding that he knew she was not like that. The guy assured the young lady that in his memory she had always been a good girl, since they grew up together and he knew her very well. The guy started asking her where she went after moving and why in all those years she never called him. They sat in one of the rooms of the club and talked sincerely, because they had something to talk about. When dawn came, the girl finally finished her story about what happened in her last years of life, and, as it turned out, her uncle died immediately after moving, and her aunt lost all her property to a thief, as a result of which she suffered a heart attack. The young man stared at the young lady, not understanding why she did not return and find him, since two had always been like family to his parents. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes again, because her mother was terminally ill and only an incredibly expensive operation could save her life. The girl added that she didn't want to bother his family with problems at all, since the amount was really exorbitant. She began to cry, and the guy thought that he had offended her, which is why she did not turn to him for help. The young lady certainly denied his guesses, reminding the guy that even after 6 years of their separation, he was the only one who understood her class. Suddenly remembering everything that could have happened to this poor fellow in that terrible club, the guy was overwhelmed with emotions of anger and injustice. Instantly, Standing up from the sofa and stretching, Yi told Brother Shi that he shouldn't worry about her at all. The girl talked about incredibly sad things that concerned her mother and her past, but despite this, a smile still reigned on her lips. She naively believed that everything would be fine if she worked hard enough. Such optimistic moods of the sister greatly pleased the guy, so he wished her good luck and said that they would see each other soon at school, since they studied at the same university. She had already left, and the guy was left alone with depressing thoughts about where he could get money for an operation for his aunt. The guy was determined, and therefore knew that he would certainly help the poor thing raise money for her mother's operation. Suddenly, outside the door, the guy again heard some girlish screams, frantically ordering someone to bring her a drink. Shi went out into the corridor, but still could not understand what was happening because the screams were completely meaningless, and the guy did not see anyone there. A trio of pagans ran out of one of the rooms, diligently covering their heads and bowing, and behind them a bottle instantly flew out, which shattered into pieces on the green one's head. Holding the hefty lump at the head, the green one shouted that the young lady had crossed the line, and her bad mood did not at all mean that she could drive him towards them. A short-haired blonde who looked very much like a young man suddenly came out of the room. Green warned the girl not to become impudent, while taking steps back and gradually hiding behind his partners. Suddenly one of the trio remembered the baby's mother, which seriously outraged the already irritated girl. The thief was lucky that the girl saw Shirley standing on the side in time, watching that circus. The young lady joyfully ran into the guy's arms, stunning the trio of thieves. However, the guy was not at all going to let himself be hugged, but he grabbed the girl by the collar and lifted her into the air. But, despite this, the kids did not separate themselves from the young man and only climbed even more and flirted with the teacher. The guy kept the young lady at arm's length, sternly quarreling her for her frank appearance and the incomprehensible palette of makeup on her face, while the thieves behind his back praised the guy for being able to restrain this eccentric one. The girl was irrepressible. She asked the guy if he agreed to teach her again, to which he only replied that one task cost 300 yuan. Having calmed down a little, the kids grabbed Shirley's hand and told him that from now on they would be obedient. The mathematics textbook was opened on page 12 and Liang still could not complete 50 problems. Zhang's piece again disappeared somewhere and they began to pester teacher Shi, despite his orders to unhook. Green watched this picture along with his friends, who laughed at the guy and the size of his harem. The girl grabbed the guy by the hands, ordering him to unspeakably come because he was worried about her, but suddenly the evil Shirley could not stand it and said that he had come to the club on a date. Hearing this, Liang became furious, wondering how he dared to go on a date with someone behind her back. Suddenly the guy remembered that against the backdrop of all those crazy events, he had completely forgotten about Wei Sung, who left the club offended. Shirley exploded from the sofa, shouting out loud that he forgot about the girl, after which the guy tirelessly rushed to the phone. It was dark outside and there was almost no public transport running around the city. Wei Sung stood in the middle of the street and thought offended that this time the guy had unspeakably crossed the line. The blonde really thought he was good, but being disappointed, it seemed to her that she had overestimated his capabilities. Finally, a black Mercedes drove up to her with her driver, who politely apologized for the fact that the girl had to wait. The young lady, upset, ordered him to go, because she decided that she was finally returning home. In response to Miss Wei's request, the driver only said that, unfortunately, it would not be possible to return home now. The girl looked in his direction in surprise, not understanding what he meant. Suddenly, she noticed that Wei Qing was driving, who was smiling at her affectionately. He told the girl that the head of the family ordered him to send me to the airport, which made me seriously surprised. Smiling, Wei Qing assured the girl that she had nothing to worry about, because after the young lady took the business from the Song family and then negotiated with Yuthard, old Wei decided that his girl was already an adult. Wei Qing told the blonde that her father had decided to entrust her with a business in Europe, and when she heard about it, the girl did not believe him, and remained sitting with her mouth open. The guy added that old Wei made it clear to him that he was proud of his daughter and had full confidence that she was old enough to be in charge of the family's business abroad. The blonde smiled contentedly, saying that she would now call her father and reassure him. Before she had time to pick up the phone, Shirley's name suddenly appeared on the phone screen. The girl stared at the phone in confusion, not understanding what to do with it. The young lady picked up the phone and at the same moment Shirley, without even saying hello, began to apologize to the girl, trying to explain the situation. Listening to the guy, the girl deep down was glad that he had not forgotten about her, although even after the first meeting they constantly crossed paths under the most strange conditions. First, the situation in the spa, then the dog crunches, then the race and the Yul-Yuterd restaurant, all this popped up in the blonde's head. Wei Sung was so lost in thought that she did not notice how the young man stopped talking and tried to touch her. Making her voice as menacing as possible, the girl responded to the guy who heard him, reproaching him for having managed to insult the very daughter of the Wei family. Shirley, standing in the middle of the men's room, in turn, obediently agreed with everything the young lady told him, and at the end added that he would definitely invite her to dinner again as soon as he found a good place. It seemed to the girl that the guy really thought about her feelings, but unfortunately, she could not agree to his proposal because she was going to Europe. This statement seriously surprised the guy, who immediately began to worry and bombard the blonde with a bunch of questions about when she would return, whether she would be met there and when she would arrive there. The girl sat smiling and did not think that the guy could care about her so much, but since it embarrassed him so much, she invited the young man to join her. At once, Shirley's expression suddenly changed to a sad one, because the guy could not leave Yi's money problem unresolved, but he wanted to leave. Wei Sung, realizing this, told the guy that she was joking and advised her to wait, and then they kindly discussed everything. The guy sweetly wished the blonde a good trip and asked the girl to let him know when she arrived. After hanging up the phone, a wide smile suddenly appeared on Wei Sung's face, and the young lady's mood jumped. The night streets of the big city were illuminated by bright advertising screens, cars moved slowly in the stream, creating an atmosphere of magical radiance. Old Wei sat relaxed in the middle of a hefty sofa in a luxurious living room, talking on the phone with his daughter, and two strangers stood next to him. The head of the family was pleased that his daughter was accompanied by a family member to Wei. Having wished the blonde good luck and said goodbye to her, the man hung up and turned to the strangers. The old man ordered them to begin as Wei Sung-yu had already set off on their journey. After several months of constant absenteeism, Shirley finally decided to return to university. Finally forgetting about Song Miao Miao, the guy could calmly come to school. The first-year students and other girls who also studied at that university turned to the guy in surprise, since they had not seen this handsome guy for a long time. Laughing, the girls ordered that although the guy was strange, he was incredibly handsome, and even flirted with the girls, and the very image of such conversation stared at the gossipers in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Smiling, the guy chalked it all up to the fact that, apparently, Sun Sen Sen was really famous at their school. The guy confidently walked towards his educational building, remembering too, who should have been somewhere nearby. Shirley thought about how he could improve his relationship with her, since it would be very convenient to spend money on his sister as well. The young man walked and looked around, looking for Aya's body. Suddenly he finally saw a girl standing alone under a huge ancient oak tree. The last time they met, the girl was in a mountain uniform, and now she was wearing a sailor uniform, and it immediately seemed to the guy that the young lady really loved cosplay. Waving to the girl, Shirley began to confidently walk towards the tree that she was propping up. However, by some miracle, he was ahead of him by a young man with scarlet hair that reminded him of Song Miao Miao. Moreover, in the hands of the eccentric, out of nowhere, there was a hefty bouquet of scarlet roses. The redhead cheerfully handed her a bouquet of flowers, asking how she was doing and offering to become his girlfriend at least this time. The girl lowered her eyes in disappointment and, apologizing, refused old age B, since she could not agree. The guy wouldn't leave the poor girl alone. He was trying to find out why. Even after several months of his unsuccessful attempts, she still didn't want to agree to become his girlfriend. The eccentric began to tell too that from the very first sight he fell immensely in love with her. A little later, he tried to win her heart with songs that he wrote for her on his own, but she didn't even pay attention to him. The guy arranged special dates for the beauty and swore that he was ready to spend all his money on her, since he was from a wealthy family. The red-haired man boasted about his achievements and boasted of his wonderful beauty, continuing to pester the young lady. The girl nervously fingered the fabric of her own skirt in her hands, trying to refuse the impudent man, because she didn't like him at all. Suddenly the headman stood up and said that he had heard that the girl was obliged to work every evening, which surprised her greatly, since she did not want anyone to know about it. The guy hovered over the poor man with his entire hefty physique, not allowing her passage and asking why he was torturing himself like that. Unexpectedly, he boldly approached Aya to kiss her, adding that if the girl agreed, she would be able to forget about all her problems. Finally, the indignant Shirley, who did not at all like the behavior of the impudent impostor, intervened in the conversation between the two lovebirds. Shirtu once again loudly repeated to the redhead that the girl did not agree to a relationship with him and pushed him away with her hand. Without resisting, the headman instantly stepped aside, not realizing who this guy was. The guy, in turn, confidently stated that he was Aya's older brother, and when she heard about this, the girl was a little confused. The puzzled guy did not believe Shir's words, because he knew that the young lady didn't even have cousins. Despite this, the indignant Shirtu threateningly ordered the impostor not to appear before his eyes, and especially not to approach his sister, since money could not solve absolutely everything. The guy grabbed the young lady by the hand and dragged her in the opposite direction from the eccentric, while the red-haired man peered respectfully after him and tried to understand who this young man was. Suddenly, an idea came into the headman's head, which he could perfectly use against this guy. Red received the phone, dialed the number and asked someone on the other side to check Shirley in the database. An angry Shirley sharply pulled the girl behind him and tried to ask why she did not run away from that guy, who obviously did not have the best intentions. The guy reproached the girl for being patient since childhood, which is why she made many people worry about her, and for some reason Aya suddenly stopped liking the fact that the young man constantly called her sister. Suddenly, she remembered their childhood, in which, without shame, the young lady promised the boy that she would marry him when they grew up. Smiling widely, little Shirtu happily agreed to such a wonderful offer. Now, more than 10 years have passed since that moment, and she still looked at the guy with the same loving eyes. Seeing the strange expression on Aya's face, the guy also thought that she remembered her childhood. Realizing that he should do something, the young man jumped out in front of her and made a stupid grimace, inquiring that the young lady looked at her brother so strangely. She laughed, and the guy, watching her, only thought that he didn't want to drag the poor guy into trouble. Smiling sweetly, the girl said that she was fine and he shouldn't worry about her at all. Waving her hand, the beauty said goodbye to Shirley, adding that it was time for her to go to a couple. She quickly ran, and the guy looked after her dejectedly, thinking only that now he needed to get money for her mother's operation. The sky above Wudong was covered with a bunch of different colors and shades, as it was already getting dark and the sun was slowly hiding behind the horizon. In the guy's apartment, he and Scepter had a tense discussion about whether the guy could use the night god's money to help his sister. Skeepert said that he could use the means of the black card only with those people whose sons were close enough to the god of the night himself, even if the persons were close friends of the slave of the card. The mentor slowly explained to the boy the difference between social spending, which he could share with friends, and spending aimed at direct assistance. Shirley, in turn, tried in every possible way to find at least some kind of gap, asking if he could simply give money from the black card. However, after a moment the guy abandoned this idea, because he understood that he would have to work off a huge amount. Realizing that the guy had no more stupid questions left, Scepter was about to leave when he asked him to wait. Taking something out of his pocket, he said he had one more question. Not understanding what else this idiot could want, the scepter hovered in the air, waiting. After receiving the black card, the guy asked if he could borrow money from the dark god card. Glancing suspiciously at the slave, the mentor took a few seconds to think about what the boy asked. Suddenly the young man cried out that in the case of a promissory note, the money taken would not be considered a gift. The scepter broke into his malicious smile, agreeing with the guy. However, without leaving the guy much time to rejoice, the messenger asked the guy if he was really looking for such a death. Shirley didn't understand what he meant, so he stared at him in surprise. The scepter, in turn, calmly explained to the poor thing that in case of a loan, he would have to repay an amount 40% more than the one he previously took, moreover, within the same period of repayment of the quota. This meant for the guy that if he borrowed 100 yuan, he would have to pay back as much as 140, and when he converted these proportions into real numbers, the guy was dumbfounded. If he borrowed 80,000, he would have to return as much as 112, which he must earn with his own labor. Scepter wearily ran his palm over his face, adding that he was already tired of repeating the same thing to the guy, since the money from the card could be used exclusively for targeted expenses. With a grieving grimace, Scepter said one last time that the card could not be used for investments and other personal expenses, or the slave would simply be destroyed. Touching the top of his staff, the mentor finished by saying that the money borrowed would lead the guy straight to his death. The young man thought that if this was true, he absolutely needed to raise his own funds as soon as possible. Suddenly the young man noticed one very strange detail, which alarmed him a little. Looking suspiciously at the scepter, he asked why he suddenly began answering his questions in such detail and cheerfully. The mentor did not expect such a question at all, so his eyes widened, and the scepter himself did not know what to answer. Impulsively calling the guy a red chinchilla, the messenger spat in his direction and disappeared. The conversation was tiring not only for the Dark Knight messenger, but also for the guy himself, since now he had to figure out where to get such a large amount of money. Scratching his head, Shirtu began to persistently think about where he could go to work. This time, upon arriving at Zhao Mei Mei's mansion, the house no longer seemed large to the guy. The woman sat opposite the guy on a comfortable velour sofa and was very glad that they were able to meet again. Smiling embarrassedly, the guy tried to tell the lady that he really needed that job. The woman was happy about this and asked the guy to join Liang Liang for dinner after class, which did not make Shirley very happy. Mei Mei added that the guy should not worry about money, since she had already done everything and transferred the entire amount to Liang Liang, and his task was only to accompany her. The guy was very uncomfortable refusing a woman, but he really had things to do after class. Shi told Zhao that his close friend had a sick mother and the guy urgently needed help raising a large amount of money for an operation. This answer upset Mimi a little, but he quickly found a way out of the situation. The woman invited the guy to keep her daughter company, and she would generously pay the young man for it. Shirley curiously asked the woman why she decided to pay him to accompany her daughter to dinner, which Mei Mei only brushed off, arguing that she had to go to work. But stopping at the exit, the woman added that she considered Shirley to be the one with whom her daughter was at least a little happier. Mei Mei left the house, slamming the door loudly, and the guy remained looking after her. The guy gathered all his will into a fist and began to climb the stairs, expecting the worst. Rising to the second floor, the guy's eyes suddenly widened, and the guy himself was seriously surprised. The corridor, which last time was painted with a bunch of graffiti, all kinds of signs and other strange things, was cleaned and washed to a shine. It turns out that the door to Liang Liang's room was a soft pink color, as was the forged door handle. Entering the room, the guy saw perfect cleanliness and a girl politely sitting at a table by the window. Shirley looked at the young lady in surprise, not believing that it was Zhang Liang Liang. Hearing the teacher's steps, she turned to him and sweetly asked how he didn't recognize her. The guy sat down on the pink sofa, seriously greeted the girl, and added that girls like young ladies should be very energetic. The girl suddenly threw her arms around the teacher, saying that she felt his heart beating quickly. Raising his left eyebrow upward, the guy looked emotionlessly at the impudent man, pretending that he was indifferent. Suddenly he took out a hard folder and hit Liang Liang on the head with it, reproaching her for flirting with the teacher, ordering her to take out the textbook and look for the 20th problem. The young lady looked at the guy in confusion, not expecting that he would force her to do the task, after which she guiltily added that he needed to have dinner with her today. The girl attacked the young man again, telling the guy that she wanted to go to dinner right now. The guy threw the kids off of him, again hitting her on the head with the folder so that a triple party came out in it, after which the guy ordered her to listen to him. The girl lay down on the floor and began to be capricious, because she really liked the teacher and she just wanted him to love her. Instantly, Shirley found this all disgusting and therefore, standing up sharply, the guy said that he would no longer be her tutor. The girl got up, jumped up and ran after the guy, grabbing him by the jacket and begging him to wait. She fell at his feet, persuading the guy to stay and not leave her alone, at least that day. Tired of all these pleas, Shirtu sighed and agreed, since he really needed this money. The girl offered to go eat first, and then promised that she would do all the homework, while the young man thought that helping her was much more important than these kids, so the guy agreed. The young lady dragged Shirtu to a very inconspicuous restaurant, which, according to her, served incredibly delicious dishes. Sitting down at the entrance to the establishment, Shirley carefully studied the menu, surprised at the 4-digit prices that the owner charged for ordinary dishes. Smiling sweetly, Zhao Liangliang asked the guy if he would like to treat her. Returning to the girl's side and making a grimace of an old miser, the guy menacingly said that he had no money except 600 yuan, which her mother paid him. Cheerfully declaring that the girl had expected such an answer, she invited Shirley, waving a gold bank card in front of his nose, which the young man stared at in surprise. Noticing this, the kids added that the mother herself gave her the card, since it was her fault. Surprised that the girl knew about her mother's earnings, the guy suggested that she go to another place, since the prices in that restaurant were cloudy abnormal, which Liang clearly refused. Zhao was indignant that the guy didn't want to go to her favorite restaurant, not understanding why he was so concerned, since she still paid for dinner, which Shi later agreed with and obediently left after her. Instantly, the girl seemed to switch. She turned around and ran away, angrily shouting that she was no longer hungry, because every year on her birthday it was the same. The girl walked in the opposite direction from Shirley, indignantly ordering that she could not spend her birthday normally with anyone, while the guy looked after her in confusion. The guy finally realized that the girl really had a birthday that day, and that is why Mei insisted that he celebrate it with her. A tearful Liang sat alone on a bench, trying to wipe away her tears with the sleeve of her blouse. Approaching the poor woman, Shirley handed her a napkin, trying to cheer up the girl with jokes. The girl grabbed a napkin, pretending that she hardly paid attention to the guy's jokes. The young man sat down next to her, saying that on her birthday the last thing she should do is cry, since it is usually a fun and interesting day. Although the young man only had 600 yuan, he invited the young lady to go together and imagine that they were taking off somewhere. It was incredibly sad for him to watch the crying children, because for people like her, birthday was still a very important date that needed to be celebrated as loudly as possible. The largest shopping center in Wudong was just starting to open after 6 in the evening. The windows flashed with bright lights, inviting visitors to come inside. Shirley and the young lady walked cheerfully along the spacious street, while the girl enthusiastically chewed sweets on both cheeks. The guy watched the joyful children, which made his soul feel warm, since bringing joy to others was his favorite thing. The girl was as happy as ever, holding regular cotton candy and cola in a plastic cup. Seeing the slot machine with toys inside, Liang immediately ran to it, and Shirley simply could not refuse the beauty on her birthday. A joyful girl, laughing, hugged the bear and pig that she won in the slot machine, while the guy behind her gloomily clutched a small cockerel in his hands. It was the best day of her life, and everything was thanks to her, the teacher, that is, Shirley. Tiredly plopping down on a wooden bench, Liang thanked the guy for the best birthday, which made the guy himself happy, since the girl was really sincerely happy. But taking out a small bag from behind his back, the young man sweetly added that something about this day could have become even better. The girl looked admiringly at the small cake in his hands, finding no limit to her joys. But the guy wasn't going to just give the kids the cake, he had something in mind. In Zhang Mei's office building, lights were still on everywhere even though the clock had struck 10. The woman herself, barely moving her legs, wearily approached her own car, rejoicing that that day was finally over. While singing a birthday song, Liang suddenly walked up to the car, holding a cake in her hands. The mother looked at her daughter in surprise, not understanding that she was arriving so late in the gloomy parking lot and where teacher Shi had disappeared to. The woman excitedly began asking Liang what the teacher had done and where he had gone. The girl told the woman what the guy had said, that since it was her birthday, they had to celebrate it with their mother. Mei stared at the girl, puzzled, because she always thought that the kids did not like spending time with her at all. Out of nowhere, Shirley suddenly appeared before the girls, reproaching the woman for the fact that every child loved his mother madly. Suddenly, a picture appeared in the young lady's head of how, in her childhood, her mother beat her father, protecting her from him. Liang began to cry and called her mother her heroine. The girl said that she loved her very much. Unable to contain herself, Zhang Mei also began to cry and ran to the girl. Satisfied, Shi too watched the girls, thinking that he had perfectly completed the task assigned to him. Mei and Liang hugged each other tightly, not letting go for a second. After standing for a while, they finally turned around and headed to the car, planning to cook dinner at home and stop at the store on the way for new dishes. Opening the car window, Liang happily waved her hand to teacher Shi, saying goodbye to him. The satisfied young man waved to the girl in response, grinning joyfully. Now the hero's main problem was how to get home, since it was late night outside. Suddenly, Hao Yuan received a call from the investigation bureau and was informed that the guy whom he asked to break through had quite serious connections, which the impudent man did not immediately believe. After hanging up the phone, notes of anger and confidence appeared in the young man's eyes, since Shirley was not his rival at all, and he could very soon become his. Shirtu walked and concentratedly peered at his own mobile phone, which had just received an increased salary from Mei Mei, which now amounted to as much as 500 yuan per hour. After counting, the young man realized that he had already collected 3,000 yuan and decided that he should give this money to Yi, at the same time visiting his aunt. The guy was going down the escalator in a huge shopping center without taking his eyes off the phone, begging her to answer him. The guy called the girl again and again, but once again the call was unsuccessful. Suddenly, in a cafe opposite, a guy noticed a girl very similar to Tu. The guy confidently walked into the cafe, opened the glass door and went inside. Shirtu waved his hand at the young lady in a friendly manner, only having time to add what an interesting coincidence it was. Suddenly the guy's attention was attracted by something he didn't expect to see there. Hao Yuan sat opposite her, clasping his hands and smiling sweetly at the young lady. The guy offered to help the poor girl because he liked her very much. She was left with absolutely no choice, since that guy had a wealthy family, and she really needed the money. In the blink of an eye, the redhead broke into a very malicious smile, which reminded Shirley of the scepter's smile. Yuanyu was not going to give the girl a huge amount of money so easily, but the guy put out a contract and a pen in front of her, which she had to sign. She sat in confusion and looked at the guy, not understanding what kind of contract he put in front of her. The guy justified himself by saying that he would need to report to his parents where he spent that amount, and in that case, the contract would become strong evidence. The girl stared at the bastard, trying to understand what she was agreeing to. Yuanyu put pressure on the poor girl, remembering her mother, who needed an operation, and promising that he would immediately give the money as soon as the girl signed the contract. Under pressure from the heartless, the girl took the contract in her hands, trying to at least read it. Taking the young lady's hands, the red-haired man tried to pretend to be a good boy, promising her golden mountains, care, safety and affection. With tears in her eyes, Yi decided to sign the contract that Wu Hao Yuan was offering. At the last moment, before the poor thing put her signature, Shirley snatched the contract from her hands, ordering her to let him look at it. Having carefully studied the piece of paper, the young man realized that by signing this document, his sister would have sold herself into slavery to that scoundrel. Suddenly, Wu Hao Yuan sarcastically remarked that this matter concerned only him and Yi, not her brother. Ignoring the pagan's words, Shir angrily threw the piece of paper on the table, yelling at her for planning to sell for 80,000. The girl began to cry, trying to persuade Shirtu not to interfere, since it was of her own free will. Hitting his hands on the table, Shirley said that Song Yi would under no circumstances sell herself to anyone, despite the fact that the girl saw no other way out in front of her. The poor woman barely found the strength to tell the guy that her mother suddenly felt ill, which left Shir dumbfounded. The girl began to cry even more and, sobbing, tried to say that she did not want to lose her mother, since she needed urgent heart bypass surgery. Hearing this, the stunned Shirley began to calm the girl down, trying to somehow make her happy. The red-haired man again intervened in the conversation, smilingly saying that in addition to financial assistance, he could introduce the young lady's mother to a very famous doctor who would certainly help her. Unable to withstand such impudence, Shirtu attacked the young man and tore up his ill-fated contract, cursing the impostor and ordering him to get away. The guy poured torn pieces of paper onto the table, adding that some bastards can find benefit in other people's troubles. The guy grabbed her hand and led her away, ordering the girl to go to the hospital and tell the doctor to begin the operation immediately. The tearful poor thing obediently followed the guy, not believing what he said, to which the young man only asked the girl to believe him. The two quickly walked out of the cafe, loudly slamming the glass door. An enraged Wu Hao Yuan was left alone with his own broken contract, coming up with a plan in his head to take revenge on the guy. Shirley stood in front of one of the ATMs of the largest bank in Wudong. Due to constant thoughts about death and the scepter, the guy hesitated a little, but at the same time he tried to keep in his head the expression on the face of the tearful Aya, who begged him to help his mother. Finally he made up his mind and pressed the decisive button on the ATM screen. The machine started to roar and began to slowly give him bills, of which there were a lot. Within a few minutes, Shirley stood with a huge mountain of money, unable to believe his eyes. The guy quickly packed the bills into his backpack and headed towards the exit. Before the brave man had time to leave the bank, suddenly, behind his back, he heard a familiar voice warning him against such nonsense. The guy returned and saw the scepter hovering in the air behind him and watched him with interest. The mentor looked at his slave with disappointment, recalling that in a conversation about this, he made it clear to the guy that he could not do this. The young man, in turn, resolutely clutching his briefcase on his chest, said that he would definitely find a way to get 110,000. Hearing this, Scepter only laughed at the guy, remembering to him how much the guy had paid to get 800 yuan, which he distributed to the homeless. Gritting his teeth, Shirley hissed that he incredibly wanted to save Yi's mother's life so that she could live a happy life. Not believing in the guy's senseless idea, Scepter again asked him if he was really ready for such a desperate agreement. The fact that the mentor called this an agreement seriously angered the guy, so he blurted out that, in his opinion, the scepter did not understand at all what it was like when the person most dear to you died. Realizing that the young man had decided to sacrifice himself, the messenger asked him what about his family. Deciding to press on this sore spot, Scepter asked what would happen to his relatives if the guy died. Lost in thought, Shirley bowed his head dejectedly, not finding an answer, but the guy was sure that if he didn't help Yi, he would regret it all his life. Scepter said that at first he hoped that Shir too would outplay all his predecessors, but now he was convinced of the completely opposite, wishing the guy luck and adding that he was not the first stupid slave. The mentor turned around, said goodbye to the guy, but, as always, prepared to disappear without a trace for the last time. The guy headed towards the door again and, having almost opened it, suddenly stopped. The guy sincerely thanked Scepter for all his help and moved on. They called the guy a fool. The messenger disappeared into thin air, but somewhere in the depths of his soul he was pleased that Shirley thanked him. Shirley rushed through the streets of Wudong at night, which were crowded with people even at such a late hour. Finally, the guy ran to the hospital and, finding the reception area, left a briefcase with money in the cash register. Shir ran to look for the girl, who had to wait somewhere for her mother's operation to finish, and found her in one of the corridors. Time passed and the dark night was replaced by a bright day, while the sun's rays filled the windows of the city hospital with their warmth. Finally, the doctor came out of the operating room and reported that the operation was successful and the patient was safe. Hearing this, the guy was incredibly happy, looking at his happy sister standing next to him. With tears in her eyes, Yi, in turn, did not stop to thank brother Shir too for his help, holding the guy's hand. The joyful guy affectionately patted the girl on the head and added that she should take good care of herself and her mother over the next few days. Realizing that the time of reckoning would soon come, the young man turned around and did not hesitate, left, saying goodbye to the panic. At the same moment, Yi, who was tightly clutching something in her hands behind her back, turned to Shirley, walked up to him and handed him a piece of paper. The guy looked in surprise, first at the girl, then at the piece of paper, not understanding what she was giving him, but the guy made it clear to her that he did not expect a refund. The young lady insisted that the guy take the piece of paper, otherwise she would be very ashamed in front of her, so the guy finally agreed. As soon as he took the piece of paper in his hands, the girl immediately ran away, blushing. The guy looked at the piece of paper, thinking that after his disappearance no one would even remember this receipt. As always, unexpectedly, the scepter suddenly appeared in front of Shirley's face, agreeing that the girl's daring flight really looked tragic. Shirley annoyedly attacked his mentor, since he scared him to death 10 times. The scepter ordered the young man to watch himself and his behavior, calling him a dead slave. Hearing this, the guy was surprised, thinking that the scepter had come to take his life. Taking his sharp staff in his hands, the messenger asked him with interest what the guy thought about his death. Spreading his hands, Shirley ordered him not to hesitate and not to drag his feet, since the guy only wanted to die as soon as possible if this was inevitable. Calling the young man a stupid Mickey Mouse, Scepter noted that the boy had the best imagination and intentions. Observing the surprised expression on the guy's face, the mentor monotonously added that, unfortunately, he would not be able to fulfill the guy's request, since it had been raised. After these words, the scepter headed for the exit, while Shirley babbled behind him, trying to get an explanation from his mentor. Sighing at the same time, Scepter congratulated the lucky one on his promotion to the 2nd degree, adding that he received a 5-star rating. The envoy slowly walked towards the stairs while Shirley tried to run after him to find out some information. Ignoring the guy's request, Scepter moved on and said that if he wanted, the guy could find out everything himself. Finally, the mentor added that the answer was hidden in the guy's hands, after which he eagerly began to examine the piece of paper, realizing that it was by no means an IOU. Shirley decided to open the piece of paper and read it carefully to understand what was going on. Shirley's eyes crawled into the back of his head, while the guy stood there petrified, unable to even close his mouth. In the guy's hands was Sun Yi's receipt for being sold into slavery to him, which saved the guy's life, since now Yi was considered a B-level girl on whom Shirley could spend the money of the god of the Dark Night. Realizing that the surcharge in the black card system was the purchase and sale of girls, Shirley threateningly ordered Scepter to kill him in this case, since the guy considered it illegal and humiliating. After Shirley's desperate words, Scepter suddenly shouted at the young man, cursing him and saying that the Dark Night god would never stoop to such a level since they had their own rules. Sighing, the mentor added that the guy didn't have to thank him, since he managed to survive for the 2nd time and get away with it. Shirley was still looking at the septal with parallelism, not understanding what to do next and how to live with the fact that he was now the owner of 2. But only with a smile, the envoy added that by writing a receipt for slavery, she automatically became one of those with whom Shirley could share his own quota. After a moment, breaking into a disgusting smile, Scepter reminded the guy to use the girl for his own purposes so that the costs would be worth it. Not immediately understanding, the guy asked his mentor in surprise what he meant, at which Scepter only chuckled. But suddenly realizing, Shir rushed at the messenger, shouting that he would never meet with the poor girl who was like a sister to him. The Scepter did not understand why the guy was so dissatisfied, because although the girl saved his life, she could still thank him, from the thoughts of which, the young man again froze indestructibly. For some reason, Wei Sungyu flashed through his head, who just recently sweetly asked him if he was awake. The guy didn't understand why he was thinking about Miss Yu, but suddenly he pushed all the heavy thoughts away from himself, since he had at least a year to find a way to solve this awkward topic. Deciding to find out some details, the guy asked Scepter if he could use her card in the same way as with Wei Sung. Scepter coldly agreed with him, adding that the guy could spend money even on her mother as long as it was beneficial for himself. A moment later, having completely forgotten, the envoy revealed that the 2nd level quota amount was 1 million, which left poor Shirley speechless. Not understanding how he could spend such a huge amount of money in such a short period, the guy shouted indignantly, trying to find out something. But later, Scepter calmed the alarmist by telling him that the quota time was increasing to a month, during which it sounded more realistic to spend 1 million. The angry Shirley pointed his fingers at the messenger and ordered him to kill him, making the guy happy, since he was still under the impression of the number 1 million. The guy complained indignantly that the plant's numbers were growing by leaps and bounds, and he did not have time to spend such incredible amounts. After an hour of continuous complaints from his slave, Scepter was already bored of listening to everything. Suddenly, having said that, obviously, the guy no longer has problems, the computer gradually began to disappear. As always at the last moment, Shirley asked him to wait, trying to ask as much as possible about the 2nd level. The guy was interested in how many more levels were left after the 2nd and what was the maximum quota amount. In an instant, the visiting rod was once again level with Shirley's eyes, which meant that the young man had said something wrong. The Scepter sternly let the boy know that 2nd level slaves had no right to know information about subsequent levels. Starting to get angry, Scepter told the guy that he only told him that he was perfectly suitable for a 2nd level slave. Seeing that the mentor was beginning to boil, Shir asked him to explain the difference between the rules at the 2nd and 3rd levels, while the Scepter sat and looked at the young man with the thoughts that he knew that the god of night would one day choose this rat. The messenger began to talk about how the transition from the 2nd to the 3rd level usually takes 10 months, and in theory there are 10 levels in total. Sticking out his index finger, Scepter added that only when the slave's consumption reached the required point would God be able to move him to the next level. Shirley thought that the guy had been moving from level 0 to level 1 for quite a long time, so it would be very difficult to reach level 10. The interested guy instantly asked Scepter whether that was why additional expenses would affect the points, while he was fooling around out of boredom, thinking about the answer. The Scepter confirmed Shida's guesses, and the guy said with satisfaction that in the absence of additional costs, his transition process should have slowed down. After these words, the mentor hit the guy with a staff on his Makitra, ordering him to think carefully. Scepter added that if it doesn't end during the 10th cycle, the guy gets no points and will probably die at the end. Rubbing the lump on the back of his head, Sure thought that he had guessed that not everything was so simple in the black card system. Finally, Scepter advised the guy not to abandon his idea about his money, since it could help him now. Suddenly the guy's eyes lit up brightly, and the guy himself instantly perked up, starting to ask the mentor how much money he already had and how much he could have. Suddenly, Scepter put out his wand, charming the number 93 with it, and then weakly adding that at the moment, only 9,300 yuan could be changed. In addition, the mentor told the guy with a smile that when he moved to the next level, the guy got the opportunity to invest money. Listening to all this, Shirley understood that he could finally start collecting money for his own wealth, which was one of the points on the path to getting rid of dependence on the Dark Knight God. Resting his head on his hand, Scepter boringly explained that this card has special rules for use, and that is why he will download a special program onto the slave's phone, which only the guy will see. Finally starting to disappear, the mentor lay contentedly in the air, while Sure kept an eye on him. Without hearing a sound from the guy, the messenger rose and added that it was time for him to go, since they had discussed everything. Suddenly, Shirley yelled again and asked him to stop, about to ask another question. Closing his eyes in frustration, Scepter asked the guy what else he needed. This time the boy sweetly asked Scepter if he should not be given any reward for obediently spending everything. The mentor instantly narrowed his eyes, thinking about what kind of rat that tramp was. The Scepter scolded the guy, but still charmed a wall of 81 cards, from which the guy had to choose 2. Shirley looked at the cards confidently, wondering which one to choose this time. The guy touched the card at random and again a large card fell out to him, which he could not use. Scepter laughed loudly when he saw how unlucky the guy was. Shirley was a little embarrassed because the young man expected his own success, but he was unlucky again. While Scepter mocked the guy, Shirley, in turn, protested as he thought it was unfair that among the 81 cards there were some that he could not use yet. The mentor agreed to convey the guy's ridiculous wish to the God of Night, after which he added that Sure too had one last chance that he could not miss. Sure muttered dissatisfiedly why it was impossible to start from today, since the second time he could get an invalid card again. Scepter said that he himself would like the guy to have a chance to win, but he could not do anything. Suddenly the mentor's rod squealed and sewed, surprising its owner. No less surprised, Shirley also looked at the rod, asking what it meant. Suddenly, thousands of different numbers flashed in the messenger's eyes, which he watched with concentration. Having completed the ritual, Scepter calmly added that the God of the Dark Knight approved his request to remove all options that were not available to him from the board of cards. The mentor touched the wall of cards with his staff, when suddenly the board was updated. Shirley watched what was happening in surprise, not believing his eyes. Scepter told the primitive chinchilla to hurry up as the guy was stealing his precious time. Finally, having chosen a card, the guy touched it with the thought that this was it. The golden card that the young man had chosen shone and spun before his eyes. A moment later, the card jumped out of the board and flew into the guy's head with all its might, making him gasp. A bunch of twinkling stars and sunbeams appeared around Shirley, of which the guy was surprised and tried to recognize the scepter from what was happening. The young man felt something completely new and unusual, while the scepter lay calmly outside his back, watching the picture. Scrunching his displeased face, Scepter said that the guy got the A-level Master of Ancient Arts card. This took the guy's breath away, but he didn't really understand how that card worked. The mentor said that when the guy wants to use the card, he will need to mentally call it in his mind. Instantly, the young man thought that he wanted to activate the card, and a list immediately appeared before his eyes with different cards on which different types of martial arts were drawn. The guy looked at different options for martial arts, and didn't know which one he liked best. Shirley mentally needed to choose one of the cards, and it would certainly give him its power. Scepter said that although the card was permanent, it could only be used once a day, choosing only one skill, which could not be changed for the next 30 minutes. However, the mentor noted that after finishing the card, the guy would be exhausted for the next 10 minutes due to the fact that all his strength would leave him, and the level of pain would double. The guy looked carefully at the messenger, who only smiled contentedly. The scepter was suddenly about to disappear again, when Shur immediately began to stop him, asking the poor fellow more and more questions about the cash. Unable to stand the guy, Scepter growled that he was tired of him, briefly adding that the cash would be sent to him soon. In the end, Scepter disappeared from the boar, while Shirley again began to think about how he could spend such a huge amount of money in a month. The guy stood and thought that this time everything really worked out and in the future he needs to be more careful. Meanwhile, a lot had changed in the hospital while the young man was busy with important matters. A joyful two suddenly rushed to the guy, who told him that her aunt's condition had returned to normal, and in a few days they could be discharged. The girl constantly thanked the guy, which he just shrugged off, trying to get by without formalities. Suddenly the guy looked guiltily at the young lady, realizing that it was he who should thank her, because if it weren't for her, he would now be dead. The guy told the girl not to worry about anything, and as soon as something happened to her, to call him immediately. Suddenly, the young lady began to slowly approach the guy, and when she came very close, she carefully stood on her tiptoes. The girl thanked the guy again and tenderly kissed him on the cheek, which he did not expect. Suddenly, thoughts about what the scepter said about this innocent popped up in his head and the guy suddenly felt disgusted with himself. Ashamed, the guy blushed and blushed, trying to find some excuses to leave. Not having figured out how to get rid of the girl, the guy simply said goodbye and said that he had to go. The guy quickly began to run away from the girl in the opposite direction, trying to hide the shame of his own eyes. By the time Shirtu reached his own house, the sun was already beginning to set outside. Coming out of the elevator and entering the corridor, the guy yawned lazily and stretched. Suddenly he realized how tired he was after that eventful day. The guy could finally breathe out calmly and not worry about Aunt Sun and E, since he now had enough money. Suddenly a woman's leg blocked the guy's way, and from behind him a familiar voice was heard, shouting joyfully because of Shur's return. In front of the guy was a joyful Wei Sungyu, who had apparently returned from Europe and was a little outraged that the guy had made his lady wait at the door for so long. The guy began to justify himself by saying that the blonde had not said anything about the fact that she would return exactly that day, and if he had known, he would have met her at the airport. With her arms folded across her chest in a businesslike manner, Wei Sung added that she would think about forgiving him, but for now the guy only needed to open the door. Having closed the door, the young man asked the young lady in surprise why she had come to him, since she usually went to spend the night before Wei Qing. The girl wearily plopped down on the sofa and asked the guy not to ask her about this, since something somewhat unexpected happened to her abroad, which is why she returned. Stretching lazily on the huge yellow sofa, the now girl yawned tiredly and added that when she arrived home, she realized that she had lost her key and her phone was dead, so she decided to wait for Shur. Offering a glass of water to Miss Yu, the guy asked in surprise whether the young lady really couldn't return home now. But a moment later, putting a glass of water on the table, the guy said to himself that it was a rather stupid question. The girl told the guy that she would borrow his shower for 15 minutes, and at that time the guy would need to carefully read and sign the contract that she left on the table. Deciding to laugh a little at the young man, the mysterious young lady added that it was about an agreement to sell Miss Ben's body. The girl went to the shower, leaving the guy alone with intimidating documents that spoke of a contract between Yu and Yuterd regarding the joint management of the restaurant. When the guy finally realized this, a loud laugh from the young lady came from the bathroom, who only added that she knows how to sell and not only bodies. Now Shur noticed something somewhat unusual in the contract, which made him pay closer attention. The contract clearly stated that the restaurant would be registered under the name of Shirley, and all their shares would belong to him, which the young man did not believe and asked the girl if they had mixed up anything. The blonde only firmly stated that absolutely everything had already been discussed with Julius, so Shur has no right to refuse. The girl added that all 10 million that she invested, as well as management rights, were recorded in the name of the young man, in addition to an additional 50% of all her dividends. The guy thanked the girl for such kindness, however, Shur did not understand why she chose him, to which the girl cheerfully replied that he should not be interested at all. A little later, the blonde added that Shirley was the only one whom she and Mr. Julius completely trusted, which is why they made such a decision. Shirley at that time thought that the millionaire card was really cool since Mr. Yule still remembered and trusted him. The young lady, still in her soul, sincerely hoped that the guy understood the full weight of responsibility, so to make sure of this, she once again asked if everything was clear to him. The guy said that everything was clear to him, except why they did this. World-famous restaurants would be a good detail, thanks to which it would be possible to prove to Wei Sung's father that she is worth something, but the young lady assured the guy that he did not need to do that. The girl said that she did not want this restaurant to be considered the property of the Wei family because she was trying to prevent contact with an organization that they were going to tell the guy about. After a short pause, the girl clearly added that the organization she was looking for was called the Eye of the Dark Night, which sent ants down the guy's back. Hearing the name of this mysterious organization, a puzzle suddenly began to form in Shirley's mind. Finally, leaving the bathroom, the girl said that they were talking about exactly the organization through which they had once met him. The girl said that after a trip to Europe, she saw that there were small problems with the family business there, which in her opinion were related to Akuma of the Dark Night. Sitting down on the sofa, the girl explained that something was constantly happening with family restaurants there. Either the restaurant could burn down, then the administrator and the team would quit, or the supplier would suddenly disappear. The guy watched the young lady and thought that she was really interested in the Eyes of the Dark Night, but due to the affairs of her own family, she was not able to sniff out much. Taking a glass of water in her hands, the blonde was noticeably bored, because no matter how hard she tried, she still couldn't find out anything about them. Finally, the girl added that in order to prevent this organization from interfering in her business, her last option was to rewrite everything to Shirley, so the guy could not let her down. The guy was really touched by the fact that the girl trusted him so much, and that's why the guy agreed to her strange deal. But suddenly the guy thought about something, asking the young lady to wait a second. The guy thought that the girl left shares and dividends for him so that he would help her, but Julius believed that the guy got it all thanks to the wealth card. The key question that arose in Shirley's mind was whether the Dark Scepter would consider that the guy would have to spend the profits from the business in the same way as the funds from the black card. Thinking out loud, the guy suddenly blurted out that he could invest his own 10,000 in a joint business, and in that case everything would be fine. The guy sat down next to the blonde and told her that they could easily rewrite everything under his name, but 50% of the shares were too large a share for him. Shir invited the young lady to invest 10,000 in their restaurant, and they, in turn, would credit him with 1 share. Petrified from surprise inside, the young lady asked menacingly, Mr. Shir was still in his right mind. Screaming with indignation, the girl screamed how dare he refuse 50% of the shares and its dividends, which were offered to him for free. For all Yu's reproaches, the guy only laughed and ordered that she should not underestimate him by 10,000. Suddenly, pretending to have an arrogant voice, the blonde blurted out that even if such conditions suited Shirley, it did not concern her at all yet. But after a moment, the friends joyfully shook hands, agreeing to each other's terms. At one point, Yua's towel slowly began to slide off, and Shirley, noticing this, accidentally kept his eyes on the girl, which is why he later received no greeting for his perversions, and then received the task of ordering wine. Laughing, the young man added that he would buy a bottle of wine worth 1 million yuan, which again outraged the girl, who did not like the fact that, having that kind of money, he was ready to give her only 10,000. Declaring that the guy had angered her, Wei Sung turned around sharply and went to change clothes, strictly ordering the guy not to peek. Laughing loudly at the blonde's royal manners, the guy quickly headed to the door, since his order had just been transferred to them. Shirley was a little surprised how the waiters could deliver a bottle of wine so quickly. The young man opened the door and a young delivery guy appeared in front of him, who asked the guy if he really was Shirley. After a second, the guy happily added that he had come from the Eyes of the Dark Night to serve the guy and give him a package. Shirley's eyes instantly widened and the guy, stuttering, repeated the name that the courier told him. The worker handed Shirley a strange box with the emblem of the Eye of the Dark Night and added that he was here to give the guy his personal funds. The guy took the parcel in his hands, not understanding why it was sent directly, and the courier, having given the box, said that it was on its way successfully. Noticing this too late, Shirley still tried to ask the guy to wait as he had several questions. But even when the young man looked out into the long, huge corridor, he saw no one there. From behind Shirley, Scepter's voice was heard again, stating the fact that the guy now had his own funds. The guy jumped at the unexpected appearance of the mentor, while he only advised the guy to quickly get the money and try not to get burned. The guy stared at the ambassador in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. A second later, the package in the guy's hands suddenly caught fire with a blue flame, causing the guy to suddenly scream. The young man fearfully threw the bundle on the floor, while the scepter laughed cheerfully at the slave. When the packaging was completely burned out, a stack of banknotes remained on the floor, which Shirley carefully tried to extinguish. Having compiled the whole picture in his head, the guy angrily listed everyone connected with the Dark Knight and declared this to the scepter, to which he only ordered the guy not to pretend, since he already understood everything perfectly well. Shirley immediately remembered Wei Sung's words that the Dark Knight gang was working against her family, and if he could learn a little more about the organization, he would certainly be able to help his friend. Knowing that the mentor loved flattery, Shir addressed him respectfully, persuading him to tell him more about the organization of the Dark Knight. But falling for the young man's impudent flattery, Scepter agreed to tell him a little. The master said that the Dark Knight organization was created by the great god to resolve the problem with human means thousands of years ago. Listening carefully, Shirley could not understand how the Dark Knight organization could be an ordinary service, but he was interested in the question of whether it could be considered a direct threat to him. Scepter said in surprise that Shidu's threat was outright nonsense. The messenger said that since the guy was a slave, only the god of night, the mentor himself and Shir's own stupidity could kill him, to which he simply agreed. Shirley thought that at least he was safe, but one thing bothered him. The guy thoughtfully asked if they wanted to target him too, since they were targeting the Wei family, and he had a good relationship with them, to which Scepter replied that the guy had nothing to worry about. Hitting Shir too on the head with a staff, the mentor advised him not to interfere with the plans of the god of night. Scepter added with concern that even he couldn't protect the guy all the time. With a surprised face, Shirley asked what grandiose plans the envoy was talking about. However, waving his staff and saying that he was tired of the guy, the scepter disappeared in the blink of an eye. The enraged guy began to get angry that the messenger disappeared every time he did not have time to finish his words. The guy started waving his arms and angrily asking why he was standing there. Suddenly Shir too froze and slowly turning his amazed gaze to the side, he saw that it was not the scepter there at all. In front of Shir stood Wei Sungyu, who was wearing only one shirt and, smiling magically, tried to borrow things from the guy. The guy stared at her and, numb, could not utter a word. The girl slowly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and asked Shir if she looked good. Shir too, blushing and not taking his eyes off old Wei's daughter, replied that she was beautiful no matter what. The beauty approached Shirley and asked why he did nothing when such a beautiful girl was next to him. Shir cried out, pretending to remember something, and then entered the room. The guy handed the blonde a stack of banknotes with the words that she should take them first. The girl threw money at Shir too with all her might and shouted that he had problems with his head. Sunyu, screaming for the guy to get to hell, attacked him while he shouted that this was investment money and begged him to save him. A clear sky, covered with small white clouds, towered over the picturesque city of Wudong, whose streets were slowly, but at the same time quite briskly, people walking. Shocked by the prices, Shirley asked again and again heard the price of a jade pendant of more than 1 million. Nearby, in a store window, he saw a bracelet worth almost 2 million and, shocked by such prices, the guy screamed again. Staring with his face at the glass of the display case, the young man looked at the bracelet and thought that he did not belong here, since the jewelry in that store was completely beyond his means. However, despite this, Shir continued to run around the store, looking at each piece of jewelry with delight. Suddenly Shir became confused, realizing that now he could easily manage to spend all the money. The young man was interested in one piece of jewelry, and went up to the display window and, saying that he really liked this jewelry, the young man asked the store owner to get it. The seller took the jewelry into his hands and asked Shirley if he really didn't hear him talking to the guy, because the owner had already recalled that Wenman is a very rich category, especially in this store. The salesman advised Mr. Shir to make a frivolous investment in Wenman, because he would not be able to obtain the knowledge needed for it in such a short period of time. The guy replied that he could absorb knowledge gradually, and that is why he would buy the jewelry right now, to which the owner replied that in case of purchase, Shirley should have known that this store was not engaged in profanity. The owner politely hinted to the guy that it would be better for him to go somewhere else and buy jewelry there, which the guy strictly refused. Although the young man was an amateur, he incredibly invested in his golden fingers and was sure that there were definitely no problems with that store. The owner again asked Shirley if he really wanted to buy the jewelry, to which he heard a firm answer that was already familiar to him. The men seemed to be in a duel, among the vast expanses of stormy skies. Having received a kick in the ass, Shirley flew out of the shop with a crash and a jump, stopping outside its door. No longer smiling at all, the shop owner said that, unfortunately, the shop closed unusually early that day. Thanking the guy for looking at things from the bottom up, the store owner did not leave him without a gift, throwing a box called Bothi Shinue into his hands, after which he slammed the shop door. The gift from the madman wasn't so bad, since the wooden box had a delicate design on it. After reading the shop owner's name on the box, Shirley thought that he could be considered a clown just because of the name he was given. The guy opened the box and saw inside a wonderful necklace, the name of which was similar to the name Wei Sung, so he should have liked the gift. Taking out the phone and calling the young lady, the guy asked with interest where the girl was, adding after a few seconds that he would be there shortly. Mr. Sher looked irritably at the antique shop behind him, thinking that the owner was indeed an interesting person, but the guy was definitely planning to return there for his future investment. The shopping center where the friends agreed to meet included 4 floors, so it was incredibly difficult to find the young lady among the heap of shops. Having met Sher, the girl suddenly began to be indignant that he was late, but as soon as the guy reminded her that it was she who was late, the girl argued that she was allowed to be late. Shirley did not argue with the stubborn blonde, so he only agreed with her, while they told him that they came there not only to select clothes. Wei Sung made it clear to the guy that a lot of important people would come to the opening ceremony of the restaurant, so a lot of time had to be devoted to clothes. Almost without listening to her friend, Shirley handed her a gift to say thank you, which surprised the girl a little. The girl looked at the young man in surprise and did not understand why he suddenly decided to give her such a surprise. Opening the wooden box, the girl saw inside a blue boot, which sparkled and shimmered under the rays of light. The guy happily added that he immediately decided who would become the owner of this necklace after he heard its name, after which the lovebirds flirted a little more. Suddenly, Shirley's gaze fell on one physique that was very familiar to him, and the guy began to become noticeably nervous. A red-haired man was approaching the store where the guy from Wei Sung was, who was flirting with Yi, and besides, he was with some young lady who tried to beg his handbag at night. Returning his back to Yuanhao, Shirley hoped that the bastard would not notice him, but this time luck was not on his side. Having looked closely, Yuanhao exclaimed in surprise, was it really Sun Yi's elder brother and, it would seem, waved his hand at him in a friendly manner. Upon returning, the young man ordered the pervert not to shout so much, while Wei Sung tried to ask the guy who the man was. Yuanhao and his companion came closer and the guy began to talk nonsense about the relationship between Shirley and Yi, calling the guy a wonderful older brother. The redhead brazenly said that the girl he passed was 3 points more beautiful than the current one, forcing Shirley not to stay away from the conversation. Hiding Wei Sung behind his back, the guy angrily shouted at the impudent man to get away, or he wouldn't be able to get out of there himself. While the impostor tried to flirt with Wei Sung, Sher too thought about using the martial arts card to teach the tramp a lesson. Yuanhao tried to slander the guy in all known ways, while Wei Sung stood smiling and listened to it all. The redhead, as expected, began to praise his fortune, his beauty and his possessions, trying to win the blonde over to his side. Unable to bear the dirt of the guy carrying her, Yuanhao's girl grabbed him, reminding him that he still had a girlfriend. Ordering the street to leave with his girlfriend, Shirley laughed at his supercar, which cost only 500,000 yuan. Returning to the conversation, the redhead threatened Shirley not to pretend to be someone ultra-important, since he checked all the information that was on the guy in the base. The guy grinned and angrily pointed his finger at Sher, the guy only shouting that he was not Sun Yi's brother at all. He appeared completely out of nowhere and with such a condition. Taking the pagan at his word, Shirley suddenly asked him if he really admitted that he played with women only because of the large amount of money. Confused and petrified, the red-haired man looked around and saw how a bunch of strangers began to look sideways at him. An enraged Yuan Hao attacked the guy, challenging him back to hold a competition comparing their worth. The guy's terms were that the winner gets the opponent's girlfriend. Surprised by the red-haired man's primitiveness, Shirley seriously added that he was not at all interested in his companion Yuan Hao. If he won, the red-haired man would run around naked in public. The eccentric enthusiastically agreed, adding one more condition, according to which the loser had to get out of the city. Shirley easily agreed to his stupid conditions, because he was sure that very soon he would watch the redhead running around helplessly naked. Adding that his brother turned out to have courage, Yuan Hao said that they would set a time in 3 days, and he would choose the place. Smiling maliciously, Mr. Shi asked him to let him know when he was ready. Looking dustily after the young man, Shirley added that the guy should be alone. There was noticeably seething tension between the two, but both remained fairly calm. Continuing to shout threats, Yuan Hao headed towards the exit with his girlfriend, leaving Shirley and Wei Sun alone. The girl looked at the guy with curiosity. She didn't expect him to accept such bold bets. The young man happily added that the problem should not make him nervous, it needs to be solved once and for all, after which the girl offered her help to Shirley, which he amicably refused. Calling the upstart an ordinary freak, Shirley assured the girl that she had nothing to worry about. Cheerfully spreading her hands to her sides, the young lady prepared to ask the next question. Addressing the guy as the cousin of Sun Tu, whom he abandoned, the girl asked what was happening. The shopping center was suddenly filled with screams from Wei Sung and Shirley, trying to sort things out. A few hours later, the young man finally found himself in his own apartment. The guy stood and looked at his reflection in the mirror, lightly touching the scratches and wounds that the young lady left him, but despite this, the young man was very glad that he was able to explain everything. In the guy's living room sat Scepter, laughing at the fact that Shur would someday die at the hands of a woman. The indignant young man ordered his mentor to stop gloating and talk about business. The purpose of his meeting with the envoy was to agree to use the rich man's card against Yuan Hao. The guy wanted more pathos and luxury while he had the opportunity. The guy explained to the Scepter that he would like to do everything so that after what happens, that freak will never again dare to bother him and the people around him. The envoy agreed with satisfaction, since he himself had not done such things for a very long time, although he had loved it very much before. Something in their plan seriously alarmed the guy, but he could not understand what it was. The Scepter, who was joyfully heard on the sofa, thought about how he could better carry out his plan. Meanwhile, around the Wei family mansion, there were a bunch of guards surrounding the house and standing motionless. The owner was sitting calmly, and on the sofa in front of him was a young lady, with whom they talked about how things were going well in Europe. Old Wei was finally completely satisfied with Wei Sung's achievements, which meant that his girl had matured. Suddenly, pouncing on her father, the girl hugged and thanked him for the praise. Although this was rare, it was the first step to success. Because the girl worked so hard, Old Wei decided to give her a gift. The head of the family said that he had found an island with her name and all that was left was to sign the contract, after which the joyful Wei Sung sweetly added that she would go there next week. Hearing this, Old Wei ordered her to go there in 2 days, since at that time her father would have to entertain an old man with whom the girl might not be comfortable. The young lady stared at her father in surprise, not expecting that he could so easily throw her out the door. Suddenly, after all these arguments, the man ordered the guard to call them. Meekly addressing his daughter, the man ordered her to return to her room, since he still had work to do. Leaving the girl behind, Old Wei added that the girl was leaving in 2 days. Despite the fact that the girl tried to tell him something, the man only wished her sweet dreams and left. Turning in her direction for the last time, he wished the blondes good night and left. Wei Sung also embarrassedly wished her father sweet dreams, left alone in the room. Suddenly, before her eyes, out of nowhere, 2 people appeared, a guy and a girl. Brother Wei Sung and Bothi stood motionless, sternly contemplating her side. Suddenly the guy approached Wei Sung, patting the girl on the head and adding that the girl should have listened to her father. Sister Wei Sung, in turn, quietly whispered in her ear what she was called as a child, little princess. Finally, the 2 turned around and headed in their own direction, while the depressed Yu remained in her place. 2 days later, the young lady was already confidently walking through the airport with a suitcase in her hands, trying to call Shirley. The blonde called to say that she would not be able to take part in the competition with the redhead, since she urgently had to go abroad. Walking along the road, Shirley was noticeably upset, because he was waiting for Wei Sung at those competitions more than anyone else and wanted her to watch the funny picture of that impudent man without clothes. Having cheered up a little, the guy added that he also arranged a reception at King Longshan 88, but if the girl didn't work out, then next time they would definitely go there together. Suddenly the girl froze, carefully asking again where he held the reception. Hearing the answering place called King Longshan Mountain 88, the girl immediately hung up. Shirley tried to reach the girl on the other side of the phone, but in response there was only silence on the other side. Looking at the phone in surprise, the guy thought that either she had lost the signal, or the girl had hung up. However, without thinking about it for a long time, the young man put the phone in his pocket and thought that from some side, Yu's absence even played into his hands, since she would not doubt his identity. Returning menacingly, the guy ordered someone to inform him that Yu Enhao should also be present at the reception. A split second later, cars finally gradually began to drive up to the meeting place, led by the little yellow bumblebee. The car stopped a few meters from Shirley, making the guy think that everything seemed as pointless as possible. A joyful Yu Enhao looked out of the car, greeted his older brother and laughed at him, asking if he was ready to run around naked. Suddenly, a bunch of different cars started arriving at the meeting point, ranging from Porsches to Aston Martins. Shirley watched the spectacle with interest, adding that the guy was not that bad at it. Satisfiedly getting out of the car, Yu Enhao said that it was too late to regret, since 6 sports cars worth a total of 10 million would undoubtedly crush Shirley in a matter of seconds. Turning off, Mr. Shi agreed, but noticed that none of those cars, except for Bumblebee, were owned by the guy. Slamming the door loudly, the guy got back into the car and turned off the engine, ordering Shi to talk less. A minute later, the redhead stood surrounded by friends and boldly declared that friends were the capital of wealth of the second generation, after which he mockingly asked, trying to find out where Shirley's car was. Suddenly a voice familiar to him came and began to approach, agreeing with the beautiful phrase of the impostor. Instantly, Shirley realized that Wei Qing was standing in front of him, which the guy did not believe at first, thinking that the guy was mistaken. Wei Qing, in turn, laughed sweetly, asking the guy if he missed him. One of the redhead's friends, looking at Wei Qing in surprise, also couldn't believe his eyes that he saw Shi Shao in front of him. Others had no idea who the guy was, so they rushed to their friend trying to find out something. The guy said that Shi Shao was the one his parents tried to curry favor with, but they couldn't even get a mobile phone, which the red-haired guy and the other guy listened to with their mouths open. Yu Enhao looked at Shi Shao and Shirley and realized that with such opponents his chances of winning had decreased sharply. Shirley, in turn, watched Wei Qing and thought that this time the disciple of the Dark Knight had arranged everything so that the young man would help him. Wei Qing turned to Yu Enhao mockingly, reminding him of his wonderful phrase that it was too late to regret. Wei Qing's gaze immediately became cold and stony, and the guy only quietly whispered that it was too late to regret. The competition participants suddenly began to hear loud sounds of engines, which were getting closer every second. Realizing that these sounds did not belong to ordinary machines, Yu Enhao was already almost completely sure that he was losing today. Shirley himself couldn't wait to see what the scepter had prepared for him. The first to approach the guys were the Maserati GT, which cost 2 million each, which made the guys' eyes pop into the back of their heads. Next in line were the Ferrari F12 for 6 million and Aston Martin also for 6 million. The 18 million Lamborghini Aventador, the 12 million McLaren P1 and the 18 million Porsche 918 made guys stand and stare with their mouths agape. Red looked stunned at the cars constantly driving up to the meeting place, thinking that at least 5 of those cars cost more than 5 million. Hugging the frightened Yu Enhao's shoulder, Wei Sun joyfully said that this is not all, but now something else will arrive. A black Koenigsegg for 30 million yuan rushed into the crowd of guys at full speed. Not expecting to see such a car, the poor guys grabbed each other, jumping, screaming and squeaking with delight. A guy got out of the car and threw the keys to Shirley, after which he added that the car was really great. The guy looked at the keys to the car that had fallen into his hands and, with his mouth open, tirelessly stared at the diamonds with which the control panel was decorated. Wei Qing grabbed the guy by the shoulders and happily added that he would lend him his car while his car was still recovering. In Sure too, the goal was to hit Wu Yuanhao, but the power of the king's card was so strong that what happened shocked even him. The poor redhead continuously watched Shirley's company and thought that the guy's cars alone numbered almost 100 million, and the question of who Mr. Shir was had not yet been resolved. Calling Shirley along, Wei Qing said that he had prepared a special reception for the gentleman who was waiting for them there. Having received the right from somewhere, Wei Qing pressed the button and ordered the one who was on the other side to go down, which drove poor Shir into an incredible stupor. Suddenly, a large snow-white helicopter began to descend towards them from the sky. From the movements of its blades a whirlpool of fallen leaves formed under it. Those on Shirley's side laughed loudly at Yuanhao and his cronies as they peered into the sky with their mouths wide open. Wei Qing invited the young man to go to the helicopter, since the reception in mansion number 88 was already overdue for the main guests. Shirley looked in delight at the hefty helicopter blades and thought that he could not comprehend everything that was happening with his mind. Walking towards the helicopter, Wei Qing waved his hand to everyone who was left behind to come to the mansion too. The guys began to refuse together, since at the party they would have embarrassed themselves even more, and the pleasure of seeing the cars was quite enough for them. Wei Qing once and Mr. Shir confidently headed to the landing site, encouraging the redhead to at least look at the face of the winner. Raising his head and baring his teeth, Wu Yuanhao stared at Shirley, hiding his disgraced eyes. Shirley said that since they agreed to meet to compare their values, Shirley's value was significantly more than a couple of measly cars, so the guy had to admit defeat. One of the friends began to apologize to them, adding that they simply did not recognize Taishan and whispering in the red-haired ear so that he would apologize and they would be released safely. Suddenly, Wu Yuanhao fell to his knees in front of young Master Shir, admitting his mistake and apologizing to him, begging the guy to let him go. Shirley pretended to think for a moment, and then reminded the impudent man of the real terms of the deal, according to which the loser had to run around naked in circles, singing a song along the way. Or there was a more strict option, namely to get out of Wudong forever, from which the red-haired man already had a few tears in his eyes and he begged him to leave him. Without batting an eye, Shirley only added that the young man himself came up with such a merciless pairing. In addition, Shir had one question, which was that if he lost, Wu Yuanhao would absolutely not let him go. Grabbing the impostor by the patla, the guy hissed and added that in addition to the refusal on the part of the guy, Yuanhao would also rudely humiliate the young man in front of his closest people. Hanging over Yuanhao, Shirley added that in order to teach the upstart a lesson, the bet had to be fulfilled. The guy ordered the poor thing to undress and perform tasks while he flew to his own mansion. Returning and finally heading towards the helicopter, Shirley added that he was waiting for them all at the reception on the mountain and warned that the guys should not run away at all. Pausing for a second, Shir added that escaping would be much more difficult than getting out of Wudong forever. Yuanhao, in front of his entire gang, knelt down and apologized to Master Shir, while everyone else stared in surprise at the guy and his helicopter. Moving further and further, Shir told the redhead not to forget to sing the song. This was the first time Shirley had ever been so high in the air, and this incident happened in the evening, when the sun was setting incredibly beautifully over the horizon. Wei Qing happily turned to his friend, noticing that the guy was in a good mood, to which Shir agreed and asked how long they still had to fly. They were almost approaching and the guy could see a huge mansion in the middle of the mountains, with a huge swimming pool, a stage and a long row of tables in the courtyard. The helicopter landed and people who were already waiting for the culprits of the incident slowly began to approach it. The guy's jaw dropped in surprise and delight, and he stared at the luxurious decorations of the mansion. In the courtyard of the estate there were a lot of guests, a huge pile of cars and a great festive atmosphere. The guests were having fun, swimming, playing various games and having a good time, while the guy did not at all expect that the Wei Qing family was so wealthy. Perfectly dressed waiters served trays of red drinks while guests drank, ate and were merry. Seeing that young Master Shir had finally arrived, a crowd of young girls converged on him, shouting his name. Loud girls in the blink of an eye surrounded the guy from all sides, not allowing him passage and bombarding the poor fellow with a bunch of questions. Wei Qing, proud of himself, loudly declared that the main hero of that evening was Shi Shao, and the fact that the guy was with him was his greatest merit. Watching everyone at the edge of the party, Wu Yuanhao's company stood feeling awkward. The guys were surprised at how rich Shi Shao's circles were, because even if they multiplied their wealth by 50 times, it would still not be enough to fit into that party. The guys stood, watched and were surprised, cursing Wu Yuanhao for dragging them into it and telling them that the bald guy was just a tramp. They watched Shi Lei, who was among the young girls, waiters and other important guests of the event. Instantly, Wei Qing cheerfully raised his hands, trying to draw attention to the words he was about to say by asking the guests if anyone had forgotten what they did at this party. Not far from Wei Qing stood a guy who apparently owned the same point for 30 million, because the guy, smiling, added that it was simply impossible to forget such a thing. The young man said that someone dared to argue with Master Shi and the result of this bet could not be missed by the guests. Wei Qing called Shi Shao over and handed him a strange remote control, adding that now everyone will see. The guy winked at Shi Lei, telling him to press the button and everything would become clear. Shi Lei pressed the only button on the small remote control, and something beeped around him. On the huge screen located in the middle of the front yard, a live broadcast from the city instantly turned on, with a naked Wu Yuanhao running around and singing. The poor man collected all the glances of passers-by, awkwardly looking around and not understanding what to do. The people laughed, clutching their stomachs and filming such a rare sight on camera, from time to time singing along with the young man. The guests of the estate were tearing their stomachs, and some were lying on the ground laughing, making fun of Wu Yuanhao. The friends of the culprit of the torn stomachs became more and more ashamed of such undertakings of their leader. Some of them did not even want to return to Wu Dong. With his hand on Shi Lei's shoulder, Wei Qing told the guy that they had one more thing to do as the guests were eagerly waiting to drink his kangda. The guy put the bottle in front of Shi Lei's face, which made his eyes pop out of his head, since one bottle of such wine cost 1 million yuan. Pretending that the guy was not at all surprised by such a huge amount for one bottle, he grabbed the wine in his hands and, clearing his throat, prepared to say something. However, in his heart the guy felt that it was too extravagant and it was painful for him to look at his monthly quota in his hands, since the guy was afraid that he would die if he spent too much. Shi Lei said loudly that he was very happy to see everyone at the party and invited the guests to drink kangda wine. Raising the bottle up, the guy officially declared today's reception open, instantly receiving a bunch of compliments in his direction. Scepter really put some effort into this technique as there were at least 10 bottles of kangda wine on the tables. Approaching Shi, Wei Qing told the guy that once, during a misunderstanding with Miss Wei, he was looking for information on him, which surprised the guy. Wei Qing said that when he first looked for information, he didn't find anything special, but now that Mr. Wei himself ordered him to organize this party, the guy was surprised at how beautifully Shi was hiding. Not understanding what his friend was talking about, Shi Lei asked who he was talking about, since the guy considered this mansion to be Wei Qing's home. The guy laughed and, barely calming down, added that this house was the property of the Wei family. Shi Lei's expression suddenly changed to one of fear and confusion at the same time. Wei Qing looked at the guy suspiciously, believing that he knew who owned the estate. A bunch of swear words towards the scepter and frightening thoughts that Wei Sungyu would realize about his involvement in the eyes of the Dark Knight simultaneously appeared in the guy's head. Shidu's good mood instantly disappeared, and 10 layers of sweat began to fall off the guy, and seeing this, Qing began to worry about him. The worried Shi tried to assure his friend that everything was absolutely fine with him, as well as with the Wei house. Believing the guy's words, Wei Qing dragged him to the table to finally have dinner. The guy clapped his hands, ordering the butler to tell the kitchen to take out the dishes. Suddenly a bunch of pretty waitresses appeared on the street, delivering fragrant food on trays. The workers quickly laid the tables with plates with a variety of food for every color and taste. Shi Lei looked in surprise at what was on the tables, marveling at the fact that all the dishes looked like they had been taken from Michelin stars. The guy stared at the truffles, black caviar, oysters, calculating the average price of those dishes. Wei Qing excited the local chefs and sommeliers who served the world's most delicious food and the world's most expensive wine. But suddenly the guy noticed that some guests were drinking something other than kangda, while Wei explained that it was only Lafite Manor, a bottle of which cost only 10 to 20,000. And remembering the $1 million wine, the guy said that Shi had to open it on his own. Hearing this, the pretty waitress immediately ran up to the guys with a special device, asking the gentleman if he wanted an open bottle. Wei Qing reminded the young man that it was his holiday and he had to open the wine exactly when he wanted it, so no one forced him. The guy also added that he was going to broadcast this moment live, which made the young man a little surprised, since Sure didn't understand why he needed it, but agreed. Hanging with 2 fingers, a drone with a camera suddenly flew towards Wei Qing, and the guy shouted joyfully that young Master Sure was finally going to open candy to everyone. A little embarrassed by the applause and shouts, the young man began to open the first bottle. At some point, the cork easily popped out of the bottle and a storm of applause rained down on the guy. Wei Qing invited the guy to the microphone to say a few words in honor of the holiday. The young man was not a very good speaker, but he was still able to beautifully thank everyone and thank the special people who helped organize this party for him. The guy added that he would not talk for long and ordered everyone to eat, drink and have fun until they ran out of all the alcohol. The guests laughed, thanking Mr. Sure himself for gathering them all there, since without him this wonderful party simply would not have happened. Sure Lei made a toast, symbolically raised his glass up and shouted to the bottom. The party was going great, people were having a good time, swimming, having fun and playing various games. Sure too watched everything and realized that this was the real life of a rich man, which he once could not even dream of. Suddenly the waitress approached him again, saying that it was time for the guy to make a toast, scaring him a little. The guy cleared his throat and concentratedly raised the bottle up. Tapping the glass with his fork, he called the attention of the guests to begin speaking. Already slightly drunk guests themselves asked the waiters to refill their glasses, without waiting for the owner's command. A little surprised by such audacity, Sure looked suspiciously towards the young people. But after a moment he added that he was fully responsible for his own words and ordered the waiters to empty all the bottles. Smiling sweetly, Shilly handed the bottle to the waitress standing next to him, asking the girl to pour it for everyone who needed it. Taking the bottle in her hands and handing it to the real waiter, the girl ordered him to leave and pour it for everyone. Seeing this strange scene, Sure Lei suddenly had a thought that he couldn't believe. The guy returned, and the cute waitress at that time took off her wig and turned into the real Wei Sung-yu. Looking at the guy, the girl said menacingly that at first she planned to pretend to be a housekeeper and watch the party to the end, but since it was revealed, now she could ask directly. Stunned, Wei Qing and Sure Lei stared at the young lady in dismay, not knowing what to say. Suddenly the girl grabbed the guy by the hand and threw him over herself, shouting that he was quite suitable. The poor man hit his head on the ground, causing his eyes to darken and his ears to ring. Without waiting for the guy to get up, the girl grabbed him by the neck and began to choke him, asking who he was and how he dared to throw a party on her family estate. The party guests watched in amazement as the two fought, not understanding what was happening. But there was anger in Wei Sung's eyes and she didn't care at all. The girl did not take into account the guy's request to calm down and talk in a calm environment. Suddenly the girl returned, loosening her grip for a moment and leaving Sure Lei. Behind the girl stood Mr. Wei himself, who reproached her for not showing respect to his personal invited guests. Sure stood up, and the girl politely asked if he really was an important guest of her father, who at that time was already approaching the young lady. The old man shook the guy's hand and apologized several times for not being able to raise his daughter decently, asking if the guy was okay. Even Sure Lei himself couldn't wrap his head around the fact that the head of the Wei family was standing in front of him, and the guy couldn't believe that it was solely the power of the royal card. Still holding the boy's hand, Mr. Wei began to talk about how he and his father were once great friends until the world tore them apart. Old Man Wei was happy that the son of his longtime friend had finally visited him, and the party was a gift for this meeting. Taking care of the guy, Old Wei added that it would be difficult for the guy to forget this misunderstanding, placing a friendly hand on his shoulder. A second later, Mr. Wei asked the guy to allow that little girl to accompany him on behalf of Wei himself. The guy looked around in confusion and was a little upset, as he had hoped that the old man would help him get rid of Wei Sung-yu. Having called Bothi, a copy of Wei Sung-yu, only slightly modified, immediately approached the old man. The young lady clung to Shidu's hand, greeting him and asking permission to accompany him. The young lady promised that she would provide the guy with a wonderful evening, while behind her stood the furious Wei Sung, who was seriously annoyed by this situation. Wei Sung looked menacingly at the couple and went over in her head everything she could do. Old Man Wei laughed, ordering everyone to continue the fun, and he would be the first to leave. Suddenly puzzled, Wei Sung asked her father in surprise about what was happening, to which he did not react. The old man ordered the blonde's brother to take and return the girl to the office as soon as possible. Yu ran after her father, but on the way she was blocked by her brother, who noticed that her father did not want to talk to her at all in front of strangers. Bothi had already brazenly told Shi that since Wei Sung was raised by her father, she had grown up spoiled, and now, having started helping the family, the girl had become hypocritical and dishonest. Yu, hearing this, tried to escape from her brother's strong hands, but her attempts were unsuccessful. The girl could only meekly follow her brother and father, humiliating herself in front of everyone. Shi Lei watched the drama, surprised that the Wet's family was much more chaotic than he thought. The enraged Wei Sung Yu, almost entering the estate, hissed and wished the guy death. But suddenly the guy followed her, shouting the name Sung Yu and breaking out of her sister's embrace. The blonde did not pay attention to him, but only ordered her brother to let her go and then followed her father. Bothi was like an ulcer. After her sister, she said that the family had no longer needed her. Heartless called her little princess again, which made Wei Sung Yu stop. Clutching her skirt tightly, the girl simply could not go further, and tears suddenly appeared in her eyes. Instantly, Shi Lei decided to abruptly grab the blonde's hand, pulling her towards him. The guy turned to the old man with the words that he was not at all interested in whether others needed her. Old Mr. Wei returned to such a desperate statement, listening to what he would say next. Shi too firmly stated that he needed the girl, which made Wei Sung, to put it mildly, shocked. Surprised, the old man looked at the couple and said that the boy's words still did not give in to him. Looking meticulously at the lovebirds, old Mr. Wei asked what the relationship was between them. Laughing, the guy tried to rectify the situation by telling Uncle Wei that his daughter accidentally became his best friend in Wudong. Not believing it, the old man asked if she really became his friend, to which the guy replied that he had a wonderful daughter. While Shi too praised the blonde, Bothi stood and watched, who did not like it at all. Shi Lei also said that the girl had helped him many times with various problems, so the guy wanted to use this opportunity to thank the blonde. After Shitu's request that his daughter accompany the guy, the old man only thoughtfully scratched his beard, muttering under his breath that it turned out they already knew each other. At that time, the blonde just stood there sweetly, trying to smile and not anger her father even more. After some thought, Old Wei finally agreed that his special guest should be accompanied by Wei Sung. At that very second, for some reason, brother Wei Sung suddenly became nervous, trying to tell his father about this, to which he only stopped him. Mr. Wei approached his daughter, allowing her to accompany the guy on his behalf so that everyone could have a great time, to which the girl agreed. Old Mr. Wei called the other two children to follow him, leaving Shi Lei and Wei Sung at the party. Finally, Wei Qing intervened in the conversation, who was seriously surprised that Shi too was the son of an old friend of the master and did not even say a word about it. The guy began to make excuses to the guy who wanted to behave more discreetly so as not to attract attention to himself. After laughing a little at the guy's nonsensical answer, Wei Qing asked the guy what happened between the two of them back then, making the couple a little embarrassed. Deciding to take matters into his own hands, Shi Lei said that the girl was just trying to make fun of him by hiding in the mansion, and then changed the topic to the fact that there was still a lot of wine left at the party. The guy sent Wei Qing into the crowd of guests to calm everyone down and pour wine to anyone who needed it. In turn, the guy himself extended his hand and invited Wei Sung to also leave and drink a few glasses of wine. Looking at the guy offendedly, the girl noticed that after all the surprises he had prepared for her today, he would not be able to make up for everything with a few kind words. Taking a breath, the young lady immediately added that she would decide this with him later, and she still wanted to spend that evening without new surprises. A wide smile suddenly appeared on the guy's face, which the girl noticed and reproached him for simply listening to her father, which the young man laughed at. As a sign of revenge, the girl began to pinch the guy, as a result of which he began to scream throughout the entire corner. But overall, the evening was great as they danced cutely, laughed and just had a good time. From the outside it seemed that it was Shi Lei who accompanied the young lady, and not vice versa. At some point, the guy himself, without understanding how, found himself exactly a meter from the surface of the pool, and a few seconds later he fell into the water with a plus kit. Dripping wet, Shirley suddenly surfaced, spitting out water and trying to remove the rubber duck stuck on his head. He was watched and laughed mockingly by Wei Sung-yu, who very soon faced the same fate. Suddenly, grabbing the blonde's hand, the guy pulled her into the water with all his might, so that she didn't even have time to lean on it. The girl flew down, falling into the arms of Shirley, who grabbed her tightly and thought if he could wet the beauty more. They splashed around, played different games and laughed loudly, happily living their own lives. After another short period of time, bright fireworks were seen in the sky, released in honor of the guy's party, which everyone watched in fascination. Wei Sung-yu stared at the sky, admiring the beautiful views, while the guy admired the views that were right in front of his eyes. This special spectacle was closely watched by a mysterious figure from the second floor of the mansion. Old Mr. Wei peered meticulously at the guy and his daughter. He constantly replayed Shirley's name in his head, as if he was thinking about something. The clock struck late, and the guests had just begun to leave, so the couple stood at the exit of the estate and saw off the guests, saying goodbye to everyone. Having driven the last car, the young man exhaled with relief, glad that it was all finally over, to which the blonde replied that the guy was too weak. Surprised, but looking at you with a smile, the guy asked why he had problems with strength, to which he never received an answer. A car pulled up to the gate, and the driver looked out and said that he would take Mr. Shi home. Turning to the car, the guy also told the young lady that she also needed to go home earlier to have a good rest. The girl did not agree with this proposal at all, on the contrary, saying that she would take the guy home. But suddenly one of the guards said that the owner asked the girl to return as soon as possible. The girl had no choice but to agree, so she abandoned the idea of tricking her friend. The guy wished the girl sweet dreams, said goodbye to her and added that they would talk about it later. The girl sadly looked after her in the car, which was slowly driving away from the gates of her house. Shirley was also a little upset, but the guy understood that he couldn't talk to her now, because he couldn't explain the situation without the help of the scepter. Turning his gaze from the window to the interior of the limousine, the guy shuddered in horror when he saw Wei Sung's hefty brother in the cabin and asked him what he was doing there. The man threw a huge folder of papers into Shirley's hands, ordering the guy to get acquainted with the information in case Wei Sung started asking questions. The guy nodded clearly and began to carefully study the papers, clutching them tightly in his hands. Instantly, the big man attacked Shirley, saying that he had one more request for Mr. Shi. Having approached the guy closely, the man ordered the young man to stay away from the Wei family, and especially from Sung-yu. Shi stared at the blonde's brother, not knowing what to answer, since the guy was not very happy with such conditions. Approaching the poor man even closer, the man added that in any other case, he would not care who Shirley's father was, and he himself would not apologize for his rudeness. The big guy finally pulled away from the frightened Shirley, asking him if everything was clear to him. The guy barely nodded his head in horror, unable to squeeze a word out of himself. Brother Wei Sung returned to his seat, but did not intend to take his stubborn gaze off the guy. Both he and the two guards looked at the bodies lying in front of her. Among a healthy truck container, Wu Yuanhao and his entire family lay tied up. All three had their mouths taped shut, and there were tears in their eyes, full of horror. Both he placed her index finger in her mouth, ordering them to be quiet and not waste their own energy. Instantly, the girl coldly said that in Yuanhao the goal was to get Shirley out of the city, which is why he chose such conditions. Barely smiling, the girl whispered that she was in a very bad mood today, without taking her eyes off the prisoners. The young lady picked up the pistol and threateningly asked Yuanhao to leave, as he had promised. There was not a drop of compassion in Bota's eyes, and there was no talk of empathy at all. Having looked at the poor people for the last time, the girl pointed the gun at them, ordering all three to leave this world, wishing them sweet dreams. The dead silence of the deep night was suddenly broken by three loud shots. Having completed the task assigned to her, the girl picked up the phone and dialed the first number on the list. Hearing from his daughter that all matters had been settled, Old Wei smiled contentedly. Suddenly Bothi asked her father if he wanted to take Shirley for himself, since she did not like the young man very much. The old man ordered the girl not to worry about this and just watch him for a while. However, after a second he added that if necessary, Bothi would know what to do. The screams coming from Shirley's penthouse could be heard several blocks away. Shrouded in a bloody haze, the guy grabbed his own eyebrows, realizing that they had disappeared without a trace, calling Scepter the devil. He, in turn, sat quietly at the table, reproaching the guy for daring to doubt him. Exhaling a little, but still contemplating his eyebrows, the guy asked his mentor if he really arranged the reception through the Wei family. Unable to tolerate such insults in his direction, the Scepter jumped up and pointed a sharp staff at the guy, shouting that he would never do such boring things. Thanks to this, the guy was convinced that the eyes of Dark Knight really controlled the Wei family. In thought, the guy sat and tried to understand that, knowing all of the above, he could help Sung Yu after all the troubles and her brother's order not to approach. Curling his upper lip, Scepter added that in his opinion, the guy did not care at all about the Wei family or was not frightened by their threats. The mentor said that all these events could affect the chemistry between Shi Tu and Wei's daughter, after which the guy looked at the envoy indignantly. Dismissing Scepter's versions, the guy said that he was only concerned about the general quota, to which he asked him why the guy was nervous then. Smiling, the mentor added that in any case he had other quota participants, hinting at poor fellow Tu. After saying the name of the broken girl's son too, the envoy noticed that the young man suddenly coughed, trying to change the topic. Suddenly the guy covered his face with his hands, blushing from not understanding why Scepter remembered the girl, while he, smiling maliciously, added that someone had delivered the young lady to his door. Not believing the words of the mentor, the guy slowly got up and walked to the door. As soon as he opened them, Sister Tu appeared in front of him in a strange pink cat costume with a yellow package in her hands. Smiling, the girl looked at her brother and added that as part of the trial mission of the takeaway cat queen, he had to take care of her. Taking the yellow bag from the girl, Shirley tried not to look at her, as stupid thoughts came into his head. The guy asked the young lady what brought her to him so unexpectedly and why she was dressed so strangely, to which she explained that it was her work uniform. The aunt asked the girl to visit Shir, so the young lady came straight from work, bringing him dinner. Shir looked at confused, as he told her to immediately contact him if the girl wanted to buy something, but the girl just shook her head, saying that she wanted to be independent. The guy gently ruffled his sister's hair, reminding her that he would not accept money from her for the operation. Looking the girl in the eyes, he added that they had been one family since childhood, so he was ready to take care of them. Instantly, the girl reminded him of the contract under which the young lady could pay off with a relationship, after which the guy abruptly jumped up from the sofa and, coughing awkwardly, sat away from the girl. Trying to change the topic, the guy suddenly asked how things were at school and whether Yuanhao had been bothering his sister. The girl shook her head, telling the young man that according to rumors, the red-haired man's entire family emigrated because he crossed someone's path. The guy froze in confusion, believing that it was either through the Wei family or through the eye of the Dark Knight. Taking a rag from the sofa, the guy pressed it to his sweaty forehead, not paying attention to what actually fell into his hand. Suddenly, Sun Yi laughed, saying that the guy was holding a woman's stocking in his hand. The guy immediately pulled her off and, jumping up, ordered that it was not his, but probably Wei Sung. Not watching his own feet, the poor guy slipped and fell onto the girl. There wasn't even anything to jump on in the trajectory of his flight, so with a cry, the guy ended up on top of the young lady. Stunned, both looked puzzled and a little confused into each other's eyes. The first to come to his senses was Shirley, who tried to get off the young lady, apologizing to the girl. Suddenly, she grabbed him by the neck and sternly asked who Wei Sung Yu was, which made the guy even more confused. Although the young lady only saw her reflection in the guy's eyes, she was sure that people like Shir certainly had many fans. Noticing that Shirley did not know what to answer, the girl did not pester him and said that this would not prevent her from fulfilling her promise, since she understood everything. Suddenly the door to the living room opened and Wei Sung appeared. In her hands was a bottle, because the girl needed someone who would agree to drink with her. Seeing the picture on the sofa, she froze with her mouth open, not knowing how to react. After a while, the girls were already sitting on the sofa together and getting to know each other. They joked and laughed, and Yi told Sister Wei about her work, jokingly urging the blonde to take care of her. Laughing, Wei Sung took Yi's hand and asked her to be addressed by her name or Sister Yu. Agreeing and lowering her eyes in embarrassment, the girl called Wei Sung Sister Yu. Even squealing with joy, the blonde hugged Yi tightly and added that the girl was many times prettier than the bald Shirley. While the girls were talking sweetly, Shirley tied up on the next sofa, begging Wei Sung to let him go, since now she must understand that it was a misunderstanding. Sung Yu approached the guy and, pressing her foot on his back, threateningly declared that he had used her stockings to play with his sister, which the guy tried to desperately object to. Shirley shouted that this was a misunderstanding and asked her to explain everything to the angry young lady. Suddenly jumping up and running out, two screamed that she would go first, since she still had things to do, to which the other two only opened their mouths in surprise, not understanding where the girl was going. The girl ran into the elevator and, pressing the button down, began to reproach herself for being so shy. She tried to convince herself that Wei Sung and Brother Shi were just friends, no matter how hard it was for her. Shirley was still lying tied up, begging the girl to let him go and tell him what happened to her. Wei Sung was still resentfully reproaching the guy because after she ran away from home for him, all she saw was a picture on the sofa. Raising her head from the sofa, Shirley asked the girl why in surprise and ran away from the house. With her hands folded across her chest, the blonde sarcastically asked the guy whether he didn't know, to which he only replied that it would be better for him to hear it from the girl. The blonde told Shi too that her brother forbade her to see her boyfriend and also ordered her to quit the restaurant business. The girl added that, of course, she did not agree, after which he walled her up in the room for a day, sending someone to guard near her room. Puzzled, Shirley said that the girl should have gone back and discussed this with her family as running away to him was a little wrong. The angry girl barked that her family couldn't hear her at all, so now she would no longer be the obedient girl she was over 20 years old. The guy lay and watched the unfortunate woman with sympathy, but did not know how to help her. With tears in her eyes, the girl said that at the opening of the restaurant tomorrow she would show everyone who she is, and that she can arrange her own life on her own. The girl looked at the guy with hope, quietly asking him if he would help her, why the guy was a little confused. The girl told Shirley that she never had friends, her family never took her seriously, and Wei Qing wanted to grow up with her, but always treated her with respect. The girl added that only Shirley was her true friend, which made the pledge feel sorry for Wei Sung. Almost crying, the young lady confidently added that she was confident in Shirley's loyalty and that only he was her first true friend, despite who he was. The guy smiled, saying that all these problems were nonsense and that, no matter what, he would always be on her side. The blonde looked at the young man with emotion, deep in her soul rejoicing that that night it was he who ended up with that girl in the Porsche. Seizing the moment, the guy, for the 100th time, asked Wei Sung to finally let him go, since he had been lying tied up all the time. Sitting on an ancient chair, old Wei outrageously reproached his son and youngest daughter for not keeping an eye on Sun Yu. After falling silent for a second and closing his eyes, the old man asked if his daughter ran to Shirley. The girl's brother immediately approached him and, guiltily lowering his head, apologized for his carelessness. Old Wei was worried about Sun Yu's secret, which no one should know about, and that is why he decided that it was time to become a more stern father. Having made a decision, the head of the family ordered Bothi to find a moment and allow the guy to disappear forever. Smiling maliciously, Bothi nodded obediently, because she had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Shi and Sung Yu, with wide smiles on their lips, held the red ribbon that was about to be cut. The scissors instantly clicked and the ribbon fell, after which Shi Lu raised them up with satisfaction and congratulated everyone at the opening ceremony of the restaurant. A flurry of camera flashes and applause rained down on the friends who were the main guests of the event. Mr. Yule's restaurant was packed to the brim with guests from all over the world. Shi looked at it all intently and thought that this particular project was supposed to help him earn his first pot of gold. When the guy looked at the blonde, no thoughts came out of his head about prohibiting communication with Wei Sung, but he liked the girl and he didn't want that at all. Suddenly Mr. Yudard turned to the audience and added that he loved each and everyone present at the opening. The man approached Shi and Sung Yu and hugged them tightly, noting that he loved them in a special way. The restaurant owner thanked them and praised them for their excellent organization, as the friends managed to perfectly convey Yule's concept of food and atmosphere. Shirley happily listened to the words of his good friend and in his heart thought that it was very nice. The man threw up his hands in a friendly manner and invited his friends to drink to this wonderful evening and their cooperation. While drinking wine, the guy thought about what to do with the ban on communicating with Sung Yu. Imagining brother Wei Sung apologizing to him, Shirley decided that he would not worry about the words of the young lady's brother and would act according to the situation. Instantly, a man appeared behind Shi, smiling warmly at him and asking if he remembered him. After taking a few seconds to remember, the guy suddenly realized that this was the owner of an antique store. The man greeted Shi too with a great restaurant opening and a successful strip-cutting ceremony, saying that he couldn't refuse the invitation when Mr. Yul kindly invited him. He said that he didn't expect to see Shi there at all, because he heard that the owner of the restaurant was an upstart, although he was the son of Mr. Wei's old friend and had a good relationship with his daughter. Shi began to deny everything that his interlocutor said, to which he only replied that the guy covered himself up perfectly. Suddenly, an enraged Wei Sung appeared in front of them, who did not understand what Yu Banji was doing at the ceremony. The surprised guy watched everything, trying to ask the young lady how she knew him, while Yu Banji himself said with a smile that Mr. Yula had arrived at the invitation. The now angry blonde asked the young man how he knew Bunji. Without making the girl wait long, the owner of the antique said that the guy bought from him the jewelry that the girl had on her hand, which seriously outraged the young lady. At the speed of light, the girl began to remove the star dumpling that Shi Lei gave her. Yelling furiously, Wei Sung threw the jewelry into the guy's hands, saying that he was returning it, which made him a little puzzled. The guy looked after Sung Yu in confusion, not understanding what happened. Turning towards the exit, the girl sharply snapped that since Yu Banji was invited by Mr. Yul, she could not expel him, but she had to say something. Starting to walk towards the door, the girl turned around and said that she was not happy with such guests and that's why she was leaving. The girl confidently walked towards the exit, while everyone else looked at her back in shock. Confused, Shi tried to find out what was happening to Mr. Yul, and he told him that it was his fault, since he invited his husband. Shi too didn't understand what was wrong with this, and Yul added that he had completely forgotten that Wei Sung along with Banji were the children of Wu Dong's three main families and they once had a marital contract. From what he heard, Shi Lei's eyes widened, and everything in his head was confused, because he did not expect this. In his own subconscious, the guy was as if under three bright rays of light. The young man thought that he had taken enormous risks to get the heart of his heroine. Suddenly, a young groom appeared on his way, who was also one of the richest families of Wu Dong. The saddened guy jokingly asked Yudert if he really had such a stupid head, to which he replied that it was bald, but not stupid. Suddenly Yu Banji himself approached the young man, who began to tell him that they had once entered into a marital contract, but soon broke it. But the thought passed through Shi Lei's head that it seemed to him that Wei Sung was still not sure about this. Mr. Yul suggested that Shi go get Miss Wei since there were not many clients, to which the guy agreed. Bunji, in turn, guiltily apologized to Shi too for ruining everyone's mood and added that he was very sorry. Smiling, Shi Lei said that fate was only a friend, since after any misunderstanding occurred, it could always be resolved. Adjusting his glasses, Yu Banji added that he wanted to remind the young man something, since he had a lot of acquaintances. The guy looked at him in surprise while he told him that he needed to be much more careful with the Wei family, since it was famous for its ruthless tactics of destroying opponents. Noticing the guy's astonished expression, Bangjia asked him about Wu Yuanhao, whom the guy thought had emigrated with his family. Bunji expected this answer, so he smiled a little and said that although this was the official version, it was somewhat untrue. The husband put his fingers to his head, hinting to Shi Lei that the family had been killed long ago. Incredible horror immediately appeared on the guy's face, because, apparently, this was indeed true. Placing his hand on Shida's shoulder, Bangjia added that Dong's territory was not at all peaceful, so it was better not to joke with the Wei family. The guy listened carefully to the man while he said that in their world, permanent insurance simply did not exist. Coughing in embarrassment, Yu Banji apologized for detaining the guy and advised him to find Sung Yu. Without missing a moment, the puzzled Shi ran out of the restaurant at the speed of light. The guy walked along the street of the park, which was near the restaurant, thinking about the Yuanhao family. The guy did not understand whether it was the work of the Wei family, or the eyes of the dark night. A picture of Yu Banji, who was carefully counting him out for something, surfaced in his memory, but the guy did not understand why. In this case, the marital contract between them was broken. The guy found himself in the middle of a huge valley, still thinking about the fact that the owner of the antique actually had something to say. Instantly, sharply shaking his head, the guy tried to force all these obsessive thoughts to leave him, because now he needed to find the blonde. Smiling a little, the guy thought about himself that otherwise he would really have remained stupid and bald. Soon Wei Sung appeared in front of the young man, sitting alone on a bench in the middle of the park. The girl smiled sadly at him and asked why he had come, but the guy was incredibly happy that he had found her. The guy said that he came to her because she was the main character in the restaurant for him, even though the young lady was not in the mood. The guy, lowering his nose, carefully sat down next to the girl, planning to tell her something. After falling silent for a second, the guy just started asking about Ubangi, how something happened. The young lady abruptly grabbed him by the cheeks and turned him in her direction, leaning quite close. The girl wrapped her arms around his neck, coquettishly asking if he was jealous, to which the guy only said in surprise that he wanted to ask her something. He didn't expect such a reaction at all, so he immediately blushed, and the girl sweetly told him to ask. Without waiting for the young man's question, the girl carefully approached his ear and in a whisper called him Dear Lei. After waiting a second, she leaned away from him a little, looked mysteriously into his eyes and asked if he liked her. Before he had time to answer anything, the young lady leaned towards his lips to kiss him tenderly. The girl hugged the guy by the neck, not allowing him to say anything, while a knife was visible in her right hand behind her back. Suddenly the guy changed his face and looked angrily at the young lady, realizing that something was wrong there. The guy threw the girl aside and angrily declared that he didn't like her at all. Covering her lips in confusion and widening her eyes, she asked him why in a trembling voice. Looking at the young lady reproachfully, the guy only said that if she really were Sung Yu, she would never ask him such a thing. The smile and any positive emotions disappeared from the blonde's face as the guy firmly stated that she was Yu's sister. Smiling evilly and licking her lips, the girl stated the fact that the guy understood everything. She didn't wait long and instantly swung a knife at him, cursing the guy. At the last moment the guy managed to pull away, but he was seriously scared. Shilly looked at the girl in confusion, not believing that she was going to kill him. Trying to somehow defend himself, he reminded the young lady that he was her father's son, to which the girl cheerfully remembered the words of her brother, who ordered the guy not to approach Sung Yu, or he would simply disappear. The young lady playfully licked the blade of the knife, slyly asking the guy what he remembered about it. Shida's memory immediately recalled Yu Bangji talking about the murdered Yuanhao family and warning him. The guy couldn't think of anything other than screaming for help, so he started screaming that he was being killed. Suddenly the girl jumped up to him, plunging the sharp blade of a knife into the young man's stomach. Everything suddenly went dark in the guy's eyes, and the taste of blood appeared on the tip of his tongue. Smiling evilly, the girl hovered over the guy, looking intently into his eyes. The poor guy fell to the ground and again screamed for help and that he was being killed. Suddenly the girl smiled widely, adding that sure too was quite funny. The girl laughed loudly while the confused guy sat weakly in front of her. Instantly the guy grabbed his stomach, realizing that there was no pain or blood there. Still laughing, the girl added that she should have shown Wei Sung's boyfriend's current appearance, and after that she would definitely stop liking him. The frightened guy was still holding his stomach and didn't know what to do. All he could say was that the girl scared him. The girl happily said that she was pleased to hear about his fear, and then, throwing her leg on his shoulder, she added that this was only a warning, but after the next meeting with Yu's son, the guy would really die. The girl pressed the hairpin on his shoulder, assuring him that she was not lying at all. Bothi eccentrically pulled off her wig and straightened her short hair. Still not removing her leg from his shoulder, the girl, out of curiosity, asked how the guy realized that she was not who she pretended to be. Grabbing the girl's leg, the guy said that it was easy because Wei Sung was much more beautiful. After such desperate words, Bothi pressed the stiletto heel of her own shoes even harder into his body. Noticing that the girl was starting to boil, the guy did not stop and added that with the blonde's character, she would never in her life call him Dear Lei. Unable to tolerate such impudence, Bothi suddenly hit the guy with her knee so that he flew away. The poor man flew several meters away from the young lady, hitting his face on the cold ground. The offended young lady added that his bald Makitra knew very well how to be rude to beauties. Returning, Shirley menacingly added that although Bothi was beautiful, he liked Wei Sun much more. Baring her teeth, the young lady menacingly declared that it had been like this since childhood, since from an early age everyone liked Wei Sung. The girl began to insult her sister, calling her a child and remembering that, despite this, everyone treated her like a treasure. Hearing this, Shirley immediately realized that the young lady was simply jealous of her successful sister. However, after these words, Bothi only rudely added that she simply hated Wei Sung. The girl grabbed the guy by the shirt and said loudly that what she liked most was destroying everything that her sister loved so much. Bothi pulled the young man towards her and, kissing him, added that her other hobby was taking her sister's favorite things for herself and playing with them.